The story begins on a battlefield with a young knight covered in blood smiling as he tries to catch his breath. Several death beams are blasted at him and his men all of a sudden, suggesting that the battle is definitely not over. The hero stands tall in the explosions, feeling proud that they even made it this far, but they're not done yet. If they can just beat this last force before them, they can win the war. Sadly, just as he's conceiving the thought, a powerful red beam of energy blasts right through him. This laser of death goes through him before he can even realize it, and as he slowly looks down with his bloodshot eyes, he sees the gaping hole in the middle of his trunk. He stares at the massive hole in his chest in disbelief as it burns away rapidly and then falls to his knees in an instant. At that moment, he finally comes to terms with what just happened and the reality dawns on him. It's a fatal blow and there's sadly no coming out of this one, so the hero falls flat on his face and surrenders to death just like his comrades, whose corpses are now scattered all over the battlefield. In his final moments, he lies in a huge pool of his own blood and realizes that his story will end with him not being able to do anything. Just thinking about it drains him even more, and as there's nothing he can do now, he just remains still, allowing his life to flash before his eyes. So, how did this promising young warrior end up in this tragic situation? Well, it all started one day when an unknown threat suddenly appeared in their world and destroyed an entire continent. The one responsible for this calamity became known as the Liquidator, the archenemy of mankind. This celestial world underwent on a rampage, and so a group of warriors was created to protect mankind. This team of heroes included a man named Brian Miller, who survived a giant meteorite without a scratch, and he became known as the world-protecting shield. The second member of this team of guardians was a great sage said to possess power equal to an entire division, and she was known as Bella Albright, the great sage. The team also included Jacob Bloomfield, the divine archer, who took down a high-level dragon in a single shot. But these weren't the only heroes assembled to protect the world, because the strongest swordsman to ever come into existence was also on their team. Her name was Amy White, and she was known as the Sword Saint for her power. From the little we know about these heroes, it's no wonder why they were considered humanity's best hope. But they weren't the only ones fighting against the Liquidator, because there was another group, known as the Support Unit, which our protagonists belonged to. As you can imagine, they were put in this second team because there wasn't really anything extraordinary about them, and sadly, they were merely sacrificial pawns. The protagonist, Gray Lee, a regular foot soldier, rapidly bleeds out in the middle of the rubble. But all he can think about in his last moments is how the superhuman defenders of humanity are truly on another level. He watches them in awe as they continue to wage war on the Liquidator. Gray Lee knew that the graduates of the World Union Academy were amazing even before now, but he never knew that the difference between him and the elite soldiers would be so large. Well, apparently, it is because the four of them are still in the fight while he's lying in the dirt with a few missing organs in his chest. The situation makes him wonder if it even matters whether the support unit was there or not. The team of heroes appear to be doing just fine without them, which enrages him even more. Gray Lee grinds his teeth in anger, recalling how he and his teammates equally trained very hard, only to end up as collateral damage. Tears run down his face as the thoughts flood his mind, but there's nothing he can do now. Meanwhile, the heroes continue their onslaught, and Amy White unleashes a myriad of attacks that eventually do some damage to the Liquidator. The Celestial Force is actually surprised that they managed to hurt him, and he doesn't take it very well. So, he figures that it's time to stop messing around with them, and with this in mind, he creates 2 power balls of energy from his wings and unleashes 2 devastating surges of energy that absolutely decimate the heroes in the blink of an eye. The Guardians are butchered by the Liquidator's overwhelming blast, and upon seeing this, Gray's eyes widen in horror and disbelief. He just witnessed the archenemy of humanity wipe out the defenders of the Earth with a single blow, so it's not an easy thing to process. Even worse, the Liquidator said that he'd been playing around until now, so in that moment, the protagonist is convinced that there's absolutely no way they can win this war. To be honest, that should have been pretty obvious when this overpowered angel of death made his debut on Earth by destroying a whole continent. Anyway, the MC continues to weep as he awaits his demise, but then all of a sudden, he realizes that he shouldn't even still be alive right now. It's been a while since his heart got pierced, and for some reason he's still alive, so he looks down at his reflection in the blood, and that's when he hears the voice. The voice claims that he's finally found him and then tells Gray to come forth and wield great power. All of a sudden, the MC finds himself standing in the middle of a strange place and begins to wonder what's going on. He figures that this might be the afterlife, but feels that it's a bit barren if that's the case. The wide-eyed soldier looks around a bit, and that's when he spots a strange hooded being sitting cross-legged on what appears to be a throne. Gray looks over at the celestial being, asking who he is, so the alien-like figure simply assures him that he is not dead. The being tells him that his body's physical wounds have already healed, which sounds really impossible since he saw the fatal wound in his chest very clearly. Either way, he asks the alien if he was the one that healed him, but the big guy doesn't take credit for it. Instead, he informs Gray that he was healed by his own power. Surely none of this makes any sense to the foot soldier, and sadly, this celestial creature can't explain it to him either. Apparently, this alien is also unable to properly analyze Gray Lee's true power. However, what he can tell the MC for sure is that his power is stronger than what the liquidator possesses, but that's only if he can control it properly. At this point, I'd start looking for the hidden cameras around if I were him, because this all sounds like one big prank. But I'm not the MC, so back to the story. Gray asks the hooded being if this means that they have a shot at winning this war. Sadly, the alien admits that he doesn't know the answer to that question and that he wouldn't have high hopes either. However, he also believes that they ought to get rid of the liquidator together. As soon as he says this, Gray isn't given a single second to process it before the black alien punches another hole right through him. After doing this, he tells Gray that he can now leave, promising to lend the MC the power he possesses to help him. At this point, we see the magic circle with a clock glowing brightly in front of Gray's chest, so it's pretty clear that our boy has just got a major upgrade in the power department. He wakes up on the battlefield right after his encounter with the strange alien and immediately gets back on his feet. Gray picks up his sword and is shocked when he sees that it's now completely surrounded with a strange power. The blade crackles with lightning, like energy, so he wonders what it is, and the voice reveals that it's his own power manifesting. As for the alien's power, it cannot be seen with the naked eye, so he explains this to Gray. Our boy is excited about this new power, especially since he literally just cheated death, and since the liquidator is still around, he decides to test out his new abilities on the ruthless angel of death. The evil alien suddenly senses something coming at him, and by the time he turns around, Gray is already on him. Our boy attacks with a brutal slash of his menacing sword, and the liquidator almost seems horrified by his presence. The evil alien can't believe what is going on because he didn't think there was any powerful opponent left. He can sense the power within our boy, so he knows how dangerous Gray is. This is confirmed when the hero lands a hit that does some real damage, and this boosts his confidence a lot, so he charges in for another swing and even starts to get cocky, feeling that he is stronger than the liquidator. However, the World Ender quickly reminds Gray why he should not be underestimated. Just like he did with the Guardians of Earth earlier, the liquidator uses a single slash to split Gray in two. It happens so fast that he doesn't even feel it immediately, and by the time our boy looks down, he's horrified to see that his legs are no longer connected to his torso. The liquidator uses this killer blow on him, but also commends Gray for being able to force him to throw everything he's got. Apparently, the liquidator thinks that slicing the MC in half will be enough to kill him, so he turns around, preparing to fly away. But then, in a shocking twist, the same energy that engulfed the sword earlier flows out and expands, covering Gray's entire body and enabling him to heal in a split second. Then, the sword increases incredibly until it's so massive that even the liquidator is bewildered. The evil alien already knows that Gray is about to land a devastating blow, so he quickly creates a shield to protect him, as he's no longer even sure that this opponent is even human. Our boy gets fused with the energy like a host and a symbiote, and with a murderous glow in his eyes, he takes a terrifying swing at the liquidator. The alien manages to block this attack using his shield, but it doesn't take long for Gray to overwhelm him and destroy it with a mind-bending beam of energy. The blast sends the liquidator flying, and even though he doesn't have any expression on his face, you can tell that he's starting to get really afraid of our boy. And so, with the battle taking a drastic turn, Gray Lee unleashes another haymaker, admitting that he also isn't sure if he's human anymore. Despite Gray Lee's ferocious strike, when the dust clears, he finds that the liquidator is still very much in the fight. He's perplexed by this and doesn't even get how the alien is still alive after taking such a hit. As such, he admits that the liquidator's strength is truly something out of this world. Now the two powerhouses stand face to face against each other, and mankind's archenemy is still trying to catch his breath. Sure, he's still in the fight, but after seeing what Gray can do, he's not even sure how to attack. On the other hand, the newest hero from Earth is feeling pretty confident that he can win. So, he looks at the liquidator dead in his alien eyes and vows to crush him over and over until he's dead. You can tell that he's not even bluffing about this from the look in his eyes, and right after squaring up with the World Destroyer, he unleashes another devastating slash from his mighty sword. The liquidator tries to dodge it, but he gets hit hard, and this time around, he even bleeds. He groans in agony, calling Gray Lee a monster, but even though he's suffering right now, he has no intention of giving up, and so once again, he decides to stop messing around and go all out against this human hero. The liquidator heals himself and activates his secret weapon. His entire body begins to glow even more than before, and multiple sets of wings shoot out of his back. The alien also somehow manages to make everywhere go dark and tells the hero that his time is up. That's when Gray looks up in shock to see that the guy turned day into night. The World Ender continues to activate his killer move, and it's starting to look like the tables are about to turn again. However, Gray Lee is not deterred by the liquidator's little magic trick, and so he charges at the enemy once again with his massive sword to end the fight for good. Shockingly, this time around, he's not able to penetrate the alien's shield despite pumping a lot of energy into his sword. His attack simply bounces off the barrier, leaving him pretty taken aback for a second. He's still trying to understand what's going on when the liquidator explains it to him. The World Ender tells him that all his attacks are futile because within this plane of true dusk, nothing is capable of harming him. At this point, the Liquidator is feeling invincible. He casually advises our boy to stop his useless resistance and take a look at the stars. Hearing this, our boy looks up at the sky in horror, and his pupils continue to dilate over and over as he stares at the bright light up there. The alien talks about how beautiful it is while Gray is just modified because he knows that the bright light isn't just for show. Sure enough, the powerful ray of death shoots down on him and a cataclysmic explosion follows immediately. After the blast, the dust and smoke slowly clear, revealing the gigantic crater in the ground. The hole is so big that you'd think an asteroid crashed there. Seeing this, the alien is convinced that the human warrior will not be able to revive himself this time around because he is most likely pulverized to dust already. That's what he thought though, but he quickly realized how wrong he was. All of a sudden, bolts of lightning start to appear in front of the crater. The energy rapidly builds up, leaving the Liquidator bewildered once again. He stares at the ball of energy as it enlarges and then, some kind of magic shield with a clock-like appearance pops up right in front of the alien. Upon seeing this, the Liquidator instantly recognizes it and then, the same voice that called out to Gray before, speaks up. The voice is impressed by the great amount of power that the Liquidator has gathered and suggests that it should be enough to take him back. At this point, a wave of horror washes over the alien invader because this voice belongs to the one called Kronos. The Liquidator refuses to believe it, and that's when the Black Celestial Being calls upon Gray Lee. He calls upon the hero, who wields great power and decides to use all of his power to send our boy back to the past. Of course, the Liquidator is furious when he hears this because he knows that it's all part of Kronos' master plan to destroy him. He curses at the black alien for saving Gray, but of course, that doesn't really do anything. Kronos then fulfills his promise by turning back the hands of time, claiming that this is all he can do for the human hero. By sending Gray back to the past, Kronos basically entrusts the gate of the human world to him. Everything fades out afterward, and after it all turns white, our hero suddenly wakes up in the middle of a field. As soon as he opens his eyes, he takes a look around, wondering where he is. That's when he spots the small village down the hill in the distance, and is even more stunned because it just so happens that it's his hometown, Renato Village. Gray is extremely perplexed by this since it doesn't make any sense. The last time he checked, his village had been destroyed for 15 years, so he knows that it shouldn't be here. But then again, in his confusion, he recalls what Kronos said to him on the battlefield. He remembers that the black alien god promised to send him back in time, so after putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, Gray realizes that he's actually in the past. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he feels a sharp sting in his hand. He takes a look at his bandaged forearm and immediately remembers having this injury. The wound is from the time when he was being picked on by someone named Belder and a few other bullies. Gray starts trembling in fear at the thought of those bullies. He remembers how badly they beat him up, and he's not ready to go through that again. Unfortunately, he also remembers how strong they were, so he's afraid that he won't be able to beat them. Our boy has been so traumatized by his bullies that just thinking about it sends him into a panic attack. He closes his eyes and eventually calms himself down. From the look of things, it appears that he never even left the village, so he concludes that defeating the Liquidator was probably just a dream. With this in mind, he accepts his fate and makes his way back to the village. He doesn't want to get hurt by the bullies, so he decides to come up with a plan for them when he's feeling stronger. Unfortunately, on the way back home, he runs into the very same bullies in the bush path. He can't believe how bad his luck is, so he just stares at them with a blank expression on his face. We're finally introduced to the leader of the gang, Belder. He claims that they've actually been looking for our boy and complains about how Gray made him go through a lot of trouble to find him. At this point, the MC is probably wishing he could just disappear or teleport elsewhere, but sadly that's not happening. Belder suddenly tosses a sword at his feet and tells Gray to pick it up. Our boy is still in a daze as he's trying to understand what's really happening here, so Belder warns him not to act dumb. And so, he bluntly tells the MC that he wants to have a mock battle, but Gray still doesn't pick up the sword. Instead, he politely declines the invitation, explaining that his injury hasn't fully healed yet. He then thanks the bullies for the offer and tells them he's not joining them till his wounds heal. Of course, these goons aren't the kind to take no for an answer. Belder insists that they have the mock battle, assuring him that it's safe since the blade is blunt. They start moving closer to him like a pack of wolves around injured prey, but Gray refuses to pick the sword. He insists that a blade is still a big chunk of iron no matter how blunt it is, and that it can still be very dangerous, but Belder finally runs out of patience. The bully gets fed up and tells Gray to shut up, claiming that he has no right to say no to him. He makes this clear to our boy and then tells him that he's free to fight without a weapon if he doesn't like swords. Before Gray can even process this, Belder charges at him with his blade, and it actually baffles him because the guy doesn't even mind attacking him when he's unarmed. What the hell happened to this being a mock battle? It's pretty clear now that there's no running from this, so Gray decides that it's time to get his head in the game. Before he was sent back, a former military doctor gave him a piece of advice. It turns out that the reason for Gray's lack of improvement in his swordsmanship was due to an injury he sustained as a child. Thinking about it now, the MC realizes that this might actually be where his life as a loser began. Belder speeds toward him like a runaway train, and just as he's about to land the hit, our boy somehow manages to dodge it by reflex. He's even shocked that he managed to evade a hit and begins to wonder if Belder's strikes were always this slow. Enraged by the first miss, Belder goes on for another swing, only for Gray to dodge it yet again. After avoiding getting hit for the third time in a row, our boy finally realizes that Belder isn't slow. The bully also starts getting frustrated by the fact that he can't even land a single hit, so he curses at Gray in annoyance. Unfortunately, his anger can't even help him now because he just misses yet again, and so our boy realizes that he's actually the one who's gotten faster. The other bullies are stunned when they see how fast the guy is all of a sudden. It's as if he's a completely different person now, so they all watch in amazement as he makes a fool out of Belder. After dodging everything the guy threw at him, our boy finally decides to pick up the sword. He may not have his old body anymore, but he still has the memories of the battles he has fought. Gray bends down to pick the sword and Belder takes the chance to charge at him from behind. Unfortunately for him, Gray casually deflects him with a single swing of his own sword. He sends the bully flying with this strike, and he's even surprised that one nonchalant strike was enough to throw his almighty bully off his feet. Right now, the guy is starting to look a lot like an amateur, so he's starting to think it wouldn't be fair for him to fight him. But then again, he remembers everything that Belder's gang put him through, so he decides that the ringleader doesn't even deserve his pity. After all, it's these same pieces of trash who tormented him because he couldn't fight. Thankfully, that's not the case anymore, so he's more than happy to flex his new skills. He uses another effortless swing to disarm Belder, and after seeing how easily the sword left his hand, he realizes that the bully is actually worse than an amateur. Gray suggests that Belder hasn't been trained on how to receive a blow from a sword. This doesn't matter though. After all, these bullies were the same ones who taught him it's totally safe to beat someone with a sword as long as its blade has been dulled. And so our boy takes a big swing of the so-called blunt sword, and it still somehow manages to cut Belder's body open. The guy's eyes widen in horror as the blood from his shoulder splashes all over his face. He's in utter disbelief, but what's more is the severe pain. He suffers so much that he's forced down to his knees. Belder shouts in pain while Gray Lee just freezes in shock because he's equally stunned by what just happened. The blade was supposed to be dulled, so he doesn't get how it still managed to cut the troublemaker. In his confusion, he takes another look at the blade to check if it's really the case, and he confirms that it is actually blunt. As such, Gray realizes that he might have even killed Belder with that slash if he had actually given him a sharp sword. Our boy panics for a second, knowing that he could have killed these kids, but then again, they're the same meatheads who made his life at the village miserable. So, he decides to beat Belder up with the flat surface of the blade instead. This way, he can keep the sword blunt while getting his revenge. He whacks the bully in the face with it, sending him to the ground once again. Belder is now terrified, so our boy hovers over him, wondering why he's screaming so much. He asks the gang leader what's wrong and reminds him that he's the one who said the blunt sword is safe. At this point, Belder just sits there, covering his bleeding nose as Gray walks over to him slowly. The terrified bully looks to the side and sees his goons just standing there, so he snaps at them, ordering that they attack our boy. It's quite funny that Belder would even think that his minions can beat Gray after the same guy just wiped the floor with him. As you can imagine, they're reluctant to even go near him, seeing how strong he's gotten all of a sudden, but they eventually agree to go at him together, thinking they can overpower him this way. The troublemakers charge at our boy at the same time, and Gray just feels sorry for them. He's surprised that they're dumb enough to come at him for another round after what he just did to their leader, but of course, he has no choice but to beat them up too. Belder furiously orders them to kill our boy, as they attack him from all alongs, and this just pisses the MC off. He was going to overlook their misbehavior this time around, but since they clearly all want a taste of his new skills, he decides to show them what he can do. A few moments later, Belder and his goons are all on their knees with swollen faces. They've been so badly beaten that there's steam coming off their bodies and looking at them now. Gray is baffled that these are the same guys he's been so scared of. He remembers that these guys are the ones from the Saria swordsmanship dojo, so he asks to confirm if that's the case, and Belder explains that he's kinda correct. Apparently, they felt like they had gotten strong enough, so they haven't been going to the dojo lately. It's pretty baffling for Gray when he hears them say this, because he can't believe that their current level can be considered strong enough. With this in mind, he figures that he shouldn't expect much from the dojo itself, seeing the kind of students it produced. However, he still believes that it might be useful to him, and so he asks them to introduce him to this dojo they attend. After all, he heard that it's by referral only and would like them to invite him. For some reason, Belder is not really excited to bring Gray in because he'll be too embarrassed if he told his master that he lost a sword fight. He suggests that our boy find someone else to invite him, but he's in no mood to be denied. So, since Belder doesn't want to comply, he decides that they resume their mock fight instead. Before he can even say anything after that, the bully agrees to introduce Gray and starts running toward the dojo, leaving his buddies behind even. Eventually, they're all back in the village, and that's when Belder finally asks Gray why he actually wants to go to the dojo. Apparently, this very dojo has a recommendation slot for the academy, and when our boy asks about it, Belder admits that he also heard something like that. As such, our boy explains that this is the reason he wants to go, by one of Belder's buddies feels that he's already strong enough without going to the academy. Sadly, Gray knows that his current state is not going to be enough to defeat the Liquidator. Even the world's strongest lineup was no match for the World Ender. He remembers the battle, how the Liquidator wiped out all of the Guardians with a single blast. Gray recalls how he couldn't even scratch the alien when he got serious despite using the power that Kronos talked about. Just thinking about it makes him really anxious because he doesn't even know how strong he has to be able to defeat the Liquidator. It bugs him a lot, but at the same time, it's not like he doesn't have any clues. He remembers being able to control the dark power even if it was just for a split second. What he focused on at that moment was the swordsmanship taught to him by the Sword Saint. Gray believes that the outcome of his battle with the Liquidator might have been different if he had spent more time training in the same conditions as the Sword Saint. The hero realizes that this must be the reason why Kronos sent him back to the past. Gray eventually gets to meet the dojo master, but not before she punishes Belder and the rest for getting their asses whooped at her trying to pick on a civilian with the techniques she taught them. This is Saria, the swordsmanship dojo instructor, and right now, she's really disappointed in her students. Belder tries to tell her that it was a mock battle and not them picking on Gray, but she silences him immediately by sending him across the room with a single strike of her sword. The others start trembling at this point and Saria continues to scold him for making excuses. After all, if beating up an unarmed person is a mock battle, then what she just did to him can be called the same. And just like that, Saria kicks Belder and his gang out of her dojo for good. Of course, they don't even protest because things would get worse for them, so they just run for their lives. After sending them away, Saria apologizes to Gray for all the trouble her former students caused him, but he assures her that there's no need to worry about that, and she thanks him for letting it slide. Once that's out of the way, she goes straight to the point, asking if he wants to get recommended to the academy. When he affirms this, she explains that she needs to confirm his abilities before she can do that. Gray understands this perfectly, so he braces himself for the test to come. Saria tells him that he's free to have the first move and encourages him to come at him whenever he's ready. Sure enough, the hero charges at her in a flash with several powerful slashes that actually surprise the dojo master. She can tell that his swordsmanship is quite practical for his age, and it's as if he's been through countless battles before from the way he's moving. Saria tries to counter a follow-up strike, but Gray just slips under and goes in from the side with blazing speed, which makes her certain that Belder and the others are no match for him. To her, Gray's style is mostly self-taught, but in the middle of each move, she gets a glimpse of swordplay that was taught at the academy, so it makes her wonder if someone there taught him. What she knows for sure is that he's a diamond in the rough with a lot of talent. After a short but intense defending, Sarah decides that it's time to wrap things up, so she charges at him, hoping to overpower him with ease, but he deflects her strike, leaving her quite shocked. She finds it strange that he was able to counter her like that because she expected him to falter eventually. Unfortunately for her, that's not the case because Gray Lee is matching her every move. She just wanted to test his skills a little, but now, she's found herself fighting with everything she's got. Even worse, she realizes that she's actually so afraid of this kid right now. There's a terrifying glint in his eyes all of a sudden, and Saria doesn't know how to handle the overwhelming feeling she's having all of a sudden. Gray taps into that dark energy for a second, which allows him to force the dojo master back for the first time. Meanwhile, Saria refuses to back down. She thought she sensed something ominous just now, but she can't see it anymore, so she concludes that the kid just took a really wild swing to scare her. With this renewed confidence, she goes in for another round to end the sparring session for good. Just when she thinks she's about to land a hit, she's shocked to see that her sword has been slashed. Saria stares at the broken sword in horror and disbelief. The other half is lying on the other side of the dojo, and even our boy is overwhelmed by what just happened. What he just felt is the same sensation as back then on the battlefield when he can feel the dark energy coursing through him, and he's shocked because he didn't think that he has that power even now. While he's still trying to figure it out, she feels the dark energy overwhelm him all of a sudden. The sting is so painful that he falls to his knees like he just had a heart attack, and even Saria starts to get worried about him. With a worried look on her face, she asks him if he's alright, but he can't even answer since he's still fighting for his life. Apparently, his body failed to keep up with the dark power he exerted just now, and so now he's trying to recover. After a few seconds, the pain subsides and he's able to get back on his feet, so he tells her that he's okay. He could barely stand a few moments ago, so after that experience, he realizes that he shouldn't use this power carelessly. Unfamiliar with this situation, Gray wonders if it would be a good idea to tell Saria about his power. But after seeing the puzzled and judgmental look on her face, he decides that it's best not to bother. Even if he told her, she probably won't believe, and it's not like he can control the power to prove what he's saying, so there's no point telling her. With this in mind, he forces a nervous laugh and claims that he just got carried away, which leaves the dojo instructor speechless and baffled by him. Right now, she's still trying to wrap her head around how this kid managed to cut her sword with a dull wooden sword. It's logically impossible, and she doesn't even think he knows what a big deal it actually is. Just then, Surya starts staring at him suspiciously, and when he notices, he nervously asks if there's something wrong. She can tell that he's hiding something and doesn't want to talk about the wooden sword he cut in two in one blow, so she lets it slide and changes the topic back the academy recommendation he asked for. Gray confirms this once more, claiming that he hears she could give him one. In response, Surya admits that she actually could give him a recommendation to the kingdom's finest educational institution, the Royal Academy of Swordsmanship. However, she tells him that she cannot recommend that he go there. Her next statement comes like a blow below the belt to our boy as she tells him that he's not suited for that place. Gray starts beating himself up for it the moment she says this, thinking about how he always knew he wasn't strong enough yet. After all, he could hardly do anything against her except in that last moment, so he's not surprised that she's not impressed enough. He's still feeling sorry for himself when she completes her statement, informing him that the place he should aim for is the World Union Academy, and his eyes almost pop out of their sockets when he hears this twist. Apparently, Surya doesn't want him going to the kingdom's finest institute, because she believes that he belongs in the world's finest institution. Our boy is blown away just thinking about that place because it's the same institution where the Sword Saint and the other heroes came from. He never imagined that someone like him could even get accepted there, and Surya assures him that it's not impossible. However, his body is nowhere near fit enough to be a swordsman, and so it's going to be a stretch right now. In the Royal Academy, she feels that he'll be able to take it with his skills, but it just won't cut it in the World Union Academy. And so, she's really perplexed by the young man in front of her, because she doesn't get how on earth someone can acquire such skills with a feeble body like his. Gray Lee knows that she's right. Everybody from that academy is a genuine monster, so with a body like this, he doesn't even stand a chance of competing with them. Surya doesn't hear what he's thinking, but from the look on his face, she can tell that he's already feeling defeated. So, she asks him why he's giving up when there are still 9 months until the entrance exam. It means he's got a shot, but he also feels that 9 months is not enough, and the dojo instructor agrees with him. It's actually not enough, but she encourages him to trust her. Clearly, Surya wants to take him as her student for the next 9 months, but she also needs to know if he's ready to suffer for that long. Obviously, he doesn't want to suffer. I mean, no one does, but he knows that he needs to, so he makes up his mind and asks Surya to take him in for the next 9 months. The dojo instructor is excited to hear him say this, claiming that it's a great answer. But the happy look is quickly replaced by a terrifying grin that scares Gray, and that's when she decides that it's time to begin his hell. Our boy's intense training begins from day one, and after pushing his physical abilities to the limit, Surya pumps him full of proteins. She makes him train even when he's not in the mood and forces him to eat whether he likes it or not. This becomes his life from the day he stepped into the dojo for the first time, and 8 months later, Gray Lee's physical appearance is completely transformed. All of his muscles are finally defined with pronounced chest and arms, popping deltoids and chiseled abs. His 8 months of hell really pays off, and Surya is delighted to say that he's grown a lot more muscular. He's so ripped now that she doesn't even think she has anything to teach him anymore. And so, she encourages him to go out there with confidence. Gray is glad to hear that she's proud of him and the progress they've made, but he doesn't get why she's sending him out now when there's still a month until the exam. So, she explains to him how difficult it can be to take an exam in a place he's not used to. Which is why she feels that it's best to get there early. While he's still trying to wrap his head around it, she hands him a bag of coins, claiming that it's enough money of the trip and a month's worth of food. Gray is reluctant to take the money from her, feeling that going a month before the exam is too soon. It's almost as if she's trying to chase him out of the village all of a sudden, and when he says this, she just laughs, feeling that he's overthinking it. Our boy heard rumors of an ogre's nest that was recently found near the village, and he's aware that there are hardly any guards in the village. At this point, Surya nervously admits that she heard about that too, but she assures him that it has nothing to do with them. She tries to convince him, but he's just not buying it. The dojo instructor feels that there's nothing to worry about since the royal capital will soon send help to them. That being said, she encourages Gray to head to the exam without any worries. Our boy keeps staring at her with a blank expression on his face even after she says all of this because he doesn't believe her. He already knows that no help will ever come to this village because he's seen the future. He's literally lived it. Gray knows that his master will lose her life right before the village is destroyed. Apparently, they said she was killed when she went to kill the ogre by herself, so he knows how everything is going to play out if he doesn't do anything about it. Even though he has no intention of leaving, he tells her that he'll be leaving. Surya is glad to hear this and prays for him to pass his exam. After successfully convincing her student to leave the village, Surya sneaks out to the forest later that night. From the bloody skeleton remains scattered all over the place, you can tell that this is a dangerous region with some deadly creatures. The dojo instructor has obviously come to hunt down the ogre just like our boy predicted. According to the scout's report, the nest is right over here, so all she has to do to find it is follow the trail of blood on the ground. Just as she's about to start moving closer, a voice calls out to her, asking where she's going. She looks up the tree and is shocked to see Gray smiling down at her from a very high branch. She's dumbfounded when she sees him and the smirk is immediately plastered on his face because he just caught her right in the act. She asks him why he's even here because as far as she's concerned, he should already be on his way to the academy by now. And before she can even try to scold him, he jumps down from the tree and stops her right there. Gray informs her that he's the one who should be asking the question since she told him that the ogre nests would be taken care of by the army from the royal capital. Of course, Saria quickly comes up with an excuse, claiming that the guys at the capital said they couldn't come because of some emergency over there. And for that reason, she decided to handle the ogre nests by herself. After all, she believes that she's more than capable of handling the situation by herself. Saria smirks after saying this, claiming that she knows the strength of the nest already thanks to the report from the scouts. She reveals that the boss of the nest is an elite ogre, and the nest itself holds around 40 to 50 monsters in total according to the reports she got. The dojo master admits that that number of minions will be pretty tricky, but still, she's confident that she can take them out all by herself. Upon hearing all she has to say, the gears in Gray's head begin to turn as he ponders on the strength of an elite ogre. On its own, the monster isn't actually that strong, but it turns out that the ogre's real strength lies in its intelligence and leadership. Considering the risk of getting surrounded, our boy concludes that it would be suicidal to even try to fight the monsters alone. He's lived through this very event before, so he knows how it plays out, which is why he's convinced that Saria will not make it out alive if he allows her to go on this mission alone. And if she dies, then the entire village will go on to be destroyed by the same monsters. And this is something he cannot let happen, not when he's been given a second chance to actually change things. The hero has seen that tragic future with his own eyes, and it's still a very fresh memory, which is why, after pondering for a moment, he suddenly asks his master to take him with her. Without even thinking about it, Saria shakes her head in refusal, insisting that she will be able to handle it by herself. Of course, Gray wouldn't want to blow his cover and tell her that he knows she's going to die because he's from the future. So, he takes another approach to try to change her mind, claiming that this could be his first chance to gain some real combat experience. After all, it's exactly what he needs to put his training to the test, so he makes his request once again, suggesting that Saria thinks he's just going to get in ready during the mission. Of course, his master doesn't see him as a liability in battle, and she's sure that he also knows that too. I mean, she can't even beat him in a mock battle anymore. That's how good he's become. However, she also makes it clear to him that nobody knows what might happen in a real fight, especially when it's a monster's nest that suddenly formed like the one they're faced with. For a dangerous job like this, the dojo master believes that it's best for him to wait until he has a bit more experience in real fights that are less risky. At this point, Gray is starting to feel pretty defeated because he really thought he was going to change her mind. Sadly, she insists on going alone, so he's forced to his last option. He suddenly tells her that he has an idea, and this gets her pretty curious immediately, and that's when he challenges her to a fight out of the blue. Apparently, this plan involves him knocking her out cold so he can deal with the ogre by himself. He informs Saria of his intentions as he points his sword at her face. The white-haired master just smiles as she tries to process what the hell he just told her. She stands still for a couple seconds, probably thinking he would rethink his decision, but Gray stands his ground and keeps the tip of his sword inches away from her face. At this point, it's pretty clear that she can't get him to go away, and she doesn't actually want to fight him, so she just shuts her eyes and surrenders. Saria agrees to take him along but makes him promise her that he'll come back alive no matter what. Upon hearing these words, our boy finally lowers his blade and then assures her that he definitely plans to come back from this mission. So, he makes Saria promise him the same thing, pleading with her to not die in the ogre's nest, and of course, she's very confident that it's not going to happen. Once on the same page, the master and student follow the trail of blood leading to the ogre's nest and officially begin the hunt. Soon, they arrive close to a valley, and from afar, they notice that the terrain leaves no room for escape. If they go in, they can easily get trapped and slaughtered, but Saria is more concerned about the monsters in there. She claims that the minions have a lot of confidence building their best in this kind of location, so Gray quickly reminds her that they won't be able to escape either. He senses that his master might be getting a little cocky, so he also points out the fact that they're up against intelligent monsters and not just dumb beasts. As such, he suggests that it's better to be more cautious with their approach, and Saria agrees with him. The two hide behind a big rock and quietly scan the tent from afar. After looking around for a bit, they still can't pick out the boss anywhere, so Saria suggests that it's probably in one of the tents. As far as she's concerned, that's a good thing, because at least they can quickly take out some of the minions and reduce the number before the boss comes out. With this in mind, she tells Gray to take out the enemies one side while she attacks from the other side. At the moment, the monsters still have no idea that they're about to be ambushed, so they're still going about their business. Saria and Grey Lee take out their weapons and spring into action. The first monster to be unalived sees the white-haired swordmaster coming at him, but before he can react, she takes his head right off with a single slash. Well, this first attack alerts the others, so all their hopes of being stealthy are instantly dashed. The horde of red-eyed ogres roar at the two swordsmen, but of course, they're no match for our boy. Without even tapping into his dark powers, Grey casually slices through the monsters with ease like a cold-hearted butcher. He dismembers the ogres with lightning-fast strikes, and his master also finds it's pretty easy to take out all the monsters on her side. And so, after only a few minutes, the nest is filled with bloody ogre corpses scattered around. The two wipe out the first wave with ease, and Saria is really impressed by Grey's skills. She's quite surprised by how good he is and begins to wonder if this is really his first time on a battlefield. The dojo instructor is so intrigued that she almost gets distracted while teasing him, but our boy is locked in right now, so he urges her to stay alert, revealing that this is just the start of the battle. Grey stares at the dead ogres lying around and starts to get this strange feeling. The first fight was way too easy, so he finds it weird that the monsters were so weak. It's baffling because he is sure that Saria would have been able to take them out just as easily even if she was alone. It doesn't make any sense because in the original story she was killed in this very nest. At this point, Grey realizes that something really horrifying must be inside that tent. He peeks into the dark tent as the thought crosses his mind, and that's when a terrifying pair of eyes glare at him from the darkness. Grey's eyes pop out in fear as chills run down his spine, and without even thinking about it, he shouts for them to get the hell out of there. Our boy tells his master that they have to leave immediately, urging her to run away with him, but the cocky sword master feels that he's exaggerating. She asks him what's wrong, feeling that there's no need to retreat, but after seeing the look of horror on his face, she doesn't think twice before running after him. Now, they're both running out of the nest as fast as their legs can carry them, but their efforts prove futile very quickly because all of a sudden, a figure appears to leap into the air right above them to intercept them. The green-skinned creature blocks their path, landing right in front of them, and our boy begins to panic even more. Saria, on the other hand, gets really excited because she thinks she's finally getting her chance to face the elite ogre. Unlike the weak minions they wiped out a while ago, this ogre is a lot larger with a big helm and a massive axe, big enough to chop down trees with a single swing. Rather than being terrified, the dojo master goes on and on about how honored she feels that the boss came to them itself. In a shocking twist, this giant ogre on steroids isn't even the boss, and Grey is the one who breaks the news to her. It turns out that the real boss is even far more powerful than the juggernaut standing in front of them. At this point, Saria turns around to see the army of orges charging at them with the real boss standing at the back, exerting an overwhelming surge of power from his body. For the first time, the white-haired swordmaster feels afraid, and before she can even process all her emotions, they're surrounded by a swarm of axe-wielding orges. Despite being trapped, she remains immobilized by the overwhelming power radiating from the boss. It's at this point that Grey reveals they're up against something far stronger than the elite ogre. What they have on their hands right now is an ogre general, and the nest they just attacked belongs to the ruthless green abomination. Saria finally snaps out of her daze and admits that an ogre general is not a monster they can handle on their own. It's now pretty clear why the entire village got wiped out. Sadly, it looks like history is about to repeat itself because they're currently outnumbered and outgunned. Seeing how dire the situation is, Saria suggests that they just kill the brute in front of them and keep running. Without any hesitation, she desperately charges at the helmed ogre with her sword, hoping to quickly finish him off, but the guy is no pushover either. He blocks the first strikes, which surprises Saria, but she goes again and is able to land a hit on his shoulder. Sadly, her excitement quickly disappears as she watches the wound heal rapidly right before her eyes. As if this guy wasn't tough enough, he also has regenerative abilities. Seeing this, Saria decides that there's no use even fighting, but that's when Grey explains what's going on. Apparently, the ogre general's roar boosts the strength and recovery power of his soldiers. This is why the minions appear strangely more powerful than normal. Saria struggles to hold off the big guy, while our boy is baffled that he's not been able to defeat a single one of the ogres in this second wave. He lands hit after hit, but they just recover immediately. All of a sudden, he decides to leave his back to Saria, asking her to just buy him some time. Of course, that's not going to be easy at all since she's been struggling with only one ogre. She's really concerned when he says this, so she asks him what he's planning to do, and that's when he tells her that they have only one option left if they want to come out of this alive. And with that being said, Grey reveals his suicidal plan to go after the ogre general. Our boy knows that the source of their power is the elite boss of the nest, so he decides to go after it. He slashes his way through the sea of ogres, but they just keep coming back to try to flank him, which just annoys him even more. He has his sights locked on the target, so for now, he just needs to focus on wiping out all the enemies in front of him to clear the path. Sadly, that's exactly when he comes face to face with an ogre that shatters his sword with a big axe. Gray is dazed when this happens and spends a moment staring at the short piece that's left of his blade. It's clear now that his sword can't withstand fighting a strengthened ogre, which is a really bad sign since he intends to face the ogre general soon. He quickly gets his head back in the game and dodges a mighty strike just in time. And while he's still in the air, he takes out his spare sword. He's lucky to have one, but he knows that it's just a matter of time before this one gets broken too. As if she was reading his mind, Saria suddenly tosses her spare sword to him so he can have two. He thanks her as he catches the second blade with ease, but even though he has two swords now, he knows that there's still not enough to wipe out all the enemies. However, it's all he's got, so he's determined to make it count, since all he has to do now is wipe out the ogres in his way and take out the general. With this renewed sense of hope, our boy runs through the wave of orges standing in his way like a bolt of lightning. He moves so fast that some of them don't even see him coming, but in the process, he takes a few hits and even gets slashed in the face. Still, this doesn't deter him as he pushes on relentlessly through the horde of bloodthirsty monsters. The general notices the hero getting close, so he lets out another powerful roar to strengthen his soldiers even more. This is a twist that our boy didn't see coming at all, because he didn't even think these ogres could get any stronger. Sadly, they're mutated in a flash and the fight becomes several times more difficult. He's no longer able to push through, and at this rate, it's only a matter of time before he and his swords are crushed. Gray realizes that the general saw right through his plan, which makes him admit that the boss is truly very intelligent. It's obvious now that the boss's high intellect isn't just for show. Our boy continues to struggle in the fight, and he almost gets squashed but quickly gets out of the way and regains his footing. He creates some distance between himself and the monsters and decides to change his approach. He doesn't have the time or the power to deal with these minions anymore, so he attempts to run past them without actually fighting them, but this plan is quickly thwarted when one of the ogres suddenly tackles him like an NFL linebacker. The hero suddenly finds himself immobilized as the monster refuses to let go, and as if that's not enough, an even bigger ogre comes around with a massive axe to split him in two. Thankfully, he's able to use his tackler as a shield to save himself from the first strike, but then, he's forced to defend himself against the sheer might of the subsequent blows. Gray uses his sword to block the attacks. Before he can even think of his next move, the beast follows up with another devastating blow that sends him flying. This time around, he takes a direct hit that leaves him coughing out blood, and by the time he looks at his hand, all he finds is another broken sword. Our boy is now down to his last sword, which is a very bad position for him. He's badly injured and exhausted, but still has to take on the horde along with the overpowered general pumping them with fresh energy every 5 minutes. Gray struggles to get back on his feet to face the ogres now charging at him, but the gears in his head are now turning even faster, because he needs to come up with a plan to save himself. From the experience he gathered as a foot soldier, he knows for sure that he can't win this fight, and since that's the case, he decides to sacrifice himself. He suddenly shouts for her to run away, while they're focused on him, but she just smiles when she hears. Without hesitation, she lets him know that she can't do that, and not just because that big-helmed powerhouse is still in her way. Hearing this, Gray tries to scold her, wondering if she's got a death wish or something. He's afraid that she wants to die for nothing just to look brave, so he assures her that he'll run right behind her once she starts moving. However, she's not even refusing because she's worried about him. Apparently, Saria literally can't even run anymore because there's a nasty cut on her thigh, making it difficult for her to even stay on her feet. Gray gets to see the wound and is instantly horrified because his master is basically a sitting duck in that state. Just like that, saving her by sacrificing himself becomes impossible, and he immediately runs out of options. Gray's life begins to flash before his eyes just like they did in his previous life. He was sent back in time so that he could defeat the Liquidator, so it's pretty sad for him to realize that his new life is going to end just 8 months later in a filthy ogre's nest. His chances of survival drop even further when his last sword gets broken by another powerful strike. It's looking pretty bad for our hero at this point, but even with the odds stacked against him, he refuses to accept defeat. Gray Lee believes that it's not over yet because he still has one last trump card up his sleeve. Sure, he doesn't know how to use the dark power he possesses, but our boy is certain that even all these enemies before him will be no match for him if he can just tap into the power from the battle against the Liquidator. So now, with that being his last and only hope to survive, Gray forces himself to remember how he felt when he first unleashed that power. He doesn't have much time to do this though, since the red-eyed ogres are charging at him. Our hero closes his eyes to focus so he can remember the sensation from that time, and while doing this, he points his broken sword at the enemies, hopeful that the dark power would transform it into a deadly weapon in no time. Sure enough, our boy manages to activate the power in the nick of time. Just when he's about to be smashed by the monsters, his broken sword comes to life with the dark power, allowing him to destroy the ogres before him permanently. Saria is very shocked when she sees this, and she's already pretty worried, but before she can freak out, Gray turns to her with half of his face consumed by the dark energy. And then, he smiles at her, assuring her that everything is alright. Our boy's not kidding, and we're able to see why he just said that. Gray is now a lot more powerful than he was a few moments ago, which is why he's able to casually wipe out the horde of the ogres in front of him. Apparently, these strikes are so potent that the ogres are unable to recover from them, and even though the general starts to take some damage as well. She notices this and it's shocking to her, so she gets distracted for a second. In that split second, her opponent gets the chance to sneak up on her, but she sees it coming and manages to block it. Saria uses her sword to block the huge axe, and that's when she notices that the force behind it is now lighter than it was before. All of a sudden, the mightiest ogre suddenly becomes a walkover for Saria, so she takes advantage of it and destroys the brute in a flash. He sure gave her a hard time earlier, but without the general strengthening him, he's nothing. A while later, we see the hero and his master standing victorious in the nest surrounded by ogre corpses. He's amazed that they somehow managed to come out of it alive, and the bruises on his face confirm that it was no easy feat. He apologizes for breaking her sword, but the sword master assures him that she doesn't mind since he literally saved her life. Either way, he gives her back the broken sword and she takes it from him, even though that's not her major concern at the moment. While taking it off his hands, she tries to ask him about the attack he used to win the fight, but before she can finish talking, our boy collapses to the floor headfirst. The hero passes out in an instant, which leaves her absolutely horrified, so she starts. While she's trying to wake him up, we see that our boy's consciousness is actually elsewhere. He finds himself standing in a dark, empty place filled with shallow water. In the middle of the place, there's a huge door with chains on it, which he finds very strange. And while he's still trying to wrap his head around what the hell is going on, weird gusts of energy start to flow out of the door along with mysterious symbols. At first, he doesn't understand what's going on, but he quickly realizes that it's the same power that kicked in on the battlefield. A line appears in the middle of the door like a smaller gateway, allowing the dark clouds to seep out. This makes Gray wonder if opening the door will allow him to get that power. Of course, there's only one way to find out, so makes up his mind and starts marching toward the door. He gets closer, and after only a few steps, he feels an overwhelming and ominous force pull him back. The massive red skeleton spirit drags Gray away from the door with a crushing power that horrifies him. After that suffocating experience, our boy realizes that he's definitely going to die if he opens that door in his current state. Chills run down his spine as he says this, and almost immediately, a loud voice responds to him, informing that he made a wise call. As you can imagine, Gray is taken aback when he hears the voice, but he doesn't even get a chance to figure out anything else, because the next moment, he's waking up in a bed, struggling to catch his breath. He wakes up like someone who just had a nightmare, so Saria is really concerned about him. Thankfully, Saria is in the room, so she comes to check on him, seeing that he's finally awake. She clearly has not fully recovered from the damage they suffered in the ogre's nest. At the same time, our boy is pretty confused, so he asks where he is, and that's when she informs him that he's been unconscious for 5 days. As such, she was even afraid that he wasn't going to wake up anymore. Our boy is still pretty surprised that he's been asleep for the last 5 days, so he figures that it's due to the fact that he must have pushed himself pretty hard. It clearly took a toll on his body, and the Swordmaster agrees with him, even though she feels that he did a lot more than pushing himself pretty hard. Anyway, she's concerned about his condition, wondering what the state of his body is. She asks him if he can move, and since he also does know the answer, he decides to give it a try. Sadly, Gray suddenly realizes that he can't move his right arm at all. He can't muster any strength in it, and even though he knows he can move a bit, he's afraid that he might not be able to hold a sword with it. As if that's not bad enough, he also notices a weird bruise on his bandaged arm with dark energy spreading. Saria notices that he's struggling with it, so she asks him about it. Hearing this, Gray is a little surprised because it means that she can't see the dark tattoo like bruise on his arm. Since that's the case, he simply admits that he can't put any strength into his dominant arm. Apparently, the Swordmaster isn't actually surprised to hear this. It's just as she thought, and so she also knows that it won't heal back to normal anytime soon. After all the bones in his right arm are in pieces. Clearly, the hero didn't know about this, especially since it doesn't even seem hurt at all from the outside. He explains this, and that's when she tells him that they've already treated it with a magic potion. For some reason, Our boy doesn't like the sound of that at all. He stares at the empty potion bottle in shock and panic, because the last time he checked, such things were extremely expensive. However, his master assures him that he shouldn't worry about it, because the village chief was the one who gave it to them. He's shocked to hear this too, because he can't even wrap his head around why the chief would give a potion to someone like him. The moment he says this, she sounds baffled that he'd talk like that, and that's when she informs him that he's literally the hero of the village. Of course, this doesn't even make any sense to him, so he just stares at her in bemusement. He's still processing what she just said when someone bursts into the room, asking for him. He recognizes the loud voice, so he immediately jolts up from the bed to greet the village chief. He nervously tries to start thanking the man for the magic potion, but the chief cuts him off, stating that they're the ones who should be thanking him. He helped them kill a freaking ogre general, the same monster that couldn't be scratched even after rally the forces from the surrounding town gathered to fight it. The chief is certain that the entire village would have been destroyed if Gray hadn't killed the monster, and he's not wrong. So once again, he thanks our boy for his help and places the potion bottle back in his hands. After all, if it wasn't for him and Saria, nothing would be here right now, not the village, not the people, and not even the potion itself. The hero tries to be all modest about it, suggesting that the chief is exaggerating, but the man claims that he all knows he's just stating things as they are. Upon hearing these words and after seeing the look in the man's eyes, Gray realizes that the chief is probably right. In the world before he was sent back in time, this village was supposed to have been destroyed by the ogre's attack. So, indeed, if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't be standing here right now. Seeing how puzzled Gray looks, the chief offers to explain in great detail to him what he's done if he still doesn't realize its significance. Moving on from that, he asks our boy if he's really going to take the entrance exam at the World Union Academy. It turns out that our boy had forgotten all about the one thing that made him train hard for the past 8 months. So, when the chief brings it up, it's like a dagger to the heart because he realizes how much he's messed things up. He went after the ogres just over a week to the entrance exam, and he's been asleep for the past 5 days in this infirmary, which means that he only has 2 days left till the main exam. Getting to the World Union Academy alone takes 3 days on foot, so walking there is no longer even an option. He could get there in a day on horse, but he doesn't have that kind of money, and so he summons the courage to ask the chief to lend him a horse for his trip. Surprisingly, the man already knew he'd make this request, which is why he had already prepared the best horse in the whole village for Gray in advance. The chief believes that our boy should be able to get to the academy in no time with the legs on that horse. While the man is busy bragging about his pet, Saria tells the hero that they would have carried him to the exam in his sleep, even if he hadn't woken up today. After a while, our boy gathers enough strength to stand, so he walks to the door, and as soon as he goes outside, he's greeted with a huge crowd of villagers thanking him and wishing him success in his exams. They're all grateful to him for saving the village, and while most of them are holding up posters, one guy walks up to him with a sack as a gift. Gray asks what it is, and the man claims that it's something the whole village chipped in for him. Apparently, they heard that it costs a lot to apply to the World Union Academy, so they came together to raise the funds for him. Our boy is shocked that everyone contributed to the cause, but the feeling is quickly replaced with joy and gratitude as he thanks them for their kindness. Soon it's time for him to get going, so he says his goodbyes. Saria is with him as he prepares to set off, and he admits that it's going to be really hard to come back here if he fails the exam after everything the village has done for him, but his master assures him that there's no need to worry about that. As far as she's concerned, not a single one of the other applicants in the World Union Academy could beat an ogre general. Sure, Gray knows she's probably right about that, but he still has concerns about his banged-up right arm. Hearing this, Saria simply asks if his left arm is good, which he confirms. Of course, it's not his dominant arm, so he's not sure about using it, but she insists that it's good enough to good him in. She also doesn't think he needs to use that dangerous power inside him, but he feels that the entrance exam might be tougher than they think. Thinking he can pass with just one arm seems a bit like a stretch to him, but Saria assures him that it's going to be fine because she trusts that the Academy's examiners won't be so blind as to overlook his ability. If there's one thing she can guarantee him, it's that he'll definitely pass the exam. At this point, our boy has already mounted his horse, ready to set off, so he thanks her once again for the pep talk, feeling a lot more confident. Just like that, our hero sets off on his journey to begin the next chapter of his new life. In the previous world, this village was destroyed, but he knows that the enemy of mankind still exists here. However, he also knows that this world is no longer the same as the old one, because the future can be changed with this power that he now possesses. Soon, our boy arrives at the capital, and the first thing he does is thank the beautiful horse that got him there. He's only been in the city for a short while, but he can already spot the amazing structure that is the World Union Academy. Despite how expensive it is to apply here, the place is absolutely swarming with potential applications. There's a sea of people gathered in the World Union Academy, and every single one of them dreams to become a hero. Over the speaker, they're informed that the distribution of exam tickets will begin shortly. Until the process is completed, all applicants are instructed to remain inside the central arena. Among the crowd, some people start chatting about how competitive this academy is. Apparently, out of the thousands gathered in this arena, only 20 of them will be accepted into the World Union Academy. That's the rumor going around, and our boy quietly listens to the guys spreading them, but some people heard that the number of admitted students changed yearly. Some years, they accept up to 50 candidates, and other years, only one person makes it. Just then, Professor Ariel is called upon to address the applicants, so the red-haired lady with a monocle appears on the platform. She gets straight to distributing the exam tickets to everyone in the arena, but she does it in a flash with the snap of her fingers. Just like that, the papers appear right in front of all the applicants. Like everyone else there, our boy is pretty impressed when the ticket appears right in front of him from a flash of flames. He grabs the paper and reads the content to discover that his candidate number 513, and he also learns that he'll be taking the fencing course. Everyone has their own ticket, and our boy will have to take the exam that requires most people to have the bones in their dominant arm to not be shattered. Professor Aries knows that some of them might be surprised by the format for the exam, but she assures them that this is how it is every year. She goes on to explain that the World Union Academy does not discriminate based on age, gender, nationality, status, or anything else. Not even their names are of any significance here. The professor makes this clear to the applicants, stating that only those who pass the exam and earn the right to cross the bridge will be asked for their names. Meanwhile, our boy is still baffled by the fact that he's taking the fencing course when he literally left his sword at the inn. He doesn't get what kind of system this is, so he's pretty hung up on it. While he's busy racking his brain, the professor reveals that she assigned their courses according to how they look. And so, she asks those who feel he was wrong about it to raise their hands. Many of the students find it hard to believe that she picked their courses just by looking at them, because there are literally thousands of them. Judging by their reactions, along with the lack of raised hands, it's pretty clear that the lady got their courses right. Still, many of them believe that there's foul play. To them, the academy either checked them beforehand or she used magic to read their minds. After confirming that she didn't miss anybody's course, Professor Ariel states that she'll be announcing their exam schedules next. As such, he asks them to check their tickets for the next update. Of course, all the applicants check their tickets, including Gray Lee, who finds out that his exam will be on the first day at 11 a.m. As you can imagine, he's not really excited to see that he's up on the first day, because he was hoping for a little more time to let his arm heal. Sadly, that's not the case. The professor goes on to pile on the pressure, announcing that this is a one-shot practical exam. Latecomers will be automatically disqualified, so she makes this known to them and advises them to be on time. She also lets them know that the academy does not accommodate personal requests for schedule changes. While the announcements are going on, Gray quietly tries to see if his arm is better now, but sadly, he still can't get any strength to it. So now, all he can do is pray that it heals by morning, even if it's only a little, because otherwise he'll have no choice but to fight with his left arm. Unfortunately, the next day, our hero wakes up and is immediately frustrated because his injured arm didn't even heal at all. Now, he has no choice but to take the exam like that because there's no option for schedule changes. Gray gets ready and heads to the exam, and when it's almost his turn, he is directed to the entrance of the arena. While waiting for his turn, he tries to calm down, reminding himself that he shouldn't be pessimistic about this right now. As he tries to maintain positive thoughts, he realizes that his left arm is still fully functional, and he can even move his right to an extent. With this in mind, he comes up with an idea. Gray concludes that he needs to use the little time he has left to watch the examiner's moves and prepare for them. Our boy believes that what he needs to do now is study his opponent and find an opening to strike. At this point, we get to see the current application in the arena. The examiner tells him to take the first move, so the brute with the big sword charges at him like a bull. He moves pretty fast and successfully takes a swing, but he misses and strikes the floor instead, just missing the examiner by centimeters. He's puzzled when he sees the chill examiner nonchalantly standing with his hands behind his back after evading the attack. The experienced teacher casually avoided the hit, which pisses the applicant, so he angrily goes in for another attack. This time, with an even more devastating swing to the side, but once again, the examiner makes his attack fruitless. He blocks the second strike with his sword, leaving the hothead in disbelief. And once the guy is stunned, he follows up with his own counterattack to quite literally sweep the guy off his feet. The examiner sends the guy crashing like a tumbleweed, and by the time he stops rolling, he's sitting on his butt without his sword and a broken arm. Seeing this, the veteran concludes his exam and asks him to exit the venue with his weapon. Of course, our boy witnessed everything that just happened, so a smile of acceptance creeps up on his face, because now, he knows without a shadow of a doubt that he's cooked. The examiner calls his number and he just starts walking into the arena. In his mind, all he can do now is go on stage and quietly take his L before going back home, because if that tough guy couldn't even land a hit with perfectly good arms, then what are his odds? Just like he did with the last guy, he tells Gray to make the first move. Sadly, our boy is even struggling to hold the sword properly right now. He can feel the pressure even more now, so he doesn't even think he stands a chance. Nevertheless, he's not a quitter, so he reminds himself that he still has to do whatever he can. With this in mind, he charges at the veteran with his blade, and during that run-up, one of Saria's teachings runs across his mind. He remembers her telling him that a sword isn't swung with just one's arms. She taught him to channel the power generated by his entire body through his arms instead, and now that remembers, he decides to do just that. Even if his right arm is powerless, he knows that he can still drive the force through his other muscles. So, he gives it a try and takes a very decent swing. The examiner dodges the strike, of course, and Gray isn't shocked, since it's not like he can fight the way he usually does. If swinging a sword without arm strength was not easy, no one would bother training their body in the first place, so he sucks it up and shoves the excuses far down below so that he can focus better. Despite being pretty much handicapped, Gray manages to force the instructor to attack him very quickly, but that is when he notices something strange. All of a sudden, the examiner's sword strike starts to look a lot slower than before. It's just like what happened with Belder, but the difference here is the insane force that comes from those apparently slow attacks. However, Gray can still tell that this man's speed and technique doesn't even come close to his master's. With this in mind, he feels that he might be able to make up for the difference in arm strength if he can just stick to the swordsmanship that he learned from her. So, that being the case, our boy goes into beast mode in the blink of an eye. He unleashes a barrage of sword slashes on the examiner, forcing the guy back faster than he would have imagined. He makes the instructor fall back a lot while trying to block the hits to the point that the man almost loses his footing. On top of that, the guy still looks very slow in Gray's eyes, so now he's starting to think that this examiner is not even nearly as strong as he thought before. In that moment, Saria's words play back in his mind as he remembers her assuring him that he would pass. So now, with the way he's dominating the examiner, he's feeling a lot more confident that he can actually do this. Our boy Gray starts to really get the upper hand in the duel, feeling a lot more confident than he was before he stepped into the arena. However, the examiner doesn't intend to lose that easily to an applicant, so he takes things up a notch and begins to attack more forcefully. The instructor unleashes a myriad of slashes, but our boy is able to block them all. Now, it's becoming clear that the difference in power is too great, even though he's already seen through his opponent's swordsmanship. The examiner is stronger than him, and so, Gray is unable to break his form. After blocking most of the attacks, he gets an opening to strike, so he thrusts his sword forcefully, but the instructor deflects it swiftly. At this point, our boy notices that the man's movements are becoming rougher, so he comes up with a plan that could win him the fight. It's a bit risky, but he feels that trying it at the perfect time might just be the move that helps him defeat his opponent. With this in mind, the hero makes up his mind to do it. He lures the instructor to throw powerful moves at him by being more defensive, and this causes the man to leave himself vulnerable for a counterattack. As soon as Gray sees this opening, a grin appears on his face because his plan worked. After all, in a fight like this, there's nothing more likely to expose an opening than a big predictable swing. With blistering speed, the hero goes in for the finishing blow, which makes the instructor lose his balance. The examiner struggles back in shock when Gray capitalizes on his mistake, and before he can recover from it, our boy launches another strike, determined to seal the deal. Now, the odds are in his favor despite being weaker and having less experience. No matter how great the difference in power is, he's convinced that he'll win if he can just get behind his opponent. Gray takes the bold swing to secure the win, but then a loud commanding voice orders him to stop. So, he halts his strike midway despite being pretty baffled. He looks up at the official, wondering if the match is over already because it seems a bit too early to stop now. Well, it turns out that the limit for the exam has been reached, and with the duel that was on display, the result will be a draw. Hearing this, our boy just stares at the official in shock. He was so close to winning, but he couldn't do it in time, so he sighs in defeat, feeling bad that he didn't make it. It's a crushing outcome for our boy who's trained so much to get to this point. But he knows that he can't protest or argue, because that would be pointless. So, he quietly makes his way out of the arena, believing that he's actually done his best. Of course, it's not so easy to accept a loss like this, especially when it determines his future. The fact that he couldn't even win the first examiner makes him feel that things will be pretty difficult for him. At the moment, his fate looks pretty bleak because his chances of getting into the academy this year are now 0 since he failed to beat his examiner. So, he decides to come back the following year to take the exam again since his arm would have healed by then. With this in mind, he simply thanks the examiners and the academy for even giving him the chance to apply. Fast forward to 1 week later, and it's time for the final round table meeting to decide the students that will be getting accepted into the finest institution in the world. The meeting is held in room 53, and once they're all seated, the chairman asks what they think of the candidates now that they've all completed the exam. The first examiner immediately admits that he's overwhelmed by how tough it is to pick out only a few students, while another one states that the current method of everyone observing together is rather inefficient. As such, he suggests that they divide the workload the following year. It sounds like a good idea at first, but then, another professor doesn't agree with him. The man insists that they can't afford to overlook a talent simply for the sake of making things easier for themselves. At this point, the oldest man in the meeting reminds them that he asked to hear their thoughts on the students and not their opinions on the examination system. That being said, he decides that they start with the swordsmanship course and asks his professors to let him know which of the candidates passed in this category. Well, according to their rules, those who beat the examiners passed automatically, and those who couldn't achieve that will be assessed based on the quality they showed and how they held out during the 15-minute time limit. One of the examiners explains this and then asks the swordsmanship course instructors what they think about it. All the matches were recorded so they're able to rewatch and analyze the performance of the candidates. Other than those who beat the examiner, candidates number 5, 217 and 753 stood out. The man suggests that they kept it at that because even if the others joined, they wouldn't be able to keep up in class. The second professor agrees with this decision and then asks if anyone has a contrary opinion. None of the examiners speaks up to say anything otherwise, so the chairman figures that they have confirmed the successful candidates for the swordsmanship course. But just when they're about to make the final verdict, one of the examiners asks what the room thinks about candidate number 513. It's none other than Professor Ariel, and judging by the look on her face, she is pretty interested in that candidate. The other examiners in the room seem pretty intrigued when she brings up Gray Lee. So, they dig out the recording of his match against his examiner, and they're amazed when they realize how good he is. It certainly looks like he was going to win the fight, which is a good thing, but they also feel that things are going to be difficult for him if he has to rely on setting up traps just to beat an examiner. They notice that his technique was good, but his strength was also clearly lacking, which doesn't help his case at all. The second guy isn't too impressed about that, and even claims that Gray was outmatched from the start until the end of the fight. After a couple of them give their opinions, the chairman asks for a conclusion, so they decide that Gray Lee is no good and shouldn't be accepted into the academy. The red-haired lady just scoffs up on hearing their conclusion because she can't believe that not a single one of them noticed what she saw even after watching the footage again. Apparently, everyone has decided to be this blind. Professor Ariel concludes that having everyone observe together is really a waste. The next day, all the aspirants return to the academy for the results, and our boy is one of them. He holds his ticket in hand, waiting for the examiners to announce the successful candidates for the swordsmanship course. At the moment, 6 candidates have passed, and as soon as this is announced, Gray becomes even more anxious. Candidate number 5 is called upon and his ticket goes up in flames immediately. Next, candidate number 217 is called, the number 432 and 615 along with numbers 753 and 925. As soon as their numbers are called, their tickets go up in flames as well, leaving all the others pretty amazed. Sadly, only those whose numbers were called will be attending the World Union Academy for the swordsmanship course, and when our boy hears this announcement, his heart sinks to his belly in a flash. He probably saw it coming after the way his exam went, but he's still dazed when it is actually confirmed that he wasn't selected. The successful candidates are asked to cross the bridge and complete their enrollment procedure by the end of the day. Of course, those who passed the exam are really stoked about it, and their buddies are equally happy for them. On the other hand, there are many other candidates who are still brooding over their situation. While others are celebrating, Gray just stares at his ticket in disappointment, feeling that he failed after all. It's a horrible feeling for sure, especially after everything he went through to get to this place, but even though it looks like he'll be going home, there is one last category, known as the Divine Eye Special Admission. As you can imagine, our boy isn't really interested when he hears the announcement. He probably doesn't even know what that is, but then all of a sudden, he hears this number being called. Of course, this is a big shock. But what's even more surprising is the way his ticket suddenly starts glowing with a bright blue light. It shines even brighter than those who had the flames earlier, so he's just as confused as all the other candidates, staring at him in awe. They're all baffled by the display on show, and after staring at the glowing card for a few seconds, the hero finally starts to realize that he actually passed. While most applicants are perplexed like our boy, some others in the crowd are pretty familiar with this Divine Eye special admission thing because the Academy has actually done it before. At the moment, the name still doesn't ring any bells in Gray's head because he's never heard of it before. He doesn't get it, and while he's still pondering on it, those who know what it is make him understand that it's basically a way that someone gets into the institution through the back door. Some cocky know-it-alls who probably got in normally also have something to say about it. To them, the World Union Academy has really fallen to have allowed a special admission, but while the jerks are busy going on about it, our boy is simply hung up on the fact that he got in through the back door. It doesn't make any sense since he doesn't have any connections here, so he wonders if his master was the one who found a way to get him in. It's a possibility, but he knows it's a stretch because she never even mentioned anything of that sort. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when an old man comes around to scold the candidates who were speaking ill of the Divine Eye special admission. And seeing that they've decided to be ignorant, he decides to enlighten them. He explains that the Divine Eye special admissions is an honorable category that has produced heroes for over 100 years. The old man tries to make them understand, but the jerks refuse to accept it. As far as they're concerned, the geezers at the World Union Academy are just the ones who love the Divine Eye special admission. Besides, the last time they checked, those who got in through this path were only impressive back in the day. Apparently, recent successful Divine Eye candidates include Amy White, Bella Albright, Leek Mueller and Jacob Bloomfield, who are considered complete failures at the World Union Academy. Some of these names probably ring a bell to you, because these are the names of the heroes we saw in the first chapter. For some reason, these same guys are the bottom feeders at the World Union Academy, and they're so notorious for their poor performance that even the current candidates know about them. On the other hand, Gray remembers Amy, Bella and Jacob very vividly from his past life, because the three of them were part of the main force that fought against the Liquidator. Despite what everyone is saying right now, our boy is so excited that he'll get to fight alongside them because he knows that they will become the true heroes. The story continues on the day of the entrance ceremony. Currently, the ceremony is scheduled to begin 30 minutes from now, so the students urges them to assemble in the plaza in front of the main office if they're done changing. For the first time, we get to see our boy in his stunning uniform with the World Union Academy emblem engraved into his chest pocket. After walking for a while, the guys at the front start to argue about the correct location. Apparently, they should be at the plaza in front of the main office, but there's nothing here, so they're not sure that they even came to the right place. Before they can get even more confused, one of the professors comes around to meet them. He apologizes for the confusion, explaining that they've had a bit of a delay setting up due to a mix-up. Hearing this, the students are still quite confused because they don't get what he means by setting up. Just then, the man tells them to step back a bit so that he can put the stairs in that spot. This just baffles them even more, but they step back and ask if that's good enough. Thankfully, it's just perfect, so the white-haired professor begins to do his thing. The students watch in confusion as the man goes down to start writing something on the floor. They're still pondering on what he could be doing when a giant massive circle appears on the ground. The golden seal spreads out, glowing brightly, leaving the students in awe, and then in the blink of an eye, a gigantic auditorium appears with a flight of stairs attached to it. Once again, the man apologizes for the delay and then tells them to sit wherever they like in the huge hall. Of course, they're still pretty dazed by what just happened because they can't even comprehend how he managed to teleport something this massive. While most of the other freshmen remain pretty stoked about what the professor did, our boy quietly takes a seat. He feels that they probably did this because they want to hold the entrance ceremony in a place where they can see the school building. It's a pretty brilliant idea, and he also believes that it's a pretty extravagant way to use teleportation magic. He's heard a lot about the institution in his past life and the present one, but now, he can boldly say that he has seen the power of the World Union Academy. The hall is massive, so it's pretty obvious that the number of seats is pretty excessive. One purple-haired guy at the front points this out because he doesn't think there's need for this many seats, when only 30 students were accepted this year. However, the girl sitting next to him informs him that he doesn't even know what he's talking about. In response, he simply apologizes, claiming that he never really studied anything other than how to wield the sword. In that case, the girl decides to enlighten him a bit. The World Union Academy, as the name suggests, gathers the best students from all over the world. She first makes him understand this, and before she's even done talking, she points up at the sky in excitement, announcing that the others have arrived. That's when everyone else looks up at the sky to see the fleet of airships along with huge dragons. Most of the students are terrified when they see this because they have no idea what the hell is going on. But our boy seems to know exactly what's happening. Looking up at the sky, he immediately identifies the magic airship, Strato Queen. He had boarded it once when he was part of the Liquidator Subjugation Squad. They say it's one of the largest airships in the world, so he's surprised that they're bringing it out just for an entrance ceremony. Well, apparently, that's just the kind of thing the World Union Academy does. Just then, the white-haired professor from earlier notices that everyone has arrived, so he decides that it's time to officially begin the entrance ceremony. A while later, just after the headmaster's speech, we catch up with our boy who currently looks bored to death. He's so close to falling asleep, and after the last couple minutes, he confirms that even the World Union Academy's entrance ceremony isn't much different from a normal one. Well, he is bored now, but that's about to change very quickly because the next item on the agenda is the greetings from the top students of each course. Gray's eyes almost pop out of his head when he sees Leonhardt, the top student of the swordsmanship course, coming forward to answer the call. At this point, our boy is a lot more interested in the entrance ceremony, and he's not the only one because all the other freshmen are staring at Leonhardt. It makes a lot of sense that they dread him this much since he was the one who defeated the examiner in an instant during the entrance exam. The guy climbs the platform and greets the professors there very politely. Apparently, this guy is so good that some say he's as good as the teacher when it comes to swordsmanship. It's a pretty bold statement, but I guess that's just how good this white-haired talent named Leonhard Appius is. At this point, the hero is really intrigued, but his thoughts are interrupted when Leonhardt suddenly asks the professors if he is allowed to speak freely. They confirm that he is free to talk, so he thanks them and prepares to give his own little speech. He starts by stating that he has just one complaint he'd like to make to the academy. But before revealing what it is, he turns to address his fellow students. Well, that's what he says at first, but then he throws a jab at our boy, claiming that he's only talking to the students who were admitted the proper way. Leonhardt tells them what an honor it is to be admitted to the academy with them, hopeful that they'll all graduate as individuals capable of making meaningful contributions to the world. That being said, he urges his classmates to work hard together, claiming that he looks forward to the days when they can aim high together as students of the prestigious World Union Academy. After giving this little speech, he returns to subtly attacking our hero by suggesting that there's someone among them who doesn't deserve to be there. He makes this bold statement and then turns to the divine eye Professor Ariel, asking her to confirm if he's correct or not. The red-haired professor's expression instantly changes from a look of pride to shock. She's utterly taken aback by the allegations, so she tries to correct him, insisting that all the students here have passed the rigorous exam. Even though they may not be as strong as he is, she makes it clear to him that it's not a wise idea to exclude the other students. After clearing this air on that, she bluntly asks him why the hell he's even asking her something like that. At this point, the persistent top student hits back at her, stating that he wasn't talking about those who have been admitted by passing their exams properly. And then, he looks Professor Ariel dead in the eye and tells her that he's talking about the student she let in through the back door with her divine eye special admission. The red-haired lady just smiles when he calls her out like this, but he doesn't even stop there, because the next thing he does is to loudly demand that the one who was specially admitted reveal himself. This dude even has the balls to demand that Gray return his uniform and leave the academy right away. Everyone seated in the hall is taken aback by his audacity. They gasp in shock, but none of them dares to challenge Leonhardt. At the same time, nobody steps up to support him. Meanwhile, the target in question is still on his seat. He hasn't revealed himself yet because he's trying to understand what the reason for this hostility is. He's pretty nervous, but he's relieved that Leonhardt doesn't even know his face, because that would be a serious problem for him. He remembers when the top student stood up to answer the call, and he's glad that the guy didn't notice him back then despite how close they were to each other. Since Leonhardt clearly doesn't know who he is, he figures that it's wiser to just remain seated because he might not get caught up in this whole thing if he doesn't actually step forward. When the special admissions student refuses to come forward, Professor Ariel finally chimes in with an unbothered look on her face. She suggests that this year's students are quite lively after seeing how bold the guy standing before her is. She makes this statement, hoping to lighten the mood, but the persistent top student just snaps at her. He makes her understand that he's very serious about what he just said, and then demands that she stop admitting students through the back door. He's about to say some more disrespectful stuff when Professor Ariel finally gets fed up. She cuts him off by appearing behind him and then prepares to show him exactly why she's a professor at the academy. Ariel asks Leonhardt if he thinks that he's stronger than the student she chose through the Divine Eye special admissions. The question catches him off guard at first because he's not completely sure. But he's already made a lot of noise and backing off now would just make him look stupid, so he musters the courage to state that he is. He's furious that she'd even ask him a question like that and wonders if she thinks that he's not as strong as the mystery student. With this response, Professor Ariel smiles even more because she knows what things are about to get interesting. She likes his attitude and proposes that they make a bet so he can put his money where his mouth is. Once again, Leonhardt is taken aback by the idea she just brought up, but she reiterates and confirms that she actually wants to make a bet, and not just any regular net, because she's actually willing to gamble with her job to prove that she didn't make a mistake. Of course, this bet means that Gray Lee's special admission will also be at stake, so our boy becomes pretty worried because this definitely wasn't part of his plans. Gray begins to panic because he doesn't even know what kind of bet this daring lady is talking about right now. Off the top of his head, Leonhardt figures that the professor probably wants to make him fight the special admissions student, but she claims that she would never do such a boorish thing. After all, she believes that Leonhardt would end up dead if our boy goes all out against him. She literally tells him that he's no match for the special admissions student, and then assures him that she wouldn't intentionally make them fight because as an educator, she must not put the lives of her students at risk. Of course, the only person she's worried about is Leonhardt, so she makes this clear to him, which of course causes him to become absolutely livid. The veins in his head start bulging out as his blood begins to boil, and then he asks the lady if she's actually trying to provoke him. In response, Professor Ariel bluntly tells him that she meant every word of what she just said. As such, she suggests that they make their bet about monsters since it would be safer that way. Rather than making them fight and risk hurting each other, it's safer to see which of them is better at killing monsters. Professor Ariel makes the proposal and still manages to piss the top student off by teasing him about how he's better at fighting monsters than humans. Despite being really mad, he admits that she is truly well informed and then asks her what their bet will be exactly. Now that they're on the same page, Professor Ariel reveals that the conditions for the bet are very simple. All they have to do is kill the monsters that she picks as targets. Each round, the target monster will get stronger, and whoever fails to defeat their monster first loses the bet. That being said, the red-haired lady reveals that she will retire from her position as a professor if her candidate loses the bet. And of course, this also means that the special students will be expelled. Of course, our boy feels very uncomfortable listening to the lady gamble with his future, but then again, she's the one who got him into the academy in the first place. As for Leonhardt, she informs him that he'll have to do whatever she says if he loses the bet instead. The blondie is a little reluctant to accept these terms, because it could very well be a trap, so when the professor asks if they've got a deal, he asks her to tell him what the target monsters will be first. The guy assures her that he's confident he can handle any opponent, but also he's smart enough to try not to be caught up in some weird setup. The professor can't argue with that, so on the spot, she suggests that the first target would be an ogre general. She casually proposes it and then asks Leonhardt if that will be too easy for him, even though she knows that it won't be. Meanwhile, all the students around gasp in shock when they hear this because they also know how dangerous an ogre general is. At the same time, our boy starts to get a little suspicious because he doesn't get why she specifically chose that monster as the first target out of all the creatures she could have thought of. Apparently, the cocky top student also knows how formidable an ogre general is, so he immediately protests, feeling that it's unfair of her to choose it. After all, they only consider creatures that one can kill by themselves monsters, and as far as he knows, an ogre general can't be killed by one person. At this point, the professor assures him that she's not asking him to go kill the beast right away. She doesn't expect him to be strong enough for that, so she sets a time frame to be the entire year. In other words, she's giving him till the end of the year to kill a general ogre. However, Leonhardt insists that it's not a fair challenge. As far as he's concerned, if someone could single-handedly take down a disaster-level monster within just a year of training, then no one would even be suffering. That being said, he demands that she choose a more realistic target, but then all of a sudden, an idea hits him. Leonhardt suddenly accuses the professor of deliberately picking a monster that no one can defeat so that she can end the bet with no clear winner. And so, he makes it clear to her that he will not agree to that. Hearing this, the lady just scoffs, feeling sorry for him. And that's when she adds one final condition, stating that Leonhardt will be declared the winner of the bet if it ends as a draw for any reason. The top student is stunned when she says this because he sure as hell didn't expect that twist. With the terms on the table now, if our boy fails to defeat the ogre general, Professor Ariel will automatically be fired and all special admission students will be expelled. Now, she's confident that there's no way Leonhard will refuse her offer. The blondie stares at her with a confused look laced all over his face. He calls her crazy for even proposing something that could very much end badly for her. To him, it's like the outcome of this bet has already been decided, so the red-haired lady takes it that he no longer has any objections. Well, before going ahead with the bet, he wants to confirm that the Ogre General will not be weakened in any way, and she assures him that the monster will be at full capacity. Once that's out of the way, he conjures up a contract for Leonhard to sign if he doesn't have any problems with the details of the bet. The top student scans the page quickly and signs the paper to accept the deal. And then, the professor casually walks away like she's already won, so he asks her if she really thinks that her candidate can win. Well, I guess they'll all find out soon enough. As you can imagine, the rest of the professors are stunned by what they just witnessed. Some wonder what's gotten into Ariel, while others feel that she wants to use the bet as an excuse to retire. They think that this is most likely the case since everyone knows that she's well past her prime now. Meanwhile, our boy can't help but feel anxious now that the bet is official. He suddenly remembers when she set the time frame for the bet to be till the end of the year, which makes him realize that the whole contract was a done deal from the start. Apparently, the clever old lady had Leonhard wrapped round her finger from the beginning. There was no way she was going to let him refuse. A while later, we see that our boy is about to take his first class on the basics of magic. The professor taking the class knows that some of them might be surprised to be receiving lectures on the first day, so he makes them understand that not a single day can be wasted as students of the academy. That being said, the professor begins the class by starting with the most basic of basics, which is how to utilize magic. He makes them understand that an invisible energy called ether lies within their bodies, which they can manipulate through the magic circuits in their bodies. Hearing this, Gray is relieved to know that he'll be able to keep up with the magic classes for now. Thanks to his time at the boot camp, he's already familiar with the basic concepts. Sadly, his peace of mind quickly vanishes when he realizes that he somehow ended up in the same class as Leonhard. Now, all he can do is pray that the guy doesn't find out that he's a Divine Eyes special admission student. As the class goes on, our boy quickly gets distracted and the professor catches him instantly. He scolds Gray for being absent, minded only 5 minutes into the class, and this is pretty much where things are about to get tougher for our boy. Gray is shocked that the man could notice him being distracted with a single glance because he's seated so far back. Either way, he apologizes, hoping to move past this quickly and not draw any more attention to himself, but the professor has other plans for him. The man is so pissed that he calls Gray to come down and demonstrate the basics of magic to the class since he's so confident. Desperate to get out of this, he reminds the man that they're in the swordsmanship course and don't really need to be able to use magic. Regardless, the man insists that those with the sword still need to know the basics of magic to coordinate with a mage. The way the man is talking right now reminds him of his time at the boot camp, so he suddenly starts to wonder if they're going to practice the same spell as back then. So, he asks the man if the spell he has in mind is the Ether Bullet, and this intrigues the professor because he didn't think the freshman would know about that. Thankfully, our boy can also use this spell, so he confidently reveals this when the man asks. His time at the hellish boot camp wasn't a waste after all. Sadly, the professor suddenly gets the bright idea to demonstrate the spell to the class using a match. And guess who he matches up against our boy? That's right, Leonhard, the last person Gray was praying to cross paths with. The top student has no idea who our boy is right now, so he underestimates him a lot and suggests that it would be unfair to fight him since he's been trained in swordsmanship and magic before even starting school. However, the professor insists that there's no risk of anyone dying since they're only going to be using the Ether Bullet spell. Clearly, there's no getting out of this one, but at least Leon doesn't know that he is Ariel's special student. Well, not for long, because out of the blue, the old geezer decides to announce that Gray is the Divine Eyes Special Admission Student of the Year. As you can imagine, everyone in the class is stunned by the news, except Leon, who's just boiling with rage. What's worse is that the teacher didn't just spill all of this by accident. The cruel man knew how Leon would react, so he spilled the tea since he already doesn't like Gray. Now that the top student knows who his opponent is, he decides to take the match a lot more seriously, under the guise of wanting to properly show our boy the ropes. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he calls Gray to come right down to the front of the class for their match-up. At this point, our boy just laughs nervously, because his cover has been completely blown. Soon, the two young men are standing across from each other while the professor gives them instructions. At the moment, our boy is pretty worried because he's almost certain that he won't come out of this unscathed, especially when he only spent a few days learning magic at the boot camp. The match begins shortly and of course, Leon is the first to attack, determined to show the difference in their strength. He launches a decent ether bullet at Gray in a flash, and our boy is forced to do the same, but he's immediately blown away by the massive attack he unleashes. The two boys are astounded by the huge ether bullet that Gray shoots out with ease. Compared to our boy's blast, Leon's strike looks like a punt pebble, so the top student immediately loses all his confidence, screaming in horror as the magic ball of death speeds toward him. Luckily, the professor intervenes just in the nick of time and uses his own magic to stop Gray's ether bullet, saving Leon's life in the process. The man sighs in relief as he watches his shield stop the attack, but then all of a sudden, Gray's ether bullet shatters the barrier and causes a huge explosion in the classroom. The blast sends Leon flying, so the professor rushes to check on him even before the dust clears. The top student is literally shaking like a leaf right now, but he assures the teacher that he's fine. Thankfully, he's not hurt, but now, our boy might be in some trouble. If the barrier hadn't dampened the impact, Gray's ether bullet could have killed Leon, which is actually a big deal. Apparently, even among the professors at the academy, no one can cast an ether bullet that strong, so now, the man is very curious about this young man named Gray. He calls out to the hero, sternly asking him what the hell he just did, but right now, our boy is still trying to figure out the same thing. Thinking back to the exchange, he can't believe that they even used the same spell because Leon's ether bullet was so feeble compared to his. It makes him wonder if the ether bullet taught to those in the subjugation squad is different from what they teach at the academy. With this in mind, he curiously asks the professor if he accidentally used the wrong spell by any chance, but the man assures him that it was definitely an ether bullet. However, he makes Gray understand that the quality of his own was very different and informs him that it was by no means normal ether, but actually super, compressed ether. As you can imagine, our boy hasn't ever heard of that before, so he expresses his confusion. The man confesses that it's a power that even the professors have trouble producing. So it's mind-boggling that Gray managed to produce and reform it into a spell in a split moment. The professor goes ahead to state that there isn't a single person in the academy who can replicate what Gray just did. Just like the professor, the students are still blown away by the power they just witnessed. Whispers fill the hall as they all talk about how incredible the whole thing is. Some even feel that Gray should have been enrolled in the magic course from the start instead of specially admitting him. Despite everything the professor just explained, our boy can't help but feel that something is wrong somewhere. All the spells learned by the subjugation squad at the boot camp look just like what he unleashed a few moments ago. From what he can remember, he was even one of the ones lacking an aptitude for it, so to him, this is like the basics. And it makes him wonder if the professor is pulling his leg because he feels that anyone should be able to pull off something like that with proper practice. Hearing this, the man just starts laughing, which catches our boy off guard. He's so confused, but the professor just laughs even harder, like a maniac. He eventually stops laughing and then strangely asks our boy to consider transferring to the magic course. The old man is convinced that the kid is more talented at magic than swordsmanship, so he even offers to vouch for him if he agrees to transfer. Unfortunately, Gray immediately dashes his hopes by politely declining the offer. Our boy claims that he'll have to pass on it because he was told that he's not very good at magic. Of course, this response sounds like absolute crazy talk to the professor, especially after what he just witnessed with his naked eyes. He doesn't even get how Gray can sag something like that when he understands the ether compression technique well enough to produce super, compressed ether at such a young age. As far as he's concerned, the boy is an unparalleled prodigy, even by the academy standards. In his mind, whoever said that Gray isn't good at magic is a fool because the person clearly had no idea what they were talking about. And so, he once again asks our boy if he's sure that he doesn't want to transfer to the magic course. Gray just remains silent at this point while the other students talk about how amazing it is to see a professor who rarely compliments students to be showering someone with this much praise. When the hero fails to give him an answer, the man bluntly informs him that it would be a big loss for the world if he doesn't study magic. The man is so invested that he would even call Gray's refusal a crime against magic. For some reason, our boy laughs upon hearing this despite the deathly serious look on the professor's face. Just then, he suddenly remembers hearing something about the ether compression technique during his time at the boot camp. You see, back then, they were taught by the greatest mage to ever live in their world. On that faithful day, she told them about something called OD. It's also known as life force, but nobody knew it existed before, and as a result, it was very difficult to cast proper magic. She told them how people had to continuously compress ether within their bodies and then gather it. And even then, they could only use it when the bits happened to mix with OD by chance. This memory plays back in Gray's mind, so he immediately asks his current professor if he knows about OD. The man is instantly stumped by the question because he has no idea what that is. Seeing the professor's reaction, our boy confirms that he's currently in a world where the people are yet to learn of the existence of OD. Apparently, he was sent far back to a time when people don't know how to cast proper magic. With this in mind, he's now certain that what he learned in the subjugation squad was knowledge from the future. As you can imagine, this is a really big deal because it could change the way the whole world uses magic, and Gray knows this as well, so he also knows that he has to be careful who he tells about it. His thoughts are interrupted when the professor asks him again if Hest finally going to transfer to the magic course. Despite the huge discovery he just made, our boy refuses for the third time in a row, claiming that he just loves swords too much. He thanks the man for his offer but passes on it, and at this point, the professor finally gives up on trying to change his mind. However, he is hopeful that Gray will reconsider his decision, so he tells the special student to come find him if he ever has a rethink, stating that any time at all is fine for that visit. Once again, the hero thanks the man for his kind offer, and the professor finally allows him to return to his seat. He's so impressed by the talent in front of him that he promises not to bother Gray anymore if he looks away during class. The man is literally a fan at this point, because he claims that he doesn't even mind if the boy gets bored and decides to leave the class. As far as he's concerned, this class is just way too basic for Gray Lee. The hero quietly makes his way back to his seat while all the other students stare at him in awe. They can't believe that the notorious Professor Carlos is the same person kissing Gray's ass right now. Well, it turns out that the professor isn't the only one sucking up to the hero, because from the looks of things, Leonhard is practically in love with Gray right now, because the guy is literally calling him Lord now. Our boy sees the top student acting this way around him, and of course, it makes him so uncomfortable that chills run down his spine. Later that day, Gray receives a note from Professor Ariel asking him to see her after class. On the way to her office, he can't help but wonder why he got summoned out of the blue. He feels that it might be Professor Carlos's doing, so he starts hoping that the red-haired lady won't advise him to change courses as well. Soon, he's right in front of her door, and immediately he knocks. She already knows it's him, so she lets him in. He's about to apologize for the intrusion when he suddenly senses a sneak attack from the side. The person tries to strike him with a sword, but his reflexes kick in at lightning speed, allowing him to block the hit and knock down the attacker. He's shocked that his body reacted on its own, but he can't think about that right now since he just got attacked. He turns to the assailant, wondering what the hell that was fire, but then as soon as he sees the girl, he can't help the feelings that he's seen her somewhere before. Gray takes a battle stance after knocking the attacker down, and then as soon as he takes a closer look, he's stunned because the girl looks very familiar. He's still trying to figure out where he's seen her before when a voice interrupts his thoughts. The person sounds impressed by what they just saw, and then our boy looks up to see that it's the red-haired professor. The lady is glad to confirm that her eyes were right about the young talent she selected, because at least now, it's clear that she didn't make a mistake. While she's bragging about her special admissions student, two of her colleagues who are in the room as well have some reservations of their own. They don't seem to like Gray very much and even suggest that the green-haired girl, Bella, didn't attack with any real intent. As such, they feel that Ariel might have even asked her to go easy on the new guy. They admit that Bella's movements were flawless, but to have her sword be knocked out of her hand so easily was just unnatural. Our boy listens to them scold the blue-haired girl and realizes that she's the famous Belle Albright from his past life. She was one of the heroes from the World Union Academy who fought against the Liquidator and was considered the greatest sorceress in the world. Of course, Professor Ariel is not pleased to hear her colleagues talking to Bella that way, so she snaps at them. The red-haired lady suggests that the both of them consider quitting as professors since they can't even tell if the girl was holding back or not. She stretches out her hand as if demanding something from them, so when they see her reaction, they immediately change their opinion. The first guy drops a stack of coins in her hand while nervously stating that they were only joking about what they said. Gray watches in confusion as this exchange happens right in front of him, and then all of a sudden, he gets a good idea of what's going on. Still, he curiously asks the professors what they're doing, and that's when Ariel informs him that they were actually gambling. Apparently, they made a bet on whether our boy would be able to fend off Bella's surprise attack or not. As you'd expect, the red-haired lady put her money on the hero, and thanks to him, she just made some really good money. For this reason, she decides to let him enjoy the spoils as well, so she tosses one of the coins at him, telling him that this is his part. At first, he doesn't know what she threw at him, so when he realizes that it's a hold coin, his eyes almost pop out of his head. A single gold coin is worth a fortune, so he's pretty blown away by it. The other professors are obviously not happy about the outcome, but they can't help the feeling that Ariel was right about Gray. It's just like the red-haired lady said, because from the exchange earlier, It looked like he deliberately didn't use his dominant arm. It's almost as if he was trying to protect his immobile arm, so they wonder if it's because of injury. This is what the first man has in mind, but his colleague isn't even sure what to think. Rather than an apparent physical injury to the muscles, the first man thinks that the reason for this is more likely a deeper kind of wound. Hearing this, his colleague agrees, stating that a simple injury wouldn't cause that. Our boy listens in shock as the men analyze the situation, and he almost can't believe his ears. He's amazed that they can tell that much just from looking at him, so he expresses how surprised he is. But that's when the men remind him that they wouldn't be professors of the academy if they couldn't tell that much. Sure, to most people, it wouldn't be very obvious, but Professor Ariel was already aware about his condition during the exam. The red-haired lady has pretty much gotten all she needs from her annoying colleagues already, and since she's made them see that she was right about Gray, she bluntly tells them that it's time to leave. She can see them as they're suddenly interested in the kid, so she reminds them he's her student and makes it very clear to them that she's not going to give him up. However, the other professors don't make it too obvious that they want Gray, so they insist that they're only going to admit that he has potential for now. That being said, they inform the hero that he will fail to meet the academy's admission standards if his wound doesn't heal in time. The two men tell Gray to keep this in mind before finally leaving the office. As you can imagine, our boy is a little threatened by what they said, because he doesn't even know when his injured arm will heal. But Professor Ariel notices him getting all anxious, so she helps him take his mind off it. Now that nuisances are gone, she suggests that they start talking about magic, which can only mean that she's heard about his incredible display in class. Our hero takes a seat along with Professor Ariel and Bella Albright so they can have the seemingly important talk. The redhead reveals that she heard about him using compressed ether in Professor Carlos's class. He's not too surprised that she already knew, but it's still pretty intriguing. In response, the experienced professor reveals that Carlos came to her office earlier, and even asked that she hand Gray over to the magic course without consulting him. Of course, Ariel didn't do that, which is why they're even sitting here having the conversation right now. She declined Carlos's request because as far as she's concerned, Gray is more suited to wield the sword than magic. The hero is pretty shocked when she says this because he literally uses magic that nobody in this world knows how to use. But for some reason, Professor Ariel doesn't think that he looks like he's good at magic compression. To her, he doesn't even show signs of having practiced it before. At this point, Gray realizes that he's dealing with a professor that's truly on another level from the others. It turns out that her divine eye is at it again, and she managed to see right through the facade that Carlos couldn't. All she needs to do is look at him to get the truth, so he realizes that it would be best for him not to lie to her. With this in mind, he calmly takes a sip of his drink and tells her that she's absolutely correct. The red-haired lady is glad to see that he's cooperating, so she asks him to tell her what sort of trick he's using to fool everyone else. She knows for a fact that he's not really using ether compression magic, so she urges him to confide in her. She promises not to divulge the information to anyone, and even offers to reward him if he lets her in on his secret. She's desperate to get answers, but it's not even for her. The reason she needs to is because of Bella. Of course, the hero is shocked that she would even say this because Bella is literally the sorcerer who taught him the very same magic in his previous life. He's so shocked that he almost addresses her as the sorceress, but he quickly dodges the bullet. Gray is truly stunned because he knows just how good Bella is. Professor Ariel can understand his confusion, so she decides to explain the situation. Apparently, even though the girl is a genius at magic theory, she's far from the best when it comes to actually using the magic. For some reason, the girl just can't use the ether compression technique properly, and it's the same reason she can't create super compressed ether. Hearing this, Gray suddenly remembers what he heard about Bella Albright being a late bloomer. She might have been the most powerful sorcerer in his previous life, but her time at the academy wasn't actually impressive. After hearing what the professor just said, he now understands why that was the case. Moving on, the professor goes on to reveal what she noticed. From what she heard from Carlos, when Gray used the super compressed ether, he didn't even look like he compressed ether at all. And so, if there's a way to use super compressed ether without actually compressing ether, then it means Bella won't have to be sent to Professor Bradley. As soon as Gray hears this name, the gears in his head start turning. He suddenly remembers the man known as Professor Varian Bradley, and judging by the horrified look on his face, it's pretty clear that the man might be a problem for students. Seeing the look on his face, Professor Ariel is intrigued that he knows of the man. Well, it's practically impossible not to know him since he's extremely infamous. After all, he has conducted countless experiments of humans, murdering many in the process. On top of that, he has caused magic disasters that resulted in the death of tens of thousands of people. To cut the long story short, Professor Varian Bradley is history's worst magic criminal. The fact that Ariel talked about Bella being sent to the man puzzles our boy a bit, because he can't believe that the man still hasn't been caught in this period. Sadly, that's the case, and if Bella can't create super, compressed ether by the end of the year, she'll be sent to him, where she will undergo surgery. As you can imagine, Gray is mortified by this information, so he immediately informs the professor that it's likely a bad idea. It turns out that Ariel even knows that it's not wise. Even though the surgery is under the pretense of enhancing her magic abilities, it's actually human experimentation, and she is fully aware. Professor Ariel knows about his shady ways already, but his activities haven't been made public yet. But then again, rumor has it that he's the reason some people have died, while others were left broken. It's dangerous and scary to the blue-haired girl, but she doesn't have much of a choice because she will be expelled by the end of the year if she can't use super, compressed ether. Of course, Professor Ariel doesn't like the situation, and she'd even prefer that Bella quit the academy to having that man mess with her body. Now, our boy is really tempted to tell them the truth. However, the magic he knows is knowledge that does not even exist at this time. As such, telling them might end up changing the course of history, but then again, seeing how terrified Bella is right now, he suddenly remembers what happened during the battle against the Liquidator. He remembers how the alien invader overpowered them and defeated humanity's last hope with ease. With this in mind, he immediately decides to help the blue-haired girl, because as far as he's concerned, that hellhole people call the future is much better off changed. Gray makes up his mind and promises to teach her how to use super, compressed ether. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is that our boy is already training Bella in the arena. He quickly concludes his lecture with her, admitting that he just gave her all the knowledge he has about magic. Just as they agreed, he reminds them not to tell anyone that he taught her this. Of course, Ariel intends to honor her word, so she even creates a signed magic contract, which states that they would literally die if they break the deal. Now that they've gotten that out of the way, he asks them what they think about what he just taught Bella. In response, the red-haired professor reveals that just learning about OD alone blew her mind. However, the knowledge of magic he revealed is beyond that. As for Bella, she thinks that it's brief yet well organized. His lecture was pretty good for her, to the point that she felt like she was listening to a magic class from hundreds of years into the future. In other words, just hearing Gray's explanation has definitely advanced the history of magic by 100 years. Of course, our boy doesn't tell her that he just remixed the lecture she gave him 10 years from now. The red-haired lady admits that she couldn't even judge properly, so she's not even sure what Gray said is true. In response, Bella suggests that there's a good chance the theory is correct. After all, nothing he said contradicts the current theory of magic. But then again, the quickest way to find out is to test it. So, she writes down a spell and shows it to him, feeling that it should work if everything he said is true. She proceeds to demonstrate what she believes is her full strength according to that theory. But this leaves our boy pretty anxious, because the last time he checked, Bella's full strength is said to be capable of burning down an entire city. Moreover, she was said to be unable to properly control her powerful magic output. The timid young girl lifts her staff to cast the spell using Gray's teachings, and before anyone can even process what's going on, a mind-blowing blast follows. Our boy tries to stop her from using her power, but she unleashes the terrifying blast of flames in the blink of an eye. They all take cover to protect themselves from the explosion, but then Gray looks up and discovers something really strange. He looks up at the overwhelming power and sees the flames suddenly flowing back to her staff. At this point, our boy realizes that she just saved his life, because if she hadn't taken control of the power run that split second, then he'd probably have been toast. All the flames from the devastating inferno go right back to her staff, and the blue-haired girl instantly expresses her excitement. She's so proud of herself for successfully controlling her power, and once she's feeling pretty confident, she uses the flames to conjure a massive dragon. For the first time since entering the academy, Bella Albright can finally enjoy using magic, but the final is short-lived because she suddenly runs out of ether. She starts feeling really dizzy and collapses instantly. Bella falls face flat on the floor, so Gray rushes to check on her. He calls out to her, trying to wake her up, but Professor Ariel tells him to just let her rest, explaining that she fell asleep because she ran out of ether. Hearing this, our boy is a lot more relaxed, so he just smiles at Bella, feeling pretty proud. Her spell is still active even after she passed out, so the professor takes some time to admire her magic. To her, it was a really marvelous sight, and she's really impressed that Bella managed to put together magic on that scale in such a short amount of time. But just then, the half-conscious girl mumbles something about how Gray's theory is what's truly amazing. If only she knew it was her own theory. Now that she can easily create super compressed ether, she no longer needs the surgery, so Ariel can't wait to tell Bradley that they won't be needing his services anymore. The red-haired professor is glad that Bella no longer needs the surgery, but she's even more grateful that the girl didn't lose her magic control. When she says this, our boy is pretty intrigued, so he asks the lady what she's talking about. At this point, Ariel explains that Bradley's surgery comes at the expense of control, even though it increases one's magical output. Even though the details of how it works are a secret, Ariel knows for sure that the surgery forcibly breaks one's limiter. This information is quite new to our boy, but it also makes a lot of sense because in his previous life, he remembers that Bella couldn't control her magic. Well, thanks to Gray, Bella doesn't have to go through that anymore since she can now create super, compressed ether. Since he's done his part, Ariel states that she will now fulfill her own part of the contact. First of all, she would like to help fix his arm, and she has a special type of magic she wants to use on it. Of course, our boy is stunned to hear this, but he doesn't refuse, so he lets her do her thing. The professor releases a surge of magic into his right hand, and the magic fills the air, leaving our boy speechless. He watches in awe as she attempts to heal his hand, and by the time she's done, she asks him how he feels. The moment of truth arrives as Gray tries to move his fingers. Sure enough, he's able to control his hand, so he's truly astounded. He thanks the professor for what she just did, revealing that a magical healing potion could cure him. To this, the lady just scoffs and then tells him to never compare her nerve-restoring magic to his average magic potions. She trusts her skills, but she's also curious to know if his hand moves the way it did before, so she tells him to try swinging a sword. Our boy is more than happy to try this out because it's been ages since he held a sword with his dominant arm. He takes the first swing and is a little surprised by the outcome, so he tries a couple more slashes and he remains speechless. At this point, he informs the professor that his hand doesn't move as well as it used to. He explains this to Ariel, but she's not even surprised. She actually suspected that she might have repaired his nerves, but she also knows that her magic cannot heal the wounds in his soul. Gray is a little taken aback when she starts talking about his soul, so she assures him that he heard right. Today's magic knowledge hasn't proven the existence of one's soul yet, but she believes that it does. After all, she can see it with her divine eye. And even now, from what she can see, Gray's soul is slowly healing. She assures him that it will heal naturally as long as he doesn't overexert himself. He's not sure how to achieve this, so he asks the professor if this means that he should refrain from practicing with swords. Thankfully, that's not the case. Ariel assures him that it's fine for him to exercise as he normally would, but at the moment, she's even more concerned in finding out what kind of swordsmanship could harm one's soul this much. Hearing this, the hero just laughs nervously, hoping that she doesn't start asking too many questions. Apparently, Ariel is aware of someone who uses a swordsmanship that uses one's soul to move the sword, but Gray doesn't know who she's talking about, so she reveals that it's Amy White. She figures that our boy might know Amy, but he's just stunned because he doesn't get why she's talking about the Sword Saint. In the present timeline, he shouldn't even know Amy. The professor notices the confusion on his face, so she realizes that she might be wrong. Her guess was wrong, but in her defense, the way Gray wields the sword gave her the impression that he learned it from Amy. But on second thought, she admits that he is slightly different. As such, she figures that the person he trained under might be a bit more skilled than Amy. However, she's confident that the girl will be just as skilled as Gray's master in a few years. After listening to the professor's multiple theories, our boy is just blown away that she managed to think that far in such a short time. Either way, he finally reveals that he learned swordsmanship at a dojo in his hometown. Still, he knows that he needs to change the topic now because if he lets the conversation continue, he might end up spilling everything. With this in mind, he asks her if it's even possible for someone's soul to be damaged because of swordsmanship. In response, the professor explains that ordinary swordsmanship cannot do this. To begin with, she doesn't believe that something ordinary can defeat an ogre general with just one slash, not to mention cutting down surrounding ogres. Apparently, Professor Ariel already knew of his feat, and this explains a lot. She somehow found out about his past, and so now, she's already won the bet she made earlier. She reveals that she was shown some of the remains left at the scene. She found the sight magnificent because even the most sophisticated cleaving magic couldn't have done that. That being said, Professor Ariel reveals that she knows about the mysterious power within him, and then asks him if he used it. The jig is up at this point, but he's curious as to whether she can see the power with her eye, and she confirms this, revealing that she can even see the power leaking through the chain door. The response sends chills down Gray's spine as the memory of that ominous door flashes across his mind. It's not something someone can just guess, so now, he's certain that the red-haired lady can actually see it. It's not a new thing for her though, because she's seen power like this before, but it's not exactly the same despite having a similar vibe. Our boy is taken aback by this because he didn't think there were people with similar power to him. At this point, Professor Ariel reveals that they do exist, but she also admits that she's not sure they are human, from what she's heard. The one she's talking about is the Liquidator, and the moment she reveals this, the hero's eyes widen in horror because he has no idea why that name is being mentioned in this time period. Seeing that he knows that futuristic kind of magic theory, it's not so surprising though. Hearing this, Gray confirms that what he's been using is really knowledge from the future. However, no one has truly figured out that part yet. Just then, the professor asks him how much he knows about the Liquidator, and this leaves him dumbfounded for a second. Regardless, he tells her that all he knows is that the celestial being is an extremely dangerous threat to humanity. As far as Gray is concerned, the Liquidator has to be stopped before he appears because if that happens, then he must be destroyed no matter what it takes. For some reason, the professor thinks that his explanation is a little extreme, but she does agree that the Liquidator is dangerous. Even so, Varian Bradley seems intent on continuing his experiments, and she reveals this to our guy. As you can imagine, Gray is taken aback at this point because he's not even sure how Varian is related to this. Apparently, the professor is convinced that there's a connection. As far as the lady is concerned, the Liquidator is the very being that the man is trying to summon. This definitely comes as a shock to the MC because the last time he checked, the Liquidator was supposed to be an alien. He's blown away by the fact that the Liquidator was actually created by a man because no one had ever mentioned anything like that. But then again, the Academy in the last timeline acted as if they knew exactly where the Liquidator would appear. He remembers the war and how they had predicted the location of the battlefield. Memories of their fleet heading over there flash across his mind, and so now, it starts to make a lot of sense. It's a truly shocking discovery, but it's now looking very likely that the Academy was involved in summoning the World Enders all along. Now that Gray knows what's really going on, he strongly suggests that Varian's dangerous experiment be stopped immediately. Professor Ariel agrees with him, of course, but the look on her face suggests that it's not going to be an easy task. The red-haired lady also wishes for the experiment to be stopped, but there's a major obstacle in the way. Unfortunately, the person running the project is a professor just like her, so she doesn't have the authority to shut him or his experiments down. Sure, she doesn't have the power, so she already pushed the higher-ups to cancel Varian, but they refuse to listen to her. Hearing this, Gray immediately demands to know who exactly these higher-ups are because he can't understand why anyone would sit back and watch someone start an apocalypse under their noses. He's definitely ready to go meet the authorities, but the professor sadly reveals that she is not allowed to reveal their identity to him either. She wishes she could, but she doesn't even have the authority to do. The bottom line is that no one can force the experiment to stop unless the orders come from above. As you can imagine, Gray is disappointed that he couldn't even get a name from her. And now, it's looking like the Academy's leadership is more tangled than he thought initially. The situation is looking pretty bleak, but then all of a sudden, an idea pops up in his mind. It is already clear that the higher-ups don't want to stop Varian, but if the man in question is a criminal, that should change things. This is our boy's train of thought right now, because he remembers that the man in question killed tens of thousands with his illegal experiments in the previous world. If that was the case back then, it shouldn't be much different now. The MC knows where the mad scientist's lab is, so he feels that they should take action right away. With this in mind, he informs the professor that he knows where Varian is conducting his illegal experiments and proposes that they try to catch him red-handed. After all, that's the best way to prove that he needs to be shut down. Sadly, before he even finishes stating this idea, the professor explains that this won't work either. As you can imagine, Gray is so confused when he hears this, so he asks her why they can't bust the mad scientist. Apparently, entering an academy professor's research facility without permission is a very serious crime on its own over here. That being said, the red-haired lady makes him understand that they'll be the ones getting locked up if they are unable to produce hard evidence after breaking into the lab. And so, she straight up asks Gray if he's trying to say that he already has proof of Varian's crime already. Sadly, our boy doesn't have any concrete evidence at the moment. He's working with the events that occurred in his previous life, so he can't say for sure that it's the same now. So, he doesn't say anything, confirming that he's got nothing on the shady professor. At this point, Professor Ariel suggests that they shelve this whole issue for the time being. This entire conversation just makes our boy understand that the professor's hands are tied, even though she knows that Varian and his experiments are dangerous. There's really nothing he can do at this point, so he assures her that he understands the situation. Now that they've got that out of the way, the lady suggests that they pay more attention to the more important matters at hand, which are his powers. She knows that he probably wants to learn how to be able to control it, so she offers to help him with that. Gray is blown away when she says this because he didn't even know that she could do that. Seeing the excitement in his eyes, She informs him that there's actually a professor in the academy who is very good at dealing with unknown forces. The man goes by the name Heathcote Longfellow, and Professor Ariel reveals this to Gray. Our boy is blown away by this because he's actually heard of the man before. It turns out that Heathcote Longfellow is the one who trained the Sword Saint, so it's a pretty big deal to be tutored by a man like that. Professor Ariel can tell that he's stoked about it, and she's not even surprised because she had a feeling that news would catch his interest. That being said, she offers to arrange for him to start private training with the man the following day. Of course, our boy doesn't have any issues with this, so he begs her to see to it. The very reason Gray came to the academy was so that he could master this mysterious power inside of him, but he definitely didn't expect to find a lead this quickly. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is a very intense training session between the powerful professor. Our boy is already receiving private lessons from the one and only Heathcote Longfellow, so it's a really big deal for him. At first glance, you'd think these two are in the middle of a tough sparring session, based on the strained looks on their faces. But we suddenly get to see the full picture and learn that they're actually running at insane speeds through the woods. As you can imagine, our boy doesn't get why they're doing this, but he doesn't complain and just follows the professor's lead. Surprisingly, the man is somehow able to sense that Gray's mind is wandering. This is not something that he's ready to entertain, so he tells Gray to pick up the pace since he's clearly not focused enough if he has room for stray thoughts. He demands that our boy keeps running until his body is at the absolute limit. Heathcote Longfellow insists that our boy keep running and only stop once he's burned away every drop of physical strength inside him. Because only then will his soul's power awaken. The professor informs him that they will not touch the sword as long as the MC still has even a scrap of stamina left in him. In other words, Gray will have to be on the brink of death before his new tutor will be satisfied. For most people, this might just be a deal breaker, but our boy knows what he came here for, so he's not going to shy away. After all, if this is the training that the legendary Heathcote Longfellow chose for him, then it must surely have a meaning. But then again, he can't shake the feeling that while he's here running laps, Varian is already carrying out his experiments to summon the Arbiter. He really wants to focus solely on the training as the professor demanded, but Gray is not even sure if this is what he should really be doing right now. Well, despite having these doubts at the start, our boy keeps going back every day, and after a week, he reports back to Professor Ariel. He goes to see her in her office then, and she asks him how it's been going with Heathcote. Of course, our boy takes the opportunity to say what's been going on. He tells her how it's mostly been running and adds that they do a bit of sword drills at the very end. Regardless, he does feel a bit stronger, and he admits this too. Of course, the lady isn't surprised to hear this because all of this sounds exactly like Professor Heathcote Longfellow. Their discussion is suddenly interrupted when someone suddenly knocks on the door. Professor Ariel lets him in, and the man gives her a letter that just arrived for her. He hands her the sealed envelope and takes his leave. Gray just watches the whole thing play out, looking all confused, but then the lady opens the letter to start reading through, and the look on her face informs him that there's something wrong, so he asks her what's up. Rather than telling him, she simply turns the paper to his face for him to see for himself. And by the time he sees it, his eyes widen in horror because the whole thing is just a report that Bella Albright has succeeded in producing super compressed ether. It appears that she has indeed gained a power closely resembling it. However, upon examination, it's clear that she has not actually compressed it. As a result, her new ability cannot be recognized as super compressed either. Therefore, the contract remains valid, and the operation will proceed as scheduled. This whole letter was sent by Varian Bradley, and after reading it, Gray is absolutely furious. As far as he's concerned, this is insanity, and the professor agrees with him. So, she suggests that Bradley is determined to force Bella into surgery by all means, even if she doesn't need it anymore. The mad scientist wants to make sure that he achieves his goals. Hearing this, our boy is pretty worried about Bella and wonders if she can refuse to partake in the experiment. Well, the contract is airtight, and the red-haired lady explains this to Gray. It turns out that the only way Bella can get out of doing the surgery is if Bradley himself voids it. That being said, Bella's only choices are expulsion or the operation. In other words, if she refuses, she'll be kicked out of the academy. Of course, this is horrifying news for our boy, so he expresses his displeasure, slammed his fist on the table. Seeing that this is the way things are going, Professor Ariel tells Gray that she needs his help, and then all of a sudden, she asks him to tell her where Bradley's lab is. Apparently, the letter he just sent to her was some kind of trigger that is enough to change her mind. Remember when she said that they can't enter another professor's lab? Well, now the lady is suddenly fine with busting the mad scientist, because if they are blue to expose him as a criminal, then his contract will be null and void. As soon as Gray hears this, the worried look on his face is suddenly replaced with a smirk. Sure, he's excited about this, but he's also curious as to why she suddenly changed her mind. After all, she was the same person who just said that it would be too dangerous to go after him without proof. Hearing this, she simply tells him that they're just going to have to find the evidence they need. She makes this bold statement and then informs Gray that she's putting her faith in him right now. You can tell that she's nervous about this whole plan, but then again, she realizes that she's actually even put her faith in him from the start. She was bold enough to do this because her divine eye had already told her that our boy was telling the truth the whole time. Apparently, she's known this for a while now, but it just took her this long to get herself to finally admit it. Our boy listens to her saying all of this, and it makes him feel very good about their plan. Professor Ariel confesses this to him, and then finally asks him to show her the way. It's clear that he knows the things that can help them, so she urges him to share in order to bring Bradley's crime to light together. And judging by the look on our boy's face, it's pretty clear that he's all in. Now that they're definitely on the same page, our boy finally reveals that the evil professor's laboratory is located in the mountains near the village of Torul. As you can imagine, the red-haired lady is already familiar with this place. It's not the first time she's hearing about it, and she definitely remembers Bradley Varian having a laboratory there that was authorized by the Academy. She confirms this, which leaves Gray pretty surprised, because why would anyone do illegal experiments in an authorized lab? Well, the professor doesn't think he should even be surprised, because as far as she's concerned, there's no better place to conduct illegal experiments if not there. I mean, no one will bat an eyelid even if he stays there for too long, since it's a place that's been reserved for him and his research. On top of that, no other professor in the Academy has the authority to interfere with his lab, so the Torwal Mountains are just perfect for the mad scientist. Now though, that's about to change because Ariel is determined to get evidence of his crimes, since they won't be charged with breaking into his lab that way. While they're plotting and scheming on how to bust the evil professor, Bella interrupts them with a knock on the door. Of course, Professor Ariel lets her in, so the blue-haired girl comes in with a paper in her hand. From the look on her face, you can tell that she's kinda nervous. She reveals that she just received the letter, and before she can even say anything else, Ariel snatches the envelope from her. The red-haired lady tells her not to worry about anything, promising to take over from here. Of course, Bella doesn't know what the letter is even about yet, so she's pretty confused when the professor says this. She tries to ask Ariel what she means, wondering if her professor is planning to fight Bradley Varian for her sake. Going after the mad scientist is already risky enough, but Ariel seems to be doing this all by herself, which makes it even more scary to Bella. Ariel senses how worried her blue-haired student is right now, and she just finds it amusing. She simply scoffs in response before informing the worried girl that she alone is more than enough to handle the task. As you can imagine, this definitely gets Bella very anxious, especially since it's all happening because of her. She is pretty terrified now, and even our boy is starting to get concerned, so before the professor can leave the room, he calls out to her, begging her to wait before telling her that he's going with her. As soon as he says this, Bella doesn't even think twice before announcing that she will go too. The girl is determined to help out since all of this is happening because of her. It's her problem after all, so she insists on following them. As you'd expect, Professor Ariel is not comfortable with this sudden change of plans, so before the students can even say anything else, she stops them right in their tracks. And then, she reminds them that the person they're talking about is not some ordinary man. He's an academy professor, and not only that, he's also a lunatic who has repeatedly conducted dangerous human experiments. Professor Ariel points out all of this just in case the two ambitious students have forgotten so soon. There's no telling what Bradley Varian will do to them if he catches them poking their noses in his business. He's just that dangerous and erratic, so the red-haired professor bluntly makes it clear to them that she cannot let the both of them go to such a place. Ariel makes these points to discourage them from following her to the Torul Mountains, but sadly, her efforts backfire. For some reason, rather than seeing reason with her, Gray feels that everything she said suggests that they come with her. Since even she knows what a monster Bradley Varian is, it just makes even more sense for her to take them along. Going alone is too dangerous even for her as far as Gray is concerned. In his mind, he should definitely be able to be of some help to her if he uses the same power he used to take down the Ogre General. Besides, if Professor Ariel disappears, then our boy will get expelled automatically because he's a Divine Eye admission student. She's the very reason he's still in the academy, so if anything happens to her, then his chances of actually finishing to become a hero will be gone. Gray makes all of these valid points and then concludes by begging the professor to at least let them decide their fate. Her actions affect them tremendously, so he believes that they should also have a say in it. At this point, Gray and Bella go quiet and wait anxiously as the professor contemplates everything they just said. She's definitely not planning to be so rigid, so she quietly considers all our boy has said, and after a brief moment of silence, she gives in. I mean, with everything they just said, it seems like they'd just still come even if she told them not to. And so, there's really no point stopping them. That being said, the professor agrees to let them go with her, but under one condition. Hearing this, our boy eagerly waits to hear the terms, and then the lady tells them that they are to prioritize their own safety first no matter what happens. She reveals this non-negotiable condition to them and sternly asks them if they understand completely. Of course, they are pretty fine with the terms, so they loudly confirm that they understand. If that's what it will take for them to be involved on this important mission, they don't mind the terms. Sure enough, after that deal they made, Professor Ariel takes them along and the scene shifts. For a lab that's supposed to be a secret, the building is pretty massive. Anyway, the trio arrives after the moon comes up, and while they're hiding in the bushes, Bella keeps trying to wrap her head around the fact that the man is really doing his illegal experiments in this place. It's probably strange to her as well, but that's what it is. Professor Ariel confirms that this is really the place and reminds her of the objective. Now that they've arrived, the next course of action is to look for evidence of Varian's illegal experiments. Just to be 100% sure, she asks Gray to confirm everything she just said, and our boy assures her that they're on the same page. He definitely remembers this place from his past life, and he doesn't have a single doubt in his mind. Seeing how confident he is, Bella decides that she doesn't have any reason not to trust him. She's all for taking down the mad scientist, but she's still not sure that they can actually gather any evidence without getting in any trouble. That's her major concern now that they're here and she's seen the kind of place they're breaking into. Ariel can sense that the blue-haired girl is worried, so she attempts to calm her down. As far as she knows, Varian should be at the Magic Society's conference right now, so she's pretty convinced that he's not here at the moment. Still, the fact that the mad scientist isn't around doesn't necessarily mean that sneaking in will be a walk in the park or anything like that. She has a strong feeling that the entrance is rigged with all sorts of traps, so going in through the front is not really an option anymore. With that fact established, she concludes that they'll have to bust in through the side wall. Such a move has its own consequences as well, so Bella is pretty worried still. At this point, it's kinda obvious that Miss Blue Hair over here doesn't really have the stomach for a mission like this. She's been on edge since they arrived and worried about everything, so the professor reminds her that they came here to break into an academy, authorized lab. That in itself is already a crime, so whatever approach they take is still likely going to land them in trouble, especially if they're not able to find any concrete evidence. Either way, the professor tells her that she doesn't have to go if she doesn't want to. After all, she was the one who insisted on coming, so if she's no longer feeling up for it, she can always go back. Ariel is still very open to going on this mission by herself, so she wouldn't mind if they change their minds. She makes this very clear to Bella, but it just motivates the timid girl to stand strong. She claims that she's still going, but a part of her still doesn't get if all of this is worth it. As far as she knows, Professor Ariel is doing this for someone like her, so she doesn't think they should be going this far. However, Ariel simply informs her that that is where she's got it wrong, because stopping Varian's experiments is for the sake of the entire world. Right now, Bella doesn't understand the gravity of letting the mad scientist get his way, so Gray explains that countless people will die if they don't stop Varian. He says this but quickly corrects himself, claiming that the whole world will be sacrificed if they don't stop the evil professor. Of course, Bella doesn't understand what they're talking about, so she expresses her confusion. She was already worried before, but after hearing all this, she's probably gonna have a panic attack. The professor can foresee this already, and that's not what they need on this kind of mission right now, so she tells Bella that Gray is probably just exaggerating. Nevertheless, she agrees with what he said about how the mad scientist needs to be stopped at all cost. She knows that the girl might still be bothered, so she keeps telling Bella not to worry, assuring her that they're here for her and will literally put their lives on the line for her. Ariel says these words with a reassuring smile etched on her face, hoping to calm the timid student. Once they're able to get all the doubts and worries out of the way, the professor finally gives the signal for them to move out. The three of them blast off with blistering force toward the lab, determined to find the evidence they need to take down Varian. Ariel casts an insanely powerful spell mid-air and instantly unleashes a devastating blast that blows a hole in the side wall of the facility. So much for being stealthy. The blast is truly incredible as it leads to a mind-blowing explosion that almost sends them flying. The force from the blast is so much that Gray barely manages to avoid being thrown off his feet. Of course, he also didn't expect a blast of that magnitude, so he finds it amusing. Ariel just had to do something way over the top. Anyway, now that they've got an opening, they make their way to the freshly opened hole in the wall. It's a miracle the facility is still standing after taking such a devastating blast, but I guess that's a good thing. Gray Lee takes the lead since he's the one who knows the way, but as soon as he steps into the lab, his eyes widen in horror. Our boy is instantly met with a very shocking surprise. Remember, this lab was supposed to be filled with enough evidence to enable them shut down Varian's illegal experiments. Well, what our boy finds is even more horrifying than what he imagined. It's literally a huge prison with several cells lined up one after the other. Inside these cages, there are human beings bound in chains, and those of them who are not already corpses look like they're on the brink of death. Most of the bodies are covered in blood scattered all over inside the cells. Clearly, they're now 100% sure that Varian is an evil piece of trash. This is proof that he's been carrying out inhumane research, and it wasn't even that hard to find. Looks like there's no need to make an effort searching for the evidence they came for. There's literally so many dismembered corpses in the cells that it's sickening, and Bella is probably doing her best not to freak out right now. The professor is speechless at first, but then she's finally able to organize her thoughts. For her, just a glance is enough to see 14 forbidden spells that have been used on these poor victims. Using such spells is undeniably a criminal offense, which just shows how terrible Varian is. There isn't even a need to mention the unauthorized human experiments, as far as she's concerned, because merely using these forbidden spells is an equally serious offense in the eyes of the Academy. They're still taking a tour of the horrific research facility when they suddenly come across some more disturbing stuff on the other side. Of course, they all go to investigate, and that's when they get a better view of this ominous-looking magic circle on the floor. It's surrounded with lit candles, which is even more creepy. At first glance, it looks like some sort of altar, so after getting close to it, they're a little confused. They've obviously seen more than enough proof that the scumbag professor is up to no good, so Bella asks what they should do now, because their original plan was to leave with evidence. However, she doesn't think it's right to leave just like that, because they also need to rescue the people who are trapped in the cells. At least the ones who are still alive. Gray is the first to respond to her, reminding her that they shouldn't stay here for too long. He's afraid that Varian might return and find them there if they're not careful, but before he can even finish explaining this, he's suddenly cut off. Our boy is interrupted by an ominous voice in the shadows, and that's definitely not a good sign. As you've probably guessed already, this voice belongs to the one and only Bradley Varian, who sounds really amused by the presence of unexpected visitors. They were just talking about him, so he tauntingly asks if they were calling for him. The evil professor slowly walks out from the darkness, and his colleague is the first to confront him. With a confident smirk on her face, Ariel asks him what happened to his conference. After all, that's where he's supposed to be right now. She calls his name, and that's when we finally get to see the face of this notoriously dangerous man. After Varian reveals himself, our boy is taken aback because the man actually isn't supposed to be here. He doesn't understand what went wrong, but he braces himself for anything that might happen. The evil scientist finally responds to Ariel, revealing that he arranged for a double to attend the conference in his stead. Apparently, he has an important experiment to do here, so he couldn't leave. The Twisted Man explains this, which leaves Ariel a little puzzled because she doesn't know what he's talking about. He confirms that the experiment is way too important, stating that he even managed to get some fresh materials for it. By fresh materials, this madman is actually referring to the human corpses he's hung in one of the rooms. He claims that he wanted to use them while they're still fresh, but now that he's got visitors, he's changed his plans. Varian says this with a truly terrifying look on his face that sends chills down their spines. He doesn't mind changing his plans though, since he wanted materials with more potential for magic than an average person anyway. Clearly, he's basically telling them that they're his next victims, and they definitely understand. Varian admits that he doesn't know how they caught wind of his experiments since it's a secret, and he's also pretty sure that they didn't tell anyone they were coming here. That being said, he concludes that no one would suspect a thing if the three of them suddenly went missing, making it very clear to them that he's ready for them. But Varian is more than happy to put them to use as best as possible. The guy is still talking trash when he looks up to see the massive ball of flames headed right for his face. He's shocked by this, but despite seeing the fireball, he can't do anything before it hits him. A huge explosion follows as soon as the flames reach him, and as the fire rages on, that's when we see who unleashed the blast. Professor Ariel looks to her side in shock to discover that Bella with her staff still smoking. Apparently, the blue-haired girl was done listening to the twisted scientist. After a brutal blast like that, you'd think that Varian won't even be able to get back on his feet, but that's not the case. Bella and Ariel watch anxiously as Varian emerges from the flames without a scratch. The mad scientist admits that Bella's powerful blast was really magnificent. He's truly impressed with the girl and commends Professor Ariel, because her divine eye clearly hasn't lost its edge for her to have picked such a talent. He didn't think that a special admission like Bella would be such an exceptional talent, but he was clearly wrong about that. Seeing how amazing Bella's abilities are, Varian suddenly begins to consider looking closer at the other divine eye recruits as well. The man makes this cryptic threat with a sinister look on his face, and then proceeds to address the blue-haired girl who just hired a mini inferno at him. He claims that he's not impressed with what just happened, informing her that she's an academy student who just tried to assassinate a professor. Despite being terrified, Bella musters the courage to hit back at him, telling him that it is better to kill than be killed. Sadly, she missed her chance to do that now, and she knows it. It's pretty obvious that she might not get another, so before things get even more out of their control, Professor Ariel reveals that they're pulling back for now. After all, they have already gathered the evidence they came for, and she believes that the Academy will handle the rest once they report what they know. Varian also finds it amusing that she thinks he would just let them walk away, after all the trouble they've caused him already. Just to let them know who's in charge, Varian immediately charges up his spear with dark energy and unleashes a devastating blast on Bella. The blue-haired girl stands there looking horrified as the massive beam of death speeds toward her, and just when it looks like she's about to be obliterated, Professor Ariel creates a big shield to deflect Varian's attack. Her barrier dissipates the energy from the scientist's blast, deflecting it for a while. Bella just watches in terror as all this is happening, while the mad scientist seems to be enjoying himself even more. Varian laughs at Ariel's attempt, informing her that this is one of the fruits of his research known as Gluttony Flame. Apparently, this special move casts fire that devours defensive magic and burns it into fuel. The man confidently explains this to them, and that's when Ariel begins to realize how much danger they're actually in, because all of a sudden, she finds herself struggling to hold back the blast. Her shield appears to be giving way all of a sudden, and it's becoming very difficult for her to hold on. In theory, the Gluttony Flame can't be blocked because it would just consume anything in its path, and the only downside is the fact that it costs a little rare material to conjure. Hearing the smugness in his voice, Ariel musters all the strength she can to keep holding on. She pumps in more magic into her shield and reinforces it until it starts to push Varian's Gluttony Flame back. As soon as she gets a bit of control, she conjures a glowing floating box that looks like some kind of treasure chest. She passes the spell, Memory Pouch, to Bella and tells her to take it to Gray, claiming that Heathcote would know what to do once he sees it. Bella receives the small box in her hands and realizes that Professor Ariel is starting to struggle again. So, she uses her staff to create another protective dome around them, hoping to keep Varian's attack at bay, but as Ariel is not exactly in support of this, she asks Bella what the hell she thinks she's down and urges her to get out of the lab as fast as she can, but the blue-haired girl isn't exactly keen on leaving her behind. She informs her professor that her barrier is already breaking and offers to help out. She asks Ariel to let her handle this, but the red-haired professor doesn't have any intention of doing that. She reminds Bella of the deal they made before coming here. She made them promise to put their lives first if something goes wrong, so she wants the girl to keep that promise. Varian's magic is clearly unnatural, so she tries to make the girl understand that defense spells won't stop it. That being said, she promises to buy the students some more time so that they can escape, but before she can even finish talking, her barrier shatters into 1,000 tiny pieces like glass. Her eyes widen in horror as the reality dawns on her, but Bella assures her that everything is going to be fine. The only thing standing between them and Varian's ravenous dark spell of death is Bella's protective dome, so Ariel is absolutely terrified. The professor is so stunned by their current situation that she doesn't even run anymore. She stands right there staring at the flames of death smashing against Bella's barrier. On the other hand, the blue-haired girl just has the feeling that Varian's spell isn't even that strong. As far as she's concerned, it just needs a slightly different kind of defense magic. Seeing this, Varian yells in frustration. The man can't believe his eyes. It should be impossible for anything to hold back his spell, because he's the only one who knows the counter-magic theory for Gluttony Flame. And so, the mad scientist begins to wonder how the hell she knows the formula to make his attacks useless. In response, the blue-haired girl simply reveals that she managed to crack his code so easily because someone recently taught her a new theory. Using the spell to counter him is just that easy. Hearing this, the evil scientist just grits his teeth in rage as he begins to rack his brain. He's so confused by the fact that someone taught her the spell, so he loses his shit and furiously demands that she give him a name immediately. The man is so desperate to find out who the traitor is that he promises to give a clean death if she gives him the name. For some reason, he thinks that's supposed to make her want to tell him anything. Anyway, seeing that he's so curious to find out who taught her, she decides to piss him off even more by telling him that the person's identity is a secret. She doesn't give him a name, but she lets him know that the person who taught her is a student from the swordsmanship course. In that moment, she begins to recall when Gray revealed the theory to her and how confident she was that the formula would work even though it contradicts the current theory of magic. As you can imagine, the evil scientist is even more enraged when he realizes that the girl doesn't want to answer him seriously. It's obvious that she's messing with him and he doesn't take it lightly. All of a sudden, Varian reveals a huge red stone and threatens to burn her alive with it for pissing him off. Varian shatters the rock with a single punch and several skeleton ghost heads start flying toward Bella. This dark spell continues to get even more powerful when it gets to her barrier, and it's starting to look really scary, so Gray asks her if she's okay. Surprisingly, she's still completely fine. It's like she's not even breaking a sweat to hold back the evil scientist's attacks. As far as she's concerned, her barrier can definitely withstand this force, but it comes at a cost. Apparently, her mana reserves won't last the longer. She holds up the shield and Varian is very much aware of this. With the extra magic she's using to keep the barrier up, the man estimates that she's got just over a minute left with how low her mana reserves probably are now. It's just a matter of time before the shield gives way, so Bella urges Professor Ariel to attack now. She's got her hands full and can't hold for much longer, so the redhead swings until action. She activates her divine eye to assess the situation, and it only takes her a second to see that the flames from Varian's attack are thin at a particular spot. This is the weak spot she can take advantage of, and she doesn't waste another second, since she can also project mana outside the barrier. Professor Ariel goes to the edge of the dome to cast her spell and shoots out mana at that point to exploit the weak spot in Varian's attack. Her mana seeps out of the dome and moves through the flames, headed right for the evil scientist, but just when it looks like her attack is about to get to Varian, they get weaker and weaker until they finally disappear. Seeing this, Varian just laughs at her for trying to counterattack because she can't even reach him, let alone actually do any damage. At this point, Ariel begins to panic because it's clear now that hurting the guy will be a lot harder than she thought, and so, she immediately starts brainstorming. You see, Professor Ariel's offensive magic is one of the weakest among the staff, and when you factor in the properties of the gluttony flame, then it's very likely that her spells are being absorbed until there's nothing left. In other words, Ariel can't get to Varian, and as if that's not bad enough, it looks like Bella is about to collapse. She struggles to keep up the barrier, but eventually gets drained completely, so she tells the others to brace themselves. Upon hearing this, Professor Ariel begins to regret her decision. She knew that something like this could happen, which was why she told Bella to run away earlier. Sadly, it's too late for that now, and they have no choice but to face the evil scientist head-on. Just when it looks like they're about to be sitting ducks, Gray steps forward, telling the ladies to leave this fight to him. The hero takes out his sword, ready to take Varian all by himself, and this definitely leaves his professor very shocked. Bella is equally taken aback by his sudden display of bravery, and she can only wonder what he's planning to do now. You see, the blue-haired girl is especially confused because she knows that his sword can't reach Varian from where they are. She tries to explain this to him, hoping to prevent him from making a dangerous move, but he just tells her not to worry, sounding absolutely certain that he'd be able to get to the enemy. With Bella failing to convince Gray otherwise, the professor gives it a try as well, asking the hero if he's sure about what he wants to do because she knows that it could kill him if he uses that power again. On the off chance that he survives it, his healing arm might never even recover, so it's an insane risk he's about to take. Despite her attempts to change his mind, the hero just cracks a little smile and tells her that dying alone is much better than all three of them losing their lives here. Gray makes it clear to them that he's not going to change his mind and proceeds to charge up his sword. As soon as he does this, Varian sees the bright light off the blade from the other side, and before he can even realize what is going on, our boy gets to him. The hero reaches him in the blink of an eye, and Varian is shocked to see the young swordsman flying toward him with a sword. Unfortunately, it's too late to even save himself now because Gray swiftly uses a single powerful slash to take the evil scientist's head clean off. Gray decapitates the mad scientist in a flash with a vicious slash that splatters blood all over the walls, and as you can imagine, the ladies behind him are absolutely shocked by what just happened. Eventually, Varian's headless corpse falls to the ground, and that's when even Professor Ariel realizes the gravity of what just happened. Her eyes widened in awe, claiming that it's her first time seeing the real one with her own eyes. Sure, she knew that Gray was special already, but after seeing the kid take the tyrant down with so much ease, she's absolutely staggered. They're all still coming to terms with the situation when all of a sudden, they notice pieces of rock coming down. Bella looks up at this point, and that's when she sees the huge cracks in the ceiling. The place appears to be coming down on them, but before things can get out of control, Professor Ariel uses her magic to stop the rocks from smashing them. She keeps the debris suspended for the meantime, and judging by the look on her face, she's not breaking a sweat. She then turns to the young swordsman and admits that his actions were beyond her expectations. She's definitely impressed but also pretty concerned about his body, because he used that self-destructive power earlier. The moment she asks how his body is, the sword falls right out of his hand, confirming that something is wrong. It turns out that his little gimmick just now came at a cost, just as the professor predicted. At the moment, Gray's dominant hand is starting to hurt quite a bit and somehow feels numb at the same time. On top of that, those dark tattoos are still all over his arm, which explains the problem he is having right now. Despite all of this, Gray insists that he can still move the arm, so he picks up the sword just to prove that he is all good, and of course, this display leaves the professor really impressed. With a small smile on her face, she suggests that his training appears to be paying off a lot and showing results, which he agrees with as he sheathes his sword. Right now, the hero can actually confirm that he's getting a lot stronger, because he knows for a fact that he would have passed out for days and woken up unable to move his arms if he had tried using that power back when he was still in the village. He remembers so clearly how he woke up in an infirmary to see that he had been unconscious for days. On the other hand, now using that dark energy only leaves him with a hurting harm, so he can't help but feel that it's quite the improvement. Looking back now, all the difficult things that Heathcote put him through start to make sense. Gray confirms that the training was really worth it because his mentor pushed him to the limit of body. Heathcote made sure that every drop of physical strength was drained to ensure that he activated the power in his soul, all while ensuring that they did not even touch the sword until Gray was ready. All the memories of his training run through his mind, and while he's thinking back, Ariel notices him clenching his fist like he's fighting back the pain he's feeling. So, she walks over to him and thanks him for saving them, admitting that he's the only reason that the three of them are still alive. However, she also goes ahead to apologize to him for making him use the dark power inside him. She knows that it took a toll on him, so she wants him to know that she's sorry, but our boy simply waves off the apology, telling her not to worry about it. After all, he was the one who insisted that they had to stop Varian in the first place, so he didn't mind putting his life on the line if it meant that they could put an end to the mad scientist's reign of terror. Gray Lee makes her understand that he was happy to do it, so the red-haired professor simply thanks him once again. Even though she's grateful for the risk he just took, she also knows that he can't afford to use that dark power anytime soon. It might be too much for his body to handle, so she advises him to try not to tap into the power for a while, making him understand that the damage that will follow will be irreversible. The professor makes this very clear to him, with a pretty scary look on her face, which leaves the young hero quite worried. Gray's eyes widen in horror when she says this because he knows that she's right, so he doesn't bother saying anything else besides assuring her that he understands the situation. Right after this little exchange between the two, the timid student who came along finally chimes in. Bella calls out to Gray and nervously asks him if the energy he just used was magic. Apparently, the blue-haired girl is a little confused right now, because she didn't sense any other at all when our boy was using the dark power. All this while they've been talking, she's been trying to figure out what that energy really was, but now she's come up with the conclusion that it's just impossible to even call that much power magical energy. It just doesn't make any sense to her, so she tries to get answers from the hero, but the professor cuts her off immediately. As you can imagine, Ariel doesn't really want the young girl getting involved with something as dangerous as this, so she just tells Bella that it's better if she doesn't pry into the matter any further. Of course, the blue-haired girl is just left speechless at this point, and she's probably even more curious now. So she asks the professor to tell her why she shouldn't ask questions. At this point, the red-haired lady appears to be losing her patience. Seeing that the timid student isn't ready to cooperate with her, she begins to cast a spell, and then threatens to erase Bella's memories if she can't promise to stay out of the matter and keep all of this a secret. An ominous-looking ball of magic begins to form in Ariel's palm as her divine eye glints menacingly, so when Bella sees that her teacher isn't bluffing, she finally agrees to back off. The girl is pretty terrified all of a sudden because she's on the verge of having her memories wiped, so she quickly suggests that they make a magic contract to keep her talking to anyone about what happened here. Seeing that the girl is finally on board, Professor Ariel cancels the spell and agrees to write a magic contract. The two ladies sign the contract, and once that's out of the way, Ariel starts to wonder what they should do next. She asks Gray what he thinks, and the hero doesn't even hesitate to suggest that they start by helping all of Varian's victims who might still be alive. Even though he's concerned about the experiments that the tyrant was working on, he believes that the first course of action should be getting these ones back to safety. Hearing this, the professor takes a look around and concludes that most of them look like they're just being out to sleep with magic. She confirms that they're not in any danger at the moment since Varian is gone. But they're not looking good either, so she figures that it would be a good idea to take them to the Academy's medical facilities just to be safe. Still, she's eager to see what the mad scientist was up to, so with this in mind, she snaps her finger to cast another spell. This time around, she uses the magic to encapsulate all the victims inside a magic bubble while they're still lying in the cells. Ariel explains that this spell will protect them from any external harm for the meantime. After covering them all in protective bubbles, she decides that it's time to investigate further inside. The trio make their way deeper into Varian's lair and continue to get creeped out with every step they take. Now that she's looking at this place a second time, Ariel realizes just how insane this dungeon lab actually is. They look into the cells and it's one horrifying thing or the other. They come across a cell with human corpses hung in a row inside, and she doesn't even need her divine eye to know that illegal activities were being conducted here. Almost everything that Varian did involved the use of human sacrifice to produce magical catalysts or enhance a human's magical abilities. There's dozens of dead bodies with pipes running through their mouths and other parts of their bodies, used to drain the life out of them for the twisted experiments. They've definitely seen a lot of crazy stuff, but Ariel can't help but notice that there's not a single experiment relating to the liquidator. And so, this makes her wonder if Varian's ties to the world Ender could be in a different facility. And it's pretty strange to our boy that they haven't seen anything about the liquidator here, because in his past world, an incident that killed tens of thousands of people occurred in this very place. Things aren't adding up right now, so our boy starts brainstorming. He doesn't understand how the mere production of a magical catalyst could cause such an incident of that scale. As he's trying to put the pieces together, a horrifying realization suddenly hits him. Chills run down his spine when he suddenly remembers that the thing that killed all those people in his past world was a miasma that welled from the ground. It's at this point that our boy realizes that they've been searching for the wrong thing, and judging by the look on his face, he's not ready to go up against that thing called a miasma. Ariel looks back suddenly to see him looking like he just saw a ghost, so she asks him what's wrong, but he doesn't say anything. He just stands there, looking hopelessly terrified, so Bella calls out to him as well, hoping to snap him out of his dazed state. Apparently, our boy is no longer in any mood to talk, because it dawns on him that there might actually be something very dangerous lurking beneath this facility. Eventually, he gets his head back in the game and finally responds to the ladies, since they still haven't come across anything that could be related to the liquidator up here. He suggests that the thing they're looking for might actually be underground. Gray figures that there could be hidden passages that lead down there, and his professor begins to consider the possibility. She looks around the place with her divine eye, hoping to see some suspicious patterns or something like that, but even after a few seconds of looking hard, she's unable to see any hidden passages. Ariel is just about to give up the search when her divine eye suddenly picks up something in the distance. So, she immediately rushes over to that point to see what it is, but while she's tracking down the clue, it slowly starts to fade away. At this point, she's struggling to stay on it because of how faint it is. Regardless, she's very sure that it's there. Apparently, she picked up traces of short-distance teleportation magic on that spot, and upon closer investigation, she can still see the faint traces on the floor. Ariel believes that the underground area Gray was talking about is probably a space that can only be accessed with teleportation magic, and based on the traces, the professor figures that the teleportation distance is around 300 meters. Even though she just confirmed his hunch, Gray can't shake the anxiety he's feeling. 300 meters underground is a pretty far way to go, so he's worried that they might not be able to reach the place, but that's when the red-haired professor reminds him that she can use a short-distance teleportation gate as well. She's definitely eager to see what her evil colleague was hiding down there, so she is more than happy to give the teleportation spell a try. And so, with the snap of her fingers, Ariel conjures up a big magic seal on the spot beneath them, which represents the teleportation gate. It's a pretty dangerous attempt they're about to make, because there's a possibility that nothing is down there. And if that's the case, the other end of the gate would lead to nothing but Earth. Despite the fact that it's pretty risky, all three of them are ready to take those chances, so they let the professor know that they're on board, and she goes ahead to transport them through the teleportation gate. The moment they go in, a bright flash follows, and all they can see for a while is nothing but white. After a few seconds, the three of them open their eyes again and are absolutely blown away by what they see. It appears that they've made their way down to some kind of hidden underground city, with tall buildings all over the place. It's pretty enormous, so it's quite mind-boggling for them to discover that there's a space this big right under Varian's facility. The place looks like a sleeping city with no color. It's all pale and foggy like some kind of dream, but even though they're not sure exactly what this place is, Bella confirms that she can feel a tremendous output of ether coming from all over the place. It's a little overwhelming for her, but she's able to pinpoint the area with the largest output of magical energy. The blue-haired girl points to the huge structure in the middle of the White City, and Ariel immediately begins to panic when she sees it too, because she realizes that ether isn't the only energy flowing in this place. The professor confirms that there is also a different kind of energy, completely different from magic, that's leaking out of that tall structure. She is not sure what this strange energy is, but she knows for a fact that it's greater than anything she has ever seen before. Hearing this, Gray starts to get a few ideas, so he puts the pieces together and asks the professor if this power she's sensing is similar to what he has. He's so nervous just asking her the question because he's not sure he's ready for the truth. But as you can imagine, this dark potent surge of energy is identical to what he has, so before he even gets to ask, the professor confirms his guess, and in that moment, she reveals that it is indeed the Liquidator's power she's sensing. Using Professor Ariel's teleportation magic, the three of them make it to the secret underground city hidden beneath Varian's facility. And after confirming that the ominous energy they're sensing is the same as the Liquidator's, they have no choice but to investigate further. The group of heroes make their way into that huge structure where the energy was radiating from, and they're absolutely taken aback by what they find inside. It's a huge empty hall that definitely looks creepy, but on the other side of the tall building, there's a door. They're all very curious at this point, but they can't get any answers if they don't dig deeper. While the students are still trying to process what exactly is going on, the red-haired lady takes the initiative and starts walking across to the other side. From the looks of things, she is extremely certain that this place is where the energy is coming from. Ariel reaches the mysterious door, and of course, she has only one thing in mind, which is getting inside. She knocks on the door, and when there's no response, she slowly pushes it open. Bella is pretty nervous at this point, because she's not sure they should be going in there or even touching the door. The blue-haired girl tries to discourage her professor from being so forward, but Ariel simply tells her to relax. As far as she's concerned, this door doesn't hold any power, and she's convinced that it's just placed there as a symbol for the ritual. And so, just like that, Ariel walks in and then looks back at the students, feeling that they should know all this already. Anyway, now that she's in, she assures them that the power is not in the door, but actually in the magic rigs around it. That's when we get to see what she's talking about. Inside the room she just entered, there are several glowing rigs lined up in a circle, and she walks right into the middle of it. The moment she does this, the rigs begin to explode in a huge surge of energy, and of course, Gray gets really worried. He shields his eyes as he struggles to see what's happening in front of him, and asks the professor if she's trying to summon the Liquidator. The shockwaves from the magic rigs are so powerful that they almost send the two students flying like pieces of paper. Bella is particularly having a hard time staying on her feet. It's all really scary to her, and she feels that this kind of magic is too dangerous for them to handle, so she concludes that they have to shut it down right away, regardless of what Ariel says. The blue-haired girl isn't even done saying this when the professor stops her. Ariel warns them not to rush into the circle and then explains the situation to them. Apparently, Ariel's prediction tells her that this setup isn't actually capable of summoning the Liquidator. However, just as she's trying to assure the students that everything is fine, the glass in the rigs begin to shatter. Of course, this just makes our boy panic even more, because now he's afraid that the space between her and the source of the dark energy is being torn open. They call out to the professor, desperately warning her that she's in danger, but that's when something unexpected happens. All of a sudden, the waves of energy swirling all over the room begin to get concentrated at a particular crack in the glass. And when Gray sees this, all he can do is stare in confusion. While the students are still trying to wrap their heads around what the hell is going on, the professor starts talking about how her predictions were correct. Apparently, she was right to think that those devices weren't made to summon the Liquidator. In fact, from the look of things, they were created to just pinch a tiny gap toward where the world ender exists, and then funnel the leaking power. Ariel looks up at the ceiling, where the waves of dark energy are still swirling around. They spiral around a strange object that's floating above them, which she figures must be the core. You see, the professor believes that this core, which is being used to crystallize the dark power, is made from human lives. Ariel is fairly certain about this, and she shares this theory with the perplexed students there with her. She has reason to believe that this particular core was created using about 10 souls, but she can't be sure that number is correct because the molding process may have taken more sacrifices. With this in mind, it all starts to make sense to her. She begins to understand why Varian had so many of his victims locked up in the facility. She's convinced that the majority of the people they saw upstairs were taken to be raw material for this very purpose. The evil scientist wasn't using his victims for any ordinary human sacrifice, but for something much more sinister. Hearing this, Bella still can't wrap her head around why anyone would do such a thing. She doesn't get why he would go that far just to gather power, and it just makes her wonder what such dark energy is even being used for. She expresses her confusion, but the professor is just surprised that the blue-haired girl still hasn't figured it out, and so she decides to break it all down to Bella. Ariel reminds the girl about the ominous black flame that Varian used against them during their fight. At first, this still doesn't explain anything, but then the professor reminds Bella of the crystal that Varian used to boost the power of the flames when he got mad. As far as Ariel is concerned, this core will look like those crystals by the time it's done being formed, and this time around, she has a feeling that this new catalyst won't be limited to just black flames by the time it's fully formed. The professor fears that such power can be used to do a lot of horrible things, and if they mass-produce the stuff, then there's no telling what they could actually do with it. Just as she finishes explaining all this to the students, the cracks begin to disappear without a trace. With everything that Ariel just said, our boy finally has a clearer picture of what's going on, so he realizes that maybe Varian wasn't even trying to summon the liquidator after all. However, Ariel isn't completely sure about that. Whether Varian tried to reach the liquidator or not, she doesn't know for sure, but what she can tell is that the space-opening magic rigs were pushed to the limit. Seeing this, she figures that maybe what they set up was all that they could manage, and then goes on to keep inspecting the mysterious contraption. While the professor is busy examining the whole thing, Bella just takes a look around and easily concludes that this apparatus is insanely valuable. It all looks so futuristic and the components are things that she has never come across before. The blue-haired girl is pretty blown away by this underground lab because she's never seen spatial warp magic that is this precise and high output. As you can imagine, the professor confirms her assertions, boldly stating that making one of these setups would literally cost a nation's budget. That's definitely a bold statement, but the truth of the matter is that Ariel isn't even trying to exaggerate, which is why she's shook by the fact that there are practically 8 of the magic rigs in this secret laboratory. It's a mind-blowingly expensive project for sure, so there's only one organization that comes to her mind. Hearing this, Bella takes a quick guess, wondering if her professor is thinking about the Discar Empire, but Ariel explains that those aren't even the suspects she has in mind. Sure, everyone knows that the Discar Empire is the biggest country in their world, but for some reason, Ariel doesn't think they're the ones behind this. You see, the professor doesn't think that the Discar Empire has the magical research resources to build one of these. At this point, the blue-haired girl is left completely stumped because she has no idea who could be behind this if Ariel doesn't think her guess is right. Well, the professor is convinced that there has to be some kind of organization running the show, and this organization has to be one with magical research that's far greater than anything the Empire has. Ariel shares her thoughts with the students, hoping to get them on the same page with her. But Bella still looks pretty confused, so our boy is forced to spell it out and reveal that Ariel is talking about the World Union Academy. Gray is convinced that they are the ones behind this based on everything that the professor said, and when he asks if he's correct, the red-haired lady reveals that he's absolutely spot on. You see, as far as she's concerned, no other research body can support this scale and budget, so she has very good reason to believe her instincts. Even after listening to everything, Bella still finds it pretty hard to believe that the Academy is behind something like this. It just doesn't make any sense because the World Union Academy is supposed to defend the world from threats and not be the ones threatening humanity. Seeing the horrified look on Bella's face, the professor can understand why she doesn't want to believe. It's not easy to come to terms with it, but Ariel tries to make the girl understand that there's no other group capable of pulling this off. Gray is equally shaken by the harsh reality of the situation, and even though it's a hard pill to swallow, he gets his head in the game. However, he still knows that this new discovery shouldn't mean that the whole academy is their enemy, because most of them could still be on their side. At the very least, before the reset, the Academy's top forces were the ones on the front lines during the battle against the Liquidator. Even beyond the subjugation sausage, they kept protecting civilians right until the very end. And so, after seeing that future, Gray can't just believe that everyone in the Academy is an enemy to humanity. Thankfully, the professor agrees with him completely, admitting that most of the Academy probably acts for humanity and wouldn't allow experiments that waste lives. However, she is also aware that the Academy has countless researchers, and she makes this known to our boy. The Academy has countless facilities as well, and hardly anyone in this world truly knows the whole picture. Besides, they still don't even know for sure who is behind Varian. All they know is that the person or persons has some serious backing. Ariel knows for a fact that her twisted colleague couldn't have arranged all of this with his authority alone, which means that he must have had some people in the Academy who were working with him. Hearing this, Bella becomes really nervous because it's starting to become pretty obvious that they can't fully trust the Academy either. She anxiously asks the professor if this is the case, and so Ariel goes on to reveal how she's been watching the academy from the inside for decades, and in that time, she's come to learn that it's not an organization that one can trust blindly. Even if she's not aware of any other details, this, she can tell the younger ones for sure. Ariel claims that most of the people inside must actually think that they're doing what's best for humanity, including the ones behind this experiment. As far as she's concerned, the ones responsible for all this have probably convinced themselves that it was for the greater good. The bottom line here is that the truth has been buried in the dark amongst many of the people in the academy. With everything the professor just explained, it's pretty clear that they can't sit around anymore, so Gray eagerly asks her if she has any idea how they could find the mastermind behind. Ariel looks around the place, trying to come up with something, but she notices that there are no communication devices in this secret facility. Not even the marker's magic residue is left in the rigs, so it's almost like nobody was ever here. The cover-up is so thorough that finding anything would be very difficult. She's still trying to explain the situation to the students when a huge explosion rocks right behind them. Unfortunately, that's just the first of several other booms that they hear all over the facility. Gray begins to panic, wondering what the hell is going on, and that's when Ariel suggests that some sort of evidence erasing mechanism was set up as well. While the students are busy freaking out, Ariel calmly analyzes the situation. Apparently, the ones responsible for this didn't blow the place up the moment Varian died, which she finds a tad suspicious. It makes her wonder if they were planning to lure the ones snooping around deeper inside before detonating the place. Of course, Bella definitely wants to leave right away before they get buried by the debris, so she calls out to the professor, reminding her that this is not the time for hypotheticals. Bella feels that they need to get out immediately, but Ariel casually tells her to calm down, stating that these are just magical explosives. As far as she's concerned, the World Union Academy's professors aren't weak enough to be killed by something like this, and so, she activates her divine eye and begins to cast a protective spell to show the students exactly why she's not panicking. The red-haired lady crouches down to cast the spell, creating a glowing magic seal on the ground beneath them. Despite her calmness, the students are still pretty troubled by the situation, so they just stand behind her, waiting to see what she does. At this point, the entire place is coming down right on top of them, and Ariel sternly warns them not to step out of the magic circle she just created. She pumps in some more magic into the spell, and the rigs begin to glow with the same bright light from her magic circle. They keep getting brighter and brighter, until all we can see is a white flash of light. As soon as this light appears, everything goes blank, and the next thing we see is the trio reappearing back on the surface. Apparently, Professor Ariel was able to teleport them back to safety just in time, before the whole place could come down on top of them. Not just that, she also managed to save all of Varian's victims too. Remember those magic glowing bubbles she covered them in? Well, she was able to teleport the captives too despite being far away, and she's pretty glad to see that everyone made it out safely. Belle still hasn't gotten over the feeling of fear that consumed her a few seconds ago. The poor girl is still shivering, because she definitely thought she was going to die when everything got out of control. Even though Ariel saved them in the end, Gray can't help but feel a little worried because that was way too close for comfort. Hearing this, Ariel simply explains why her spell took so long to actually work. You see, they had more baggage than she expected, so it slowed down the teleportation process. Still, the red-haired lady is pretty glad, because it was definitely worth it. That's when she shows the kids the baggage she was referring to. Lying a few meters away is a pile of magic rigs, the same magic rigs that they found in that secret underground facility. It turns out that the professor managed to save them before they could be destroyed by the explosions. And now, she can't wait to show them to the academy, because they'll finally be able to create some awareness. The academy will no longer be able to ignore them anymore when they see the rigs as far as Ariel is concerned. The scene shifts, and the story continues with the trio going back to the World Union Academy where they present their findings. They're summoned and informed that the survivors they rescued are being treated in the academy's medical wing. The World Union Academy headmaster, Orodram Alexandro, also thanks them deeply for stopping Varian's illegal experiments. Once that's out of the way, he goes ahead to talk about the magic engines that the twisted scientist was using. He examines the schematics of the rigs, and after taking a good look at them, he confirms what Ariel says earlier. Just as the professor predicted, each one of the rigs is worth more than a national budget. Of course, Ariel is glad you see that the headmaster is on the same page with her. She points out how there were 8 of those rigs, and insists that there's no way Varian could have gathered that kind of firepower all on his own. I mean, she can't even begin to imagine how he managed to obtain these components if he did it all alone. In that moment, the headmaster suddenly reveals that these parts she's talking about are stolen goods. Orodram Alexandro states that they were hijacked mid-transport, adding that 78 transport agents were even wiped out during the heist. As you can imagine, This is pretty shocking news to the students, so they have a hard time processing it all, but Ariel just has a cold blank look on her face like she's not surprised to hear this. Apparently, she's heard of an incident like this before where 78 agents of the academy were killed, so she asks the headmaster if he's talking about the incident from 15 years ago. Ariel is actually hoping that it's not the same one, but the headmaster confirms that her guess is right, explaining that the stolen cargo back then carried these very engines. Hearing this, Ariel begins to think back, trying to recall details from that incident, and before she can even say what she remembers, Orodrom Alexandro states that the one responsible for the heist back then was the blood drinker. He can tell that she's familiar with the name, and she's not the only one who knows about it. You see, our boy Gray has also heard of the blood drinker, because it just happens to be the biggest crime organs in their world. Even Bella is familiar with the group, calling them the parasites of the world that always crawl back no matter how many times people crush them. As you can imagine, it's pretty surprising to see the shy girl sounding so ferocious all of a sudden, so Gray sneaks a glance at her, wondering what's gotten into her, and that's when he sees her looking absolutely livid. Apparently, the reason Bella hates the group so much is because they killed her parents. She reveals this with a murderous glint in her eyes, and the headmaster goes ahead to confirm everything they've said. Orodrom admits that the blood drinker is one very stubborn group, because they will always resurface, no matter how many times they're exterminated. The main reason for this is that no one knows where they hide or who their leader is. It's a group that remains impossible to eliminate for good, which makes them such a big problem. Some say that they are even responsible for 70% of all crime-related deaths in this world. The headmaster seems to know so much about how bad these criminals are, and they're so ruthless that it wouldn't even surprise him if some of their people were already inside the academy. They're truly a powerful force to be reckoned with, but Orodrom feels that the worst part is the fact that there's no way to tell the members of the blood drinker apart from actual people of the academy. And on top of that, the academy wouldn't act even if there was a way to fish the intruders out. The headmaster explains all of this, and of course, Gray doesn't like what he hears. He asks the old man to explain what he meant by that last part, saying that the academy wouldn't act even if there are criminals hiding amongst them. Bro looks like he's about to snap at the old man, but before he can say anything else, Professor Ariel cuts him off, informing him that this is just how the academy operates now. She explains that anyone with talent gets a chance to grow stronger in the academy, regardless of their bloodline, their race, or gender. At this point, the headmaster chimes in, confirming all that the lady just said, and then goes on to say that all candidates who are talented enough are accepted freely into the academy, and that it doesn't matter if they're criminals. Of course, this is a pretty insane way to run things, and Bella doesn't hesitate to let them know how absurd she thinks their tradition is. As far as she's concerned, any criminals that are currently in the academy should be seriously dealt with, and she angrily states this before the headmaster. In response, the man simply claims that he agrees with her. However, he makes it known to her that the higher-ups don't seem to share that view. If it were up to him, all known criminals in the academy would be hunted down, but clearly, it's out of his control. The blue-haired girl is pretty confused when he says this because the last time she checked, he's literally the headmaster of the institution. She feels that he should at least have enough power to oversee something like this, but the man explains that he's nothing more than an underling. He may be the face of the academy on paper, but in reality, he's just a figurehead, and the authority he actually holds is laughable. The headmaster reveals all of this shocking news to the students, and then asks them if they really want to know who is truly running things at the academy. Of course, the intense looks on their faces are enough of a response for him to know that they want the answer. However, he also explains to them that they'll have to grow stronger if they want to know. As far as the academy is concerned, the more power one has, the deeper they will be allowed into the academy, and the more secrets they'll uncover. The headmaster admits that he can't call any names, but he informs the students that they have an upperclassman who has enough influence to shape the academy's entire direction. Apparently, this extremely influential senior is so powerful that he was the one who came up with that crazy policy of accepting criminals into the academy. Hearing this, Gray immediately begins to put it all together and concludes that maybe they could be able to change the traditions of the academy if they somehow managed to become stronger than this mysterious and powerful senior. And of course, the professor confirms this, admitting that strength is everything around here. At this point, both Bella and Gray clench their fists forcefully, almost as if they make the strong resolve to become as strong as they possibly can. While explaining this to the students, the headmaster can't help but ponder over something. It's a thought that he still finds pretty amusing. You see, Orodrom Alexandro knows for a fact that Professor Ariel wouldn't have been able to stand a chance against Varian at all, especially not on her own. So the fact that they were able to take down the extremely powerful mad scientist makes the headmaster conclude that one of these students did it. With this in mind, he he just feels even more impressed, thinking that Ariel's divine eye must be sharper than ever for her to have been able to notice these two amazing talents. Just thinking about this, a small smile creeps up on his face, especially because he can't wait to see what kind of monster she creates by the time she's done training them. Later that day, we catch up with our boy, who's taking a walk along the hallway. All of a sudden, he notices the black tattoos spreading down all the way to his wrists again, which just makes him recall everything that the headmaster said earlier. He's finally starting to understand that indeed power is what rules the academy, which means that whether they want to take down the liquidator or uncover what's going on behind the scenes, they'll need to focus on getting stronger first. That's the only way they'll actually be able to influence anything that happens in the academy. The hero is deep in thought, probably trying to come up with a plan when all of a sudden, he senses something strange. He turns to look, and that's when he sees someone charging at him with a powerful drop kick. He sees the strike coming at the very last second, so he doesn't have enough time to react or even dodge the attack. All he can do is use his arms to shield his face. He ranks the kick like a pro and somehow even manages to stay on his feet after sliding a couple meters back. After a few seconds, he slowly peeks his head up to see who just attacked him, and that's when the guy scoffs, admitting that Gray is actually tougher than he expected. At this point, our boy snaps at the guy, wondering what the hell is wrong with him. He asks the guy what his deal is, so the crazy-eyed stranger snaps right back at him. The guy accused Gray of walking around like he owns the place and then calls him a special admission reject. As far as this troublemaker is concerned, someone like Gray doesn't belong in this hallway, and he makes this very clear to the hero. And so, the moment Gray hears this, he realizes that this goon is another one of those bigots who hate the special admission students. He's already gotten used to the hate, but this is the first time someone is actually kicking him the hallway because of it. And so, Gray concludes that this person might actually be after something more, so he reaches for his blade and asks the troublemaker if he is trying to pick a fight right now. Well, it turns out that this crazy-eyed student would actually love to go toe-to-toe with our boy, but that's not his priority right now. Apparently, he's not exactly interested in fighting Gray right now, because it seems that reject number 2 just showed up. At this point, the hero looks back to see what the bigot is talking about, and it turns out to be the red-haired professor strutting down the hallway toward them. Clearly, this troublemaker isn't exactly keen on getting in trouble with a professor of the academy, so when he sees Ariel walking over, he casually walks away, promising to finish this later. As he's walking away, he can be heard talking to someone, as if he's talking through a communication device. Mr. Crazy Eyes apologizes to someone over the phone, claiming that surveillance is too tight for him to get any closer to the target, and then promises to send someone else there soon. It just so happens that this finger-biting brainwashed hater is reporting back to Varian, which is absolutely shocking because the evil scientist is supposed to be dead. As soon as the hallway stalker leaves, Professor Ariel gets to Gray to see how he is, and she's definitely so she asks him what happened. The truth of the matter is that the hero still isn't even sure what the hell just happened, so he simply tells the red-haired lady that some random student just kicked him for no reason. He also tells her how the crazy-eyed stranger said that a divine eye special admit like him shouldn't even be walking around the academy's halls. As you can imagine, the lady is taken aback by this report, so she takes a second to process before going on to check our boy's body for wounds or bruises. Since there was no weapon and Gray wasn't injured, she informs him that there's not much she can do about the situation officially. That being said, she suggests that Gray chase the troublemaker down and punch the lights out of him for what he did. She gives him this idea with a really mischievous grin on her face, and you can already tell that she can't wait to see Gary mop the floor with the guy. On the other hand, the hero is so shocked when he hears her telling him to go punch another student, because he didn't even think he was allowed to do something like that. Well, it's not like fighting in the hallway is allowed in the academy, so she can't technically permit it since she's his professor. But then again, she suddenly starts acting like her eyesight has been getting bad lately, suggesting that she might not even notice if something were to happen nearby. At this point, Gray completely understands her angle, but rather than taking the free pass to teach the goon a lesson, he decides to let it slide. As far as he's concerned, it would be way too suspicious, so he suggests that they just leave the guy alone. Gray really doesn't want to cause any more trouble, so he doesn't mind, but the professor is a little disappointed because she was really looking forward to a showdown. Even though it's the right thing to do, she's pretty surprised that Gray actually decided not to retaliate. Besides that, the fact that he could be attacked just like that makes her begin to wonder if the Divine Eye special admits are really that disliked at the academy. Seeing how concerned she is, the MC decides to finally open up, admitting that the haters make fun of them sometimes. But that's just mockery, and he had gotten used to it. So he was really shocked to see that things could actually get physical. For some reason, the red-haired lady had no idea that the Divine Eye special admits were being mocked by other students. She's shocked to hear what Gray just told her, and so she tells him how sorry she is. Ariel feels really bad about it and starts wishing she has a bit more authority around here. At this point, Gray notices that she's getting upset, so he immediately tries to make her feel better, assuring her that she doesn't have to worry about it. I mean, she's already done a lot for him with the limited authority she has in the institution. Heck, if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't even be in the academy right now. Besides that, he's also very confident that Bella and the others will eventually prove that the Divine Eye program wasn't a mistake. After all, it's no news that Professor Ariel has a good eye for picking out extremely talented students. Even if he hadn't seen it in this lifetime, he definitely saw it firsthand in the previous world when she single-handedly picked out some of the strongest heroes in the world who eventually became the guardians of humanity. This remark leaves the professor stunned for a second because she's never heard Gray say it to her. She's truly flattered by the compliment that her cheeks turn pink all of a sudden as she thanks him for his kind words. Despite being really touched by Gray's confidence in the others, she also tells him not to act like it's someone else's problem. Just in case he wasn't already aware, Ariel makes him understand that he's the one she expects the most out of everyone in the Divine Eye group. She hammers on this fact and starts calling some of the older students, like Amy White, Leek Muller, and Jacob Bloomfield. She's convinced that these guys will all become top tier just like the special admits before them. Ariel reveals that she definitely has faith in these students, but also admits that the first time she truly believed that someone could surpass humanity itself was when she met him. As you can imagine, the hero begins to feel a little under pressure when she starts talking like this. It's pretty rough on Gray for her to be comparing him to these guys, and it looks like she already knows that he's feeling the pressure. She keeps staring at him intently like she's trying to read his mind while he's fighting the feeling of nervousness. Eventually, Gray decides not to feel pressured because that kind of thinking is weak, and he can't afford to be weak because the mastermind behind Varian probably hasn't given up on summoning the Liquidator yet. He thinks back to that day on the battlefield and recalls how even the great heroes in the previous world couldn't even land a scratch on the Worldender. Gray came back to this timeline for one reason, and that is to make sure that he defeats the Liquidator. Before being sent back, he was literally told that the fate of the world rests in his hands, and knowing that such a responsibility is on his shoulders, he definitely cannot afford to feel overwhelmed or be weak. The story continues a few days later in a swordsmanship class. Today, the students will be engaging in a live combat practice, and after announcing this, the professor asks them to pair up according to the list on the board. Of course, our boy Gray is present for this class, and he's really looking forward to the practical training. It's just an exercise, but he's taking it very seriously because he wants to make a statement. He feels that he needs to be very sharp today because screwing this up will mean that everyone starts badmouthing all the Divine Eye recruits again. At the very least, he needs to show that he can keep up with the regular students. That's exactly what he's got on his mind, but then he realizes how difficult that's going to be when he looks up at the board to see that he's been matched up against the one and only Leonhard Apius. At first, he doesn't even believe it because that's just as bad it would be for him. Well, there's no mix-up, and so Gray confirms that he'll be facing off with the top student of the Swordsman course. Basically, Leonhard Appius is the strongest first-year student, so it's usually a long day for anyone who's not on his side. The teacher claims that he matched the students of similar skill levels as best as he could, and so she urges them not to hold back. The nonchalant professor even goes on to tell them that they're expected to take this practical as a real fight. Of course, Gray doesn't believe that this matchup was made considering students of similar skills levels. It doesn't make any sense to him how he would end up fighting the top student in the entire course when he barely got in as a special admit, as if facing the strongest freshman isn't already tough enough. The same guy in question happens to be a member of the Haters Club who despise the Divine Eye students. Knowing this, Gray figures that Leonhardt is probably itching to beat him bloody after the last incident. Our boy is still thinking about the mess he's in when all of a sudden, he feels a hand tap him on the shoulder from behind. Chills run down his spine when he hears the familiar voice, and then he turns around with a horrified look in his eyes. Sure enough, it's the blonde killing machine disguised as a student. Leonhardt's got a really wide grin etched on his face, talking about how glad he is to find out that they're going to be partners for this practical. Truly, the guy actually rates our boy. He's genuinely happy that he gets the chance to spar with Lord Gray. Bro feels that becoming top of the class was definitely worth it, because now he has the opportunity to show what he's really made of. Leonhardt believes that he has trained harder than anyone alive, so now he can't wait for the infamous Lord Gray to witness his true swordsmanship. On the other hand, the MC looks absolutely terrified. Gray probably wishes he could just disappear right now because he is definitely not ready to go up against this guy. He was already nervous about the match up, but after seeing the extremely big smile on Leonhardt's face, our boy confirms that he's cooked. He's so sure that this blondie is loving the fact that he finally gets the chance to beat him up legally. Well, he's looking forward to it, and our boy sadly doesn't have a choice. A few moments later, all the students arrive at the arena when the practical training is supposed to take place. Apparently, this isn't going to be some turn-by-turn stuff, as all those paired up against each other will be sparring at the same time. Once they're all in place, the process asks if they're ready, and a few seconds later, he signals the start of the practical training. All the students start clashing swords immediately, and of course, Leonhardt APS is the most eager of the bunch. The blondie grabs his sword and practically flies toward Gray with a menacing glint in his eyes. He goes in with the first strike and Gray blocks it with his sword as well. Just as our boy predicted, Leonhardt is very powerful. So much so that he's having a hard time holding back the guy's sword. The blondie pushes down hard, determined to overpower the MC, but Gray holds on until they're forced to break away from each other. Leonhardt is clearly enjoying the challenge, so he goes in with another powerful slash of his sword, but the hero deflects this strike as well. He hasn't even recovered from the last one when Leonhardt follows up with yet another devastating strike. This time around, the flaming blast comes way too quickly for Gray to block it, so just when it looks like he's about to get his head split in two, he swiftly gets out of the way. He dodges the slash barely and decides to finally go for the offense. He gets an opening, so he takes the chance to swing his sword as well, but despite throwing a lot into the downward slash, Leonhardt easily blocks it. The blondie blocks the powerful strike, but for some reason, there's a smile on his face. At this point, it's clear that the guy is having a lot of fun. He's not even breaking a sweat, which just means that our boy is going to have to do a lot more to actually stand a chance. With a big smile on his face, Leonhardt commends Gray for being pretty strong. He's impressed and admits that he still doesn't get how the hero didn't make it into the academy through regular admission. The whole time, Gray just remains silent because he is currently channeling all his energy and focus into the fight. He holds back all of the blondie's attacks and continues to deflect all the strikes. At this point, the two skilled swordsmen are practically canceling each other out, which Gray finds pretty surprising. Bro thought that he'd get wrecked instantly, but he's shocked to see that he's actually holding his own. Still, he can't get ahead of himself here or lose any focus now, because he knows that he won't be able to match Leonhardt's raw power, even if he uses both arms. Gray can clearly see that the guy's swordsmanship is insane, so he can't afford to get carried away at any point. Leonhardt's form is a proper textbook-style swordsmanship, but he's perfected it to a terrifying degree, which makes him an absolute force to be reckoned with when he's holding a sword. With the experience our boy garnered in his past life, and his master's training, he can still see that his opponent is a monster, especially since he's only lived one lifetime. Gray's clash with the blondie is so incredible that all the other students even stop their duels to watch the greatness before them. They're blown away by the fact that Gray is actually keeping up with Leonhardt. It's truly insane, and some of them can't even believe their eyes. They're not the only ones having fun though, because the blondie appears to be having the time of his life. Leonhardt claims that he could do this all day, but that's not the same story for Gray, who's already struggling to stay in the fight. Our boy can feel himself losing energy all of a sudden. His stamina can't keep up with the blonde beast, and if it wasn't for Professor Heathcote's training, he knows that he would have been down already. Despite being pretty tired, he forces himself to keep swinging, but what he can't wrap his head around is how Leonhardt isn't even breathing hard. It doesn't take long for Gray to see that he is about to run out of energy completely, so he decides that he needs to end the match immediately. He remembers the professor telling them to treat this as a real fight, and this gives him an idea. So, just when it looks like Leonhardt is about to punish him with a killing blow, he slips under the strike and delivers a vicious strike to the blondie's Achilles tendon before he can do anything about it. Some might call it a dirty move, but right now, our boy is doing what he needs to. Gray slips under and dodges his opponent's brutal slash just in the nick of time. He lands a hit on the guy's leg, and at this point, Leonhardt's eyes widen in horror. He's shocked to see that Gray is actually taking this fight seriously, and now that it's clear that the freshman is no longer messing around, he decides to be even more brutal, because as far as he's concerned, he simply cannot afford to lose this fight. Right now, the MC appears to be treating this fight like it's an actual life or death battle, and so he uses a desperate move to level things up. The two skilled warriors draw their swords at the very last second, which pretty much leads to stalemate. By the end of the fight, it's a draw because even though Gray is on his feet with his sword at Leonhardt's throat, the senior equally has the tip of his blade inches away from Gray's neck. At this point, the both of them finally settle the match, with Gray stating that it's a draw. He gives the blondie a hand to help him up, feeling pretty relieved that the duel is now over. Gray helps Leonhardt back on his feet, but the senior doesn't really agree with the apparent result. The blondie admits that all he could do was swing his sword at the very end of their duel. He says this with a look of defeat laced all over his face, because he knows that Gray truly had the upper hand toward the end. While he struggled to stay on his feet and swing his sword, the freshman could have pierced straight through his heart if he wanted to. Leonhardt knows this all too well and admits how helpless he was at the end of the battle. If this was an actual fight to the death, Leonhardt would probably be dead by now, but it's a mock battle, and so he knows that Gray forced himself to thrust the sword at his neck, instead of going for his heart. The blondie says all of this, and then waits for Gray to try and deny it. He bluntly asks our boy to tell him if he's wrong about this. Of course, Leonhardt is spot on and Gray knows this as well, so he just confirms everything. After all, the blondie has figured it out already. At this point, the MC smiles sheepishly before suggesting that it would just be messed up to drive his sword at someone's heart in a mock duel, especially when the whole thing was set up with several protective spells. Clearly, our boy had no intention of actually hurting Leonhardt, and the blondie can also see that now. But the bottom line of it all is that he's still lost in the end. Leonhardt almost looks relieved while saying this, claiming that Gray has finally made him understand the difference between real combat and fencing practice. This senior suddenly starts walking away from the arena, but before he leaves, he makes sure to thank our boy for helping him see that fighting isn't just about sword skills. Hearing this, Gray nervously admits that his own style is a bit of a cheap move for a swordsmanship class. He tries to make Leonhardt feel better about it, but the blondie isn't cutting himself any slack. After all, the instructor made it very clear to them that they were supposed to treat the duel like real combat. As far as the guy is concerned, there's no such thing as cheating in a real fight, because the goal at the end of the day is to come out victorious no matter what it takes. That being said, Leonhardt turns to Gray one more time and points his sword at our boy as he asks him if he'd like to go for another round. Seeing the tip of the guy's blade barely inches away from his face, the MC starts to feel really nervous. He definitely didn't expect this guy to be asking for another fight so quickly, because the first battle they had wasn't exactly a walk in the park for him. Gray feels that he only won that round because he managed to catch Leonhardt off guard, so now that there's a sword in his face, he doesn't know what to do. In his mind, there's no way he'll be able to stand a chance if they go at it head on. Our boy feels that this isn't even a matter of technique anymore, because Leonhardt is simply on another level when it comes to strength. The guy's entire stamina practically leaves him graze in the dust, so he's desperately hoping he can get out of this sticky situation. Just when it looks like there's no escaping, someone in the crowd steps up. The guy with a sword on his shoulder struts over to the two fighters, telling the both of them to hold it right there. Hearing the voice, our boy is shocked, so he turns to see who it is, and that's when this man reminds them that this is still a sword class, regardless of real combat training. The confident man then informs them that nobody said they're allowed to use anything other than a sword. He then goes on to ask how the hell Gray Lee got paired with the top student, calling our boy a special admit loser. At this point, our boy starts to get a little offended, so he just stares at the guy with a confused look on his face. He's pretty irritated at this point, but the guy goes further to tell Gray that he shouldn't get cocky just because he's got some magic. All of this just leaves our boy quite frustrated, because this is literally the last place he wants to be right now. It's not like he asked for this particular matchup either, so he doesn't get why this troublemaker is trying to make a fuss about it. Still, he doesn't say anything to the guy, and that's when Leonhardt finally speaks up. The blondie hits back at her ducha bag, informing him that the professor decided that he's the only one worthy of fighting Gray. He then politely tells the troublemaker to butt out of this, hoping that it would be enough, and this just leaves Gray stunned because of how blunt the blondie is. Before things can get out of hand, the professor in question appears. The man walks over to the three young men and confirms what Leon just said, stating that he was the one who made the matchups. The professor further explains that he paired students with similar overall strengths, and after stating this, he concludes by informing all three of them that Gray is the only one who can take on Leon. The professor makes this very clear to the troublemaker, and gives him permission to try the freshman out himself if he is not satisfied with the decision. And just like that, he gives the annoying student the opportunity to be Leon's opponent, but only on the condition that he's able to defeat Gray. Sure enough, the cocky senior is very confident that he'll be able to take down our boy, so he happily accepts the challenge. Bro is so sure that the freshman will be no match for him, so he starts bragging about how he beat the examiner to get to this stage. That being said, he feels insulted that they would lump him in with those who barely scrapped a pass in a tie. He hates the fact that they would put him in the same category with someone who couldn't pass at all, and so he's determined to prove a point. Hearing this, Leonhardt starts pondering on the matter. The troublemaker is judging Gray by his admission category without even knowing his true strength, which he'll soon find out is a big mistake. Leon finds it amusing that he guy can be thinking this way, but he's not too surprised because it's just like looking at the old him. That's exactly how he used to think regarding the hero. But then again, He honestly feels that this whole thing is a good chance for the young hero. As far as he's concerned, our boy's power deserves recognition. But more importantly, he's very pissed that this guy just interrupted his time with Gray. All of a sudden, Leon's face starts to get really scary. The guy starts boiling in rage and a murderous look gets plastered on his face. The troublemaker sees this but doesn't think much of it at first, but then, after a couple seconds, he starts to panic because now, he can see just how pissed Leon is. He has no idea why the blondie is so furious and it's kinda messing with him already. Meanwhile, the professor tells them that they are free to use their swords if they don't feel like working with the real combat rule. The man lays down the rule and then asks Gray if that's okay with him. Hearing this, our boy just starts to feel the pressure, so he doesn't even have any clue how strong his opponent actually is. But if he got into the academy through regular exams, this won't be easy. Our boy takes another look on the guy's face and concludes that this opponent definitely got better stamina and strength than him. Even with Gray's master's brutal training, he still knows that he can't beat years of proper nourishment and conditioning. Our boy admits that he's not that confident in his skills, but then again, it's not like he will get expelled if he loses the battle, so it's a risk that he's willing to take. He asks the professor just to make sure that he's safe, and the man assures him that this is just a class practice. Even at that, the professor still tells the both of them not to go easy on each other. After hearing all the confirmation, our boy immediately gets his head in the game. He takes out his sword and gets into battle mode just like his cocky opponent, who is equally ready for the duel. Once both students are armed and ready to clash blades, the professor signals the start of their duel, and the challenger doesn't hesitate to charge at our boy. He dashes over to the hero with a murderous look in his eyes. He feels that it's finally time for him to put the special admit in his place, so he yells at our boy, telling him to know his damn role. Sure enough, Gray blocks the hit with his own sword, and that marks the start of an intense sword fight. After scraping their blades together for a couple of seconds, our boy notices something that leaves him confused for a second. He suddenly notices that he's slowly overpowering his opponent, and so he takes advantage of it, knowing that he has the upper hand. With one sweeping move, Gray is able to send the guy flying. He shoves him into the air in the blink of an eye, and this leaves his opponent absolutely shocked. On the other hand, Gray can now see that his opponent hits light, so he concludes that his power is nothing special. Despite being tossed back like a piece of paper just now, the guy remains determined to win the fight, so he comes in again with another powerful swing. Gray sees it coming from the start and casually delivers a mean slash of his own. He takes the swing, feeling that his opponent might just be holding back and not actually throwing everything he's got, but this idea immediately vanishes from his mind when he sees blood splashing all over the place. Apparently, Gray's casual strike managed to cut open the cocky senior and send him falling to the ground in that instant. Our boy watches in horror as the guy goes down, desperately hoping that he didn't just cause him major harm. Once the cocky senior is down, the professor immediately announces that the match is over, because he can probably also see that he won't easily recover from that. Anyway, the MC rushes over to check on his fallen opponent, anxiously asking him if he's okay. Gray apologizes to her guy, and starts to explain how he was actually aiming for his sword instead. Unfortunately, he missed the target and ended up slashing the senior. It all happened so fast, but the MC actually expected the guy to be able to dodge it in time. Well, I guess the guy is all talk and no show. Well, we're about to find out for sure, because just when it looks like the fight is done and over, the injured guy slowly reaches for his sword again. He gradually gets back up, claiming that all they just witnessed was a fluke, and that Gray only brought him down because he caught him off guard. And so, with blood all over his face and tears running down his cheeks, the resolute senior challenges our boy to one more duel. Clearly, this guy has no intention of giving up, and it appears that a broken nose and other facial injuries are not even slightly going to deter him. Seeing just how desperate the guy is to prove himself, the disappointed professor doesn't even bother trying to talk him out of it. The man simply gives him permission to keep going at it until he's had enough. At the same time, other students at the back are starting to get worried about the challenger, because he looks like he's in a great deal of pain. Well, it's looking like pain is just fuel for this guy, because, right after getting back on his feet, he charges at the MC with his sword once again. Our boy sees this attack coming from a mile away, but he's not even slightly dazed by it. He already knows that he can take anything that this guy throws at him, so he just stands there, bracing himself for another round of clashing swords. A few moments later, we see Gray looking really worried with guilt written all over his face. And so now, the cocky senior is completely unrecognizable since his entire face is swollen from all the beatings. At this point, it's just so embarrassing that even the professor can't take it anymore. He covers his face in shame and finally decides to stop the fight before the senior gets himself killed. He ends the match and asks that the guy be taken to the infirmary right away. Sometime after all of that is over, we see Leon and Gray standing on stage with the professor who is about to make an announcement. He informs the other students that these two will be this year's representatives. After making the announcement, he asks the crowd if they have any objections, and the first person to complain is Gray, who seems shocked that he was appointed as one of the representatives. He doesn't seem familiar with the term, so the professor decides to explain. You see, the top first years take on the second-year champion in the inter-year battle, and for some reason, there's a record for losing 35 years in a row, which is currently held by the first years. The professor explains the dilemma to the both of them, but also suggests that this year might just be different for them. The man says this with a lot of hope and confidence, which just goes to show how much faith the man has in our boy. As you can imagine, 35 consecutive losses is a really bad record, and our boy even has a hard time believing that it's try at first. It leaves him quite stunned and makes him wonder if the power gap between the first years and the second years really is that big. Well, it just so happens that this is exactly the case, because the professor sharply confirms it without any iota of doubt in his mind. After all, a year at the academy is huge, and there's a lot that can be learned in that time frame. Anyway, the professor goes on to remind Gray that losing isn't an abnormal thing. It's actually pretty normal to lose from time to time, and one should even expect it. That being said, he's almost 100% sure that history will repeat itself once again, so he assures Gray that it would truly be impressive enough if he even manages to put up a decent fight against his direct seniors. But more importantly, if he somehow wins, the professor tells him that it would go down in the academy's history as a miracle, since just being chosen to fight as a freshman is already considered an honor. The man pats our boy on the shoulder as he explains all of this, and then tells him that he shouldn't stress too much, before finally ending the class for the day. Even after the professor leaves, our boy still finds himself pondering over what the man said. Since the man told him not to stress over it, he figures that the inter-year battle might not be as serious as he thought. Regardless, as a Divine Eye special student, he knows that this is the perfect chance for him to prove that he can actually fight, and so he makes up his mind to train hard for the upcoming competition. The scene shifts from here, and the next thing we see is a seemingly important faculty meeting among the academy professors. With all the members still seated toward the end of the meeting, the headmaster moves on to the last agenda for the day. This last subject happens to be Professor Budra's proposal, and so the man in question doesn't hesitate to get straight to it. For some reason, the fat man in question suddenly proposes that the Divine Eye specialist student, Amy White, he expelled. As you already know, Professor Ariel isn't going to just sit there and let that happen, but she quietly allows him to finish talking. This angry-looking fat man is Professor Budra, a professor from the magic department, and he seems to have beef with the red-haired lady and her special students. After listening to his proposal, Ariel is the first to respond, blasting him for even suggesting such a thing when she is the one in charge of managing the Divine Eye students and not him. Clearly, Professor Budra doesn't respect her, so it's no surprise that he hits back at her, claiming that she is the main problem. He then goes ahead to remind all the members of the faculty present that Amy White failed the third year's advancement exam, and how she got to stay in spite of that, because she is a special admit. Apparently, that didn't sit well with Professor Budra, because he's still trying to get the girl kicked out of the school. Every other student who failed the exam was expelled, so he'd like his colleagues to assess and tell him if it seems fair to them that Amy gets to stay. Of course, none of them can actually support the fact that the girl in question got to remain in the academy, but they don't say anything either because they know that Professor Ariel would have a response. Sure enough, the red-haired lady answers Professor Budra, reminding him that Amy White is progressing steadily toward top-class, world-level combat ability. She stands up for the girl, explaining that the student is unable to display her full power at the moment due to the harsh backlash on her body currently. As far as Ariel is concerned, Amy White would have passed the advancement exam with flying colors if she didn't suffer what she had to. The red-haired lady makes this very clear to the board, insisting that the girl needs to stay, but of course, Budra refuses to buy this. In his mind, Professor Ariel is just making excuses for the girl again, and he's truly had enough of it. But he's not even the only one, because another member of the board suddenly chimes in to discredit Ariel even more. He mocks her statement and accuses her of making a useless student look like some hidden prodigy. This bearded man doesn't look like he's even slightly moved by Ariel's statements, so he suggests that she stop spouting that fantasy of Amy White having secret powers. He clearly doesn't believe it, and neither does half of the board, but the red-haired lady insists that it's the truth. Professor Ariel can already sense that she's losing support very fast, so he tells her colleagues that Amy White has improved so much that she could gain full control of her powers any day now. Still, she tries to make them understand that pushing the girl too soon might make her lose the chance forever. Despite her best attempts to sway the faculty board, this bearded man is bent on thwarting her efforts. He's not hearing any of it, and even sounds even more pissed when she says this because she's already used this same excuse before. From the look of things, he concludes that Professor Ariel is planning to leg someone who can't meet the Academy's standard to just stay here indefinitely. He throws the allegation her way, but she immediately hits back, reminding him that the Academy exists to nurture exceptional talents. As far as she's concerned, kicking out someone gifted just because they don't fit neatly into a system defeats the whole purpose. Professor Budra just smiles mischievously when he hears her talking about talent. He seems to find it pretty amusing that she thinks Amy White actually has talent. Maybe the special admits were impressive in the old days, but right now, Budra is convinced that the current batch is just full of failures. Amy White, Bella Albright, Jacob Bloomfield, and the rest call into this category, and so Budra feels that Ariel might be the real problem. To him, it's starting to look like the Great Divine Eye is losing its keenness, because of how much the special admits are struggling these days. Of course, the bearded man right next to Budra agrees, suggesting that it might be time to consider abolishing the Divine Eye program entirely. They both burst into laughter after this, but Ariel is completely shocked at their suggestion. She can't believe that they would actually want to abolish the program, so she snaps at them, wondering what the hell they're thinking. Sadly, these men mean every word of it and are determined to convince the board that it should be scrapped. Budra points out how the program was established ages ago by the Academy's Founders Council and explains that it can be abolished the same way if over half the faculty agree to the idea. Apparently, this is the rule, and the fat man doesn't hesitate to remind the red-haired lady how things work. She's still trying to tackle Budra when she gets attacked by another member of the board. The man with the mustache chimes in, suggesting that the current Divine Eye students don't impress him either, and even though he's heard that Bella Albright has improved, he still doesn't think that it's a major achievement. Besides, her mana capacity is also very questionable, so he's not exactly keen on letting someone like her remain in the Academy. At this point, it becomes clear to Ariel that she'll have to work a lot harder if she wants to win the board over. Despite being cornered, the lady still tries to protest, but before she can even get a word in, a much older professor cuts her off. This old man isn't on her side either, since he feels that the recent batch of special admits are below the standard. The geezer has been around long enough to know how impressive the Divine Eye students of old were, so he really doesn't fancy the new generation, and neither does the bearded man sitting next to him. As far as they're concerned, the Divine Eye students just don't have the impact that they used to. Thankfully, not all the professors in the room agree with this, and so just like that, the boardroom becomes divided. Sadly, Ariel can clearly see that the voices against her are more than she expected. So, she's afraid that the program might really get shut down if things proceed at this rate. If she wants to win this debate, she'll have to do so much to win them over, and Professor Budra is more than ready to make this even more difficult. The fat man goes on to state that the program has been outdated for a very long time, and then finally suggests that it's time for them to move on from the old tradition. He can tell that he's winning, so he starts to get cocky. Before Ariel can even say anything, he tells her not to bother trying to claim that she can judge talent better than the rest of them, because all of her special picks have been struggling at the Academy. Budra discredits her capacity, even more than before, as his mocking laughter fills the room, but Ariel knows better than to let this get under her skin. She wishes she could bluntly say that she still sees much better than all of them, but she can't because it would just provoke the board members, who already dislike her. Right now, her priority is to win them over, and she's determined to do that even if it means she has to swallow Budra's insults. Even though it looks like they are on Budra's side, many professors still care about whether the program benefits the Academy, and so she will have to be very careful what she says moving forward if she wants them on her side. Professor Ariel doesn't respond to anything that the fat man said, and this just makes him even more cocky, cause now he's thinking that he's finally shut her up for good. Well, he definitely is enjoying himself, and he's glad to see that she knows that she's way past her prime already. The bearded man from earlier chimes in again to support Budra in mocking Ariel. He admits that she had great achievements in the past, but then suggests that maybe it's time for her to retire before she ruins her legacy. For some reason, these guys are all hating on the red-haired lady, and they're not even being subtle about it. One of them even tells her to go start her own school, if she's thinking of raising her favorite students however she likes. To them, each insult thrown at Ariel is funnier than the last, and so they can't even control themselves anymore. It's almost like they're drunk on the hatred, and they're so convinced that Ariel is nothing more than a washed-up Divine Eye. Of course, it's a really annoying sight on display, but the red-haired lady still does let them get under her skin. She remains calm and collected because she knows for a fact that she can still recognize real talent. Unfortunately, She can't prove that to these geezers right now, and that's very bad because she knows that her kids still need more time to grow. There's no doubt in her mind that they'll prove themselves soon enough, but she just needs to stop themselves from getting expelled before they get the chance. Right now, she's desperate to keep her students in the school, and she's ready to do almost anything that it takes to achieve this. Her mind trails off while she's brainstorming, but she's suddenly drawn out of her thoughts when someone asks her about one of her students named Gray. She's taken aback when the man asks her about our boy, but she shouldn't even be too surprised since he's been making waves from the start. Some members of the board heard that he's promising among the first-year swordsmanship students, and they're also aware that he was picked for the inter-year battle too. Of course, Budra doesn't think much of this and quickly tries to discredit our boy as well. And what better way to do this than by setting him up in an unfair matchup? With this in mind, Budra suggests that the promising student should prove his stuff in the competition so that they can decide the future of the Divine Eye program after seeing the results. Of course, this is a really big gamble, and even though Ariel has faith in our boy, her colleague isn't supportive of taking such a risk. He gestures for her to reject the idea, so she does, explaining that Gray's powers are not suited for mock battles. If it were a real kill or be killed situation, she'd be more confident, but when she tries to explain this, the bearded man just gets furious because he thinks that she's making excuses again. The man feels that Gay should be able to show his mettle in real combat if he can't show it in training like other students. After all, every professor seated there knows this, so he isn't letting Ariel off the hook that easily this time. Still, Ariel tries to make them understand that Gray's abilities aren't normal swordsmanship skills, but she doesn't get the chance to finish because the headmaster suddenly calls it a day. As far as he's concerned, this discussion is heading nowhere and he's already heard enough. However, he still believes that the Divine Eye program has a role to play in the academy, so he decides that they'll use the results of the inter-year battle to make a decision. This is not what Ariel was gunning for, so she tries to protest, but it's all futile. As for Budra and his cohorts, they're happily looking forward to the competition because they're absolutely certain that Gray will get destroyed on the battlefield. The meeting is adjourned and all the professors take their leave, except Ariel, who just sits there, feeling defeated. She remembers the staggering powers she witnessed the boy display, and she has no doubt that he's strong enough. However, she also knows that his power isn't suited for mock battles, which just means that he still needs time. What she's hoping for is unreasonable right now, and she knows it, but she's putting all her faith in Gray because he's the only one who can help the other Divine Eye students, those raw gems with world-class potential. At the moment, our boy is the only one who can protect them and save them from being expelled. The story continues on the day of the long-awaited and much-anticipated inter-year battle. All the seats in the arena are absolutely packed with students, to the point that they almost look like an army of ants from above. While all the spectators take their seats, the students who will be taking part in the competition line up on the center stage. 4 of them appear before the crowd to represent their respective classes, and the host of the event is more than happy to announce the start of the inter-year battle. He informs the crowd that the fights will begin shortly, and then proceeds to introduce the competitors who will be participating. First on the list is none other than the first-year top student, Leonhard Appius, and the next in line is the second-year top student, Luniel Hartman. These two are the most popular up on stage, but there's an underdog in their midst as well. Sure enough, it's Gray Lee, our boy who will be participating as the first-year challenger in this event. Of course, he's not the only new cat in the mix because another student named Deeble Redardle is introduced as the second-year challenger. As soon as Deeble is introduced, our boy realizes that the crazy-looking guy with a sick appearance is the same one who jumped him out of nowhere in the hallway some days back. And so, you can imagine how nervous he gets when he realizes that this is the psycho that he'll be up against for the inter-year battle. Gray is still trying to wrap his head around what the hell is going on when the announcer starts talking again. The man assures the crowd that they are about to witness what these warriors are truly capable of, and this definitely gets them excited. But the most excited person in the stands right now is Professor Budra, who can't wait to see Gray's downfall. Leon takes a look at the stands and is truly overwhelmed by how many professors came around to observe the showdown. And so, this makes Blondie wonder if this is always how the inter-year battle is. He expresses his confusion to Luniel, the second-year top student, and the dark-haired guy admits that the competition hasn't always been this anticipated by the teachers. Apparently, this is a first because before now, only 3 fencing professors bothered to even show up. That being said, the second-year student can't help but wonder why there are so many professors present this time. In that moment, a wave of realization suddenly hits Leon. The Blondie figures that the teachers probably came around in numbers because they're curious about Gray Lee. It makes perfect sense, since the guy has been making waves since he arrived at the academy. A small smile creeps up on his face as the thought lingers in his mind, and it just makes him conclude that the old geezers certainly have excellent taste. Meanwhile, Luniel notices the blondie freshman smiling to himself, which makes him wonder if Leon has always been this weird. Anyway, it appears that Professor Budra heard what Leon just said about their reason for coming, and the fat man loudly confirms his guess. Budra speaks for many other professors there, admitting that they came to witness the final battle of the Divine Eye Special admits. This comes as a shock to the students in the stands since they obviously aren't up to date with the politics among their teachers. Anyway, the thing that really gets our boy's attention is the fact that Budrata said this would be the final battle of the special admits. He doesn't get what the man means by that, so he expresses his confusion, asking Budra what he means by that. At this point, the chubby professor gets even more excited because clearly nobody told Gray the stakes involved with this competition. And so, he happily informs the young hero that the Divine Eye program is being abolished. Of course, this comes as a shock to the MC, and he doesn't even pretend like he's not horrified by the news. Right now, he's absolutely desperate to be told otherwise, so he turns to Professor Ariel to hear from her. He asks the red-haired lady if what Budra says is true, but she's reluctant to answer him. She just stays quiet with a look of helplessness laced all over her face. She knows that telling Gray the truth would make him want to push himself to the limit. And if that happens, there's a chance that he'll use that dark, mysterious power within him that she's been trying so hard to hide from everyone. Right now, that's the last thing she wants for him, because if he uses that power in his current state, it could actually kill him. So, with all of this in mind, Professor Ariel finally decides what to tell him. She takes a deep breath to calm herself, and then without mincing words, she tells Gray that Budra is lying to him. She tells our boy that the fat man is just trying to mess with his focus, and then encourages him to keep his head in the game. She tells our boy to just fight and not let their words get to him, which leaves him and the other contestants pretty puzzled. Gray is stunned for a second when he hears this, but it's also quite a relief for him. Gray believes her and takes a moment to process her words before immediately regaining complete focus. From the look on his face, you can tell just how determined he is, and even though Ariel's little stunt seems to be working, Budra refuses to be moved by her gimmick. The man simply scoffs, feeling confident that Gray still won't win, so he tells them to do whatever. After all, he believes that they're just going to embarrass themselves at the end of the day. As far as he's concerned, Gray is definitely going to lose, and once that happens, other professors will finally realize that the Divine Eye Ariel's sight isn't as keen as it used to be. And so, just like that, Professor Ariel once again puts the future of the Divine Eye program in Gray's hands without telling him what he's up against. Thankfully, our boy is feeling more motivated than ever because he's definitely not going to let Budra's insults slide. He makes this very clear to the fat man, who is taken aback by his audacity. Gray doesn't really care if the man insults him or makes fun of the students, but what he will not take lightly is Budra talking down on Professor Ariel's judgment. The freshman boldly hits back at the annoying professor, and even Ariel is shocked at how fearless he is right now. As you can imagine, Budra isn't as patient as the red-haired lady, so he is immediately offended by Gray's tone. It makes him wonder what kind of strength Ariel's eye must have picked up in him to make him so bold. Anyway, Budra is still convinced that the freshman will fail woefully once the battle starts, so he tells Gray to get ready to lose. Budra and several others are convinced that he doesn't stand a chance, but all of this is just fuel for our boy, who relishes the challenge presented to him. The red-eyed hero hits back at the professor one more time, telling him and his cohorts to watch him prove them wrong. Of course, such a slick response quickly gets under Budra's skin, and he instantly loses his cool. The fat man is absolutely furious at how arrogant the boy is and almost charges at Gray by himself, but his bearded colleague holds him back in time, urging him to calm down. Once all that drama is over, the moderator of the inter-year battle calls on the contestants to take their positions. He tells them to split up and go with their teammates, so they do just that. Gray did talk big just now, and he sounded really confident, but Ariel still can't help but feel worried for him. She definitely appreciates his trust in her, but she's really anxious because she has no idea what he's planning to do. She feels that it would even be better if he was fighting the top student Luniel, because his practical swordsmanship might give him a slim chance, but that's not the case. You see, the reason the red-haired lady is panicking so much right now is because our boy has been matched with a terrible opponent, Deeble Redardle. Apparently, this psycho-looking is just as bad as he looks, if not worse. Bradley rewired his brain surgically, boosting his reflexes to inhuman levels, so now the twisted fighter is practically a living weapon just waiting to be unleashed. As far as Ariel is concerned, Deeble is the worst possible matchup for Gray's ambush tactics, which is why she's extremely nervous. Right now, She's desperately hoping that the MC isn't planning to use that ability against Deeble during the fight, because it's definitely not going to work. Just before the battle is about to commence, she calls out to Gray from the stands, and when he turns around, she tells him not to worry about her. She also begs him not to push himself too hard for the fight, and upon hearing this, he just flashes a small smile at her before telling her that he knows all this. After putting the fighters in their positions, the moderator informs the crowd that they will be starting with the top student match. So, he calls on the representatives to step forward. Once they're in the middle of the ring, facing each other, he gives them a few instructions, explaining that the arena is surrounded with protective magic to prevent fatal wounds, and so, this means that triggering their opponent's safeguard will count as a victory. After explaining this, the man tells them to fight as if this is real combat because that's the only way to win. Luniel understands the rules already, so he looks ready to begin, but Leon is a little hung up on the fact that they're expected to fight like it's real combat. Unfortunately, there's no time for him to dwell on that thought because the instructor immediately calls for the start of their battle. Both students take out their swords and neither of them hesitates to engage. Leon is the first to strike and Luniel is so excited to see him charging like a runaway train because he can wait to see what the blondie is capable of. The two ferocious swordsmen engage in a truly intense duel with sparks and flames flying all over the arena as they clash blades over and over. At first, Leon seems to be having the upper hand because he keeps forcing Luniel back with his brutal slashes, but then, the second-year star regains his balance and goes in for a mean counter. Seeing this, Blondie quickly slips under to dodge the strike, and this gives him a perfect opening. With Luniel now fully exposed, he capitalizes on the tiny window of opportunity to deliver a devastating kick to his opponent's face, but the guy somehow manages to dodge it. Leon can't believe his eyes when he misses the shot, and it just makes him realize that he probably can't fight like Gray. Meanwhile, Luniel seems to really be enjoying himself. The guy commends Leon for being really good for a freshman. In fact, he thinks that the blondie is stronger than he was in his first year and doesn't have a problem admitting it. As much as he's impressed, he still has to take Leon down, so he decides that it's time to pick up the pace. The guy says this with a really cocky grin on his face, but Leon seems to be straining already, which makes the second year think that his opponent might have trouble keeping up. Leon had his chance to land some big blows, but he couldn't. So now it's Luniel's turn and he doesn't have any intention of missing his shot. He goes after Leon with a barrage of sword slashes that force the blondie back. Sure, he manages to block all of them, but the intensity eventually gets too much, so he pulls back to create some space and catch his breath. At this point, the dark-haired senior has enough time and space to unleash a devastating strike that would surely seal the deal. Leon sees the terrifying surge of power growing out of the blade and is instantly horrified because he knows he can't stop it. Sure enough, Luniel blasts him with it, but it doesn't kill him thanks to the protective magic of the arena. However, a blast of that magnitude is powerful enough to trigger Leon's safeguard, which basically signals his defeat. Once this happens, the moderator brings the fight to an end, announcing that Luniel is the winner of the top student match. These two students respect each other, so there's no hard feelings. Leon thanks Luniel for the match, and the senior returns the gesture, admitting that it was a really nice match. The blondie makes his way off the platform and the moderator announces that it's time for the challenger match. He asks the representatives to step forward and our boy swaps places with Leon. The two freshmen pass each other and the blondie wishes Gray good luck, so he thanks the guy, knowing that he'll need it. Our boy gets up in the arena and with each step, he thinks about how serious this battle will be. If only he knew what he was actually fighting for. Gray already ran his mouth with the professor, so how he has to back up his talk. He's definitely nervous but also really confident because he's fought more hopeless monsters than he could come in his previous life. So, compared to that, he believes that this clash against a fellow student at the academy should be winnable. The hero pumps himself up for the clash and takes out his sword. He braces himself for the duel as he takes a battle stance, but his opponent is so creepy that it's unsettling. Deeble comes on the stage looking like a blood-thirsty zombie. He drags his word across the floor and marches over to our boy with a murderous look in his eyes. For this guy, it's only a matter of time before he fulfills the wish of his master, Professor Bradley. He's been brainwashed, and now, he can't wait to send Gray to meet the professor. We all know that Bradley Varian is dead, so Deeble is basically threatening to send our boy to hell. It's almost time for our boy to fight for the future of the Divine Eye program, and he still doesn't know how serious it is or how deadly his opponent really is. Just then, the moderator announces that it's finally time for the selection match for the inter-year battle to commence, and as soon as he starts the fight, Gray goes in with the first strike. He manages to take a swing in the blink of an eye, but Deeble Rodart casually blocks his extremely powerful blow. This zombie, like warrior, stops his attack like it was nothing, And this leaves our boy shocked because he can't believe it. He didn't know what this psycho was like on the battlefield, so now he's starting to rethink a lot of things. Our boy is so stunned, but he quickly snaps out of it when Deeble forces him back with a terrifying counter swing. The force from Deeble's strike was so heavy that Gray can still feel the tremendous vibrations from his own sword, so now he knows that he has to be more careful during this battle. Professor Ariel did tell him that Deeble's reflexes were booted, so he can understand why the guy managed to block his blistering strike, but after feeling the force from the heavy counterattack, he's starting to wonder if the guy had his arm strength buffed as well. Just thinking about this leaves our boy torn, because the odds are really stacked against him. With this much difference in power, Gray is afraid that none of the trucks he pulls will work. So now the big question on his mind is, how the hell is he supposed to fight such an opponent? It's looking pretty bleak for our boy, right? But he refuses to just give up because he knows that there's still one skill move he can use. Sadly, this trump card of his comes at a cost. In order to use the skill, he'd have to use the dark power inside him that Professor Ariel explicitly warned him not to use. Before the fight, she told him not to use the power under any circumstances because he might die. At least, if he can't beat Deeble. The worst that would happen is that he'd take his loss and move on. Gray assured the professor that he wouldn't use the power which relieved her, but she went ahead to explain things to him. The tournament is important, no doubt, but it's not worth his life, and she made this very clear to him before the fight. Besides, the arena's defensive barrier won't hold against it, so he might even end up killing his opponent if he uses it. There's just way too much risk involved in using that dark power, so our boy ultimately decides to keep his word and not use it. While he's pondering on all this, Deeble lunges at him to finish him off. You see, the truth is that Gray is actually willing to risk his life if it means that the Divine Eye program is on the line, but what he can't risk is the possibility of killing someone at a school tournament. With this in mind, our boy gets his head back in the game and decides to take Deeble on with all the combat skills in his arsenal. The psycho delivers several strikes, but Gray blocks all of them and begins to make some attacks of his own. Of course, Deeble's reflexes are sharper than ever, so he's able to counter Gray's strikes with ease. Seeing this, our boy is a little intrigued. He's noticed that Deeble's movements are weirdly simple, which is unexpected from someone with his physical stats and reflexes. On paper, this zombie psycho shouldn't even have to break a sweat to take Gray down, but for some reason, he's not doing anything spectacular. It's almost as if he no longer wants to win the fight just yet, and Gray can sense that something is off. Obviously, Deeble isn't lacking in technique, so our boy concludes that the guy is holding back for some reason. Deeble hasn't really made our boy struggle, so he can't help but wonder what the guy is planning right now. He's still trying to process what game the psycho is actually playing, but before he can come up with an idea, the guy sneaks up on him with a terrifying ambush. The hero doesn't see the attack on time, and by the time he realizes it, Deeble is already too close to him. He tries to move back in order to create some distance between them, but he trips due to the pressure, and Deeble immediately closes the gap between them. By this time, Gray is already falling on his back, but the swift psycho is also thrusting his sword at his face. Our boy sees the tip of the blade coming at him. It's inches away from his face, so he already knows that he won't be able to dodge it. Still, he doesn't give up completely, so he somehow manages to block Deeble's thrust with his own sword. Gray is absolutely stunned when he opens his eyes to see that he blocked the strike, because he feels that he definitely shouldn't have made it in time. Now that he's bought himself some time, he takes a big swing of his own that forces his opponent back a few steps. Gray still doesn't understand how he was able to block the last attack, and it makes him wonder if Deeble weakened his attack on purpose. The staggering student stops moving forward a second after Gray pushes him back, and that's when Professor Ariel notices something off with her divine eye. She senses an ominous energy coming out of Deeble's body, and after taking a closer look, she sees a dark purple flame burning where his heart is supposed to be. The sight sends chills down her spine because now, she's afraid that this fight might be too one-sided. She expresses her concerns to the other professors, but Budra is the first to snarl at her. None of them seem to think that the matchup is too unfair for Gray. Rather, they feel that the second years this year have quite nasty personalities. They can all see that Deeble is the stronger of the two, so they're surprised that the guy keeps dragging the fight out even though he could end it whenever he wants. Budra and his bearded friend agree with this too, but they're not bothered about that since they're enjoying the show. As far as they're concerned, the Divine Eye student has his hands full just trying to block Deeble's attacks, and yet he won't surrender. That being said, they feel that it just proves Gray is not strong enough to compete. Budra chimes in at this point, suggesting that Gray already knows that the Divine Eye program is about to be abolished, and is just trying to make the decision easier for them. The fat man continues to mock Ariel and her students, claiming that the entire program is going to turn into a total mess if they keep on waiting. All those backing him burst out laughing, feeling that he's right about this. They assume that Gray is helping them prove their point, so they joke about what a considerate student he is for thinking of the Academy's needs. Unfortunately, our boy is still having a hard time in the arena. He's struggling to keep up with Deeble's ruthless barrage of attacks, so Professor Budra is happier than ever. Just then, Professor Ariel shouts for them to end the fight, informing them that it's too dangerous, but of course, Budra is having way too much fun to agree with her. He snaps at her the moment she says this, asking her what exactly is so dangerous about the fight, because the last time he checked, this was supposed to be a mock battle. His bearded colleague supports him on this one, butting in to make Ariel look like she doesn't know what she's talking about. With a condescending look on his face, he reminds the red-haired lady that the arena is covered with a powerful protection spell. He assures her that any attack that would cause fatal injury will be blocked automatically, and explains that this is the reason why students are allowed to fight seriously without fear of getting badly hurt. Obviously, this nosy geezer is just trying to piss her off, because just like all the other professors there, she knows exactly how the protective spell in the area works. In fact, she knows more than they do because they aren't aware that the protective spell has its limitations. Anyway, the man keeps trying to make her look stupid, suggesting that she has another reason for wanting to stop the fight. At this time, we see that our boy is struggling even more. He's trying really hard to hold his own against the ruthless psycho, but it's getting a lot harder. Meanwhile, Ariel is already fed up with their annoying statements, so she hits back at the troublemaker. She informs the bearded man that she knows all about the protection spell, and then makes it clear to him that it won't be strong enough to safeguard Gray from Deeble's next blast. Sure enough, before she can even finish explaining, the ruthless psycho unleashes a devastating surge of dark energy. It's truly overwhelming, and our boy is so stunned when he sees it because he has no idea what it is or how he's going to survive it. He just stands there, frozen in fear as the dark power is about to swallow him. Professor Ariel is equally horrified by the sight before her, and she can't do anything either, so she just looks on in fear. At this point, it looks like our boy is finally done for. Dark bolts of energy shoot out of Deeble's sword, through his arm, and in that split second, he unleashes a deadly dark slash that speeds toward Gray like an unstoppable missile. The beam of death reaches our hero in the blink of an eye, and what follows is a massive explosion that rocks the entire arena. Huge clouds of dust and smoke rise up and cover the entire arena for a second, and by the time the air clears out, we get to see the insane damage that was left behind. Right in the middle of the stage, there's an incredibly deep hole running across the length of the arena. This is the result of Deeble's devastating slash, so our boy is currently thanking his lucky stars that he didn't get hit by that blast. This dark beam of death missed him by mere inches, and just as Ariel feared, it tore right through the arena's defensive barrier with so much ease. For the first turn all day, Professor Budra actually feels scared because of how terrifying the display was. He looks up at the barrier that has now been breached, and the expression on his face is nothing short of pure horror. He can't believe his eyes, and neither can any of his colleagues sitting next to him. They all just stare at the destruction with their jaws dropped to the floor, and Ariel doesn't hesitate to remind them that she warned them about it. Right now, the broken barrier isn't even her biggest concern. I mean, the deed has been done already. Her main fear now is what kind of damage Deeble might cause next. She curses Bradley for experimenting on the poor kid, and she can't even believe that the twisted scientist actually planted something that dangerous in a student. It's just way too sinister for her to stomach. Anyway, while the other professors are busy gasping and staring at the damage, she takes the initiative and attempts to fix the shield. Ariel pumps in a lot of magic, hoping to repair the dome, but the barrier is just way too strong for her, and she's unable to use her binding magic on it. You see, this harsh reality is actually a very serious situation, but none of the other professors seem to know just how dire it is yet. Ariel raises the alarm as soon as she realizes what's coming, urging them to disable the barrier immediately because this is an emergency. She shouts for the tournament to be cancelled right away, explaining that this is no longer just a swordsmanship test anymore. Unfortunately, her colleagues are still too stunned to actually react, so while they're still trembling like leaves, she calls out to Gray and tells him to run for his life. She knows that stopping the fight from the outside is going to take a while, so she urges him to try to buy himself some time. As far as Ariel is concerned, this is the best course of action in this emergency situation, but the hero doesn't seem to understand why she would tell him to run. There's a lot tied to this fight, and he doesn't really think running away like a coward will do any good. Well, that's until he almost gets his head blown off by another death beam. At this point, he's dodging everything that Deeble is hurling at him, but he knows that he can't keep this up. Even though he wants to get away from the psycho killer right now, He knows that he can't really run away because if he turns his back on Deeble, he'll be killed almost immediately. While our boy is trying to survive on the battlefield, we see that the students and professors in the stands are also starting to feel the heat. You see, with the protective barrier now broken, Deeble's dark energy is now seeping out through the crack and hurting the audience. They groan in pain as the excruciating waves hit them, and Heathcote also notices this. For some reason, he's not really affected by it, but he's still pretty concerned about the others. The professors finally cast a spell to sort this out, but he knows that it will take at least 30 seconds before it reaches the guys in the stands. As far as he's concerned, that's way too slow, so he decides to take a drastic decision. It's still pretty early to try that move, but he believes that Gray should be able to pull it off regardless. With this in mind, he calls out to his student, telling him to think of his body as the sword. He tells Gray not to swing his sword, but to move his body with that power within him. Meanwhile, the boy in question is still jumping all over the arena to avoid getting blown to bits, so he's pretty confused when Heathcote suddenly tells him to think of his body as a sword. It's definitely not going to be easy, but if his professor says he can do it, then he has no choice but to believe it. With this in mind, Gray assumes the place of the single blade. He focuses everything into the sword, and all of a sudden, we see the power flowing into the blade. On the other side of the ring, Deeble charges up with another terrifying blast, but Gray remains unfazed. He unleashes the blast, but our boy dodges it in the blink of an eye. Seeing how easy that was, Gray initially begins to wonder if Deeble was always this slow, but then, he suddenly realizes that he's the one who's now way faster. And so, just like that, our boy decides that it's time to blow some shit up too. Gray infuses the dark energy into his sword, and the blade immediately starts glowing with ominous red flames. He points the sword at Deeble, and with a stern look in his eyes, he unleashes the blast. The powerful death beam speeds toward his psychotic opponent in a flash, and as soon as it hits him, a huge explosion follows. The Big Bang sends Deeble flying like a leaf, and our boy finishes the strike by slamming him into the concrete wall of the arena. Of course, the professors are still watching the match, so they're pretty taken aback when they see that Gray managed to break through the defensive barrier with that attack. He basically used his opponent to smash through the dome like it was nothing, and Professor Boudra is having a hard time wrapping his head around what he just saw. Even his bearded colleague looks pretty rattled as well. I mean, the guy is just as shaken as everyone else in the stands, so he begins to wonder what kind of fight he's watching right now. Just like all the others who still have their jaws dropped, Professor Heathcote is quite stunned by the display before him. There's a gaping hole in the thick wall of the arena, which just goes to show how insane the impact was. As such, the man is pretty worried, wondering if the other student is even okay after taking such a hit. Sure, Deeble is one tough nut to crack, but after seeing him take such a hit, they're almost certain that he is badly hurt. All those around start to scamper, desperately calling for the med team to come around ASAP. But while they're rallying and panicking, the psycho student in question suddenly comes out of the rubble. Deeble uses his fist to pull himself back up, and by the time he's back on his feet, the ominous power from earlier seems to have completely consumed him. His eyes are glowing with a terrifying glint, and his whole body is radiating the dark, mysterious energy that sends chills down their spines. Heathcote sees this and is absolutely horrified because he knows just how unbelievable the sight is. Not only is Deeble completely unharmed, but he's also managed to get even more powerful than he was at the start of the fight. The psycho killer roars in rage, suggesting that he's more than ready for another round. By this time, our boy can already see that he has a lot more to do. Thankfully, he's finally activated the power that would level the playing field for him. Seeing just how ferocious Deeble Rudartle is looking, the red-haired lady can already tell that the fight is far from over, so she calls out to our boy, urging him to stay sharp and keep his head in the game. Thankfully, our boy is already locked in and ready to slug it out with his insane opponent. He assures Ariel that he's focused, but just as he says this, he's faced with an absolutely devastating blast. The strike moves so fast that he's not able to do much despite seeing it. Deeble unleashes several tentacle-like attacks, and our boy is forced to dodge every single one of them, knowing just how deadly it would be if he got hit. It's definitely not easy for him, but he skillfully evades all of Deeble's attacks. While our boy is busy holding on for dear life on the battlefield, Professor Boudra remains absolutely terrified up in the stands. Apparently, the fat man didn't imagine that the fight would turn into something so dangerous, so every time the students unleash something powerful, his heart skips a beat. The man can't believe what he's watching because it's all so overwhelming. Luckily, not all the professors in the academy are as useless as he is, so while he's busy shitting himself, Ariel and the others keep attempting to repair the broken barrier. The red-haired lady is getting really impatient with them because she doesn't get why it's taking so long for them to fix the shield. She expresses her displeasure, and that's when they assure her that the barrier will be fully repaired in 10 seconds. Normally, 10 seconds is a pretty short time, but when you're dealing with a blood-thirsty psycho killer like Deeble, it can be quite long. Our boy has to avoid getting hit for the next 10 seconds, and it's definitely not getting any easier to evade the strikes now that Deeble is stronger than before. The guy throws everything he's got at our boy, and it's pretty clear now that this is no longer just for a victory. He's out for blood. Meanwhile, Gray continues to dodge as much as he can, but then, it becomes too much when Deeble decides to stop using ranged attacks. The psycho opts to close the gap between them and forces the MC into a proper sword fight. By the time Gray sees the sword slash coming, it's already way too close, so he can't dodge it. He blocks it, however, and struggles to stay on his feet because of just how much force Deeble is putting behind it. Now, Gray is holding the guy back for as long as he can, but deep down, he knows that it's just a matter of time before he's eventually overpowered. As he desperately holds back his ferocious opponent, he gets to see the soulless look in Deeble's eyes. It's almost like the guy has been completely possessed, and with the speed and strength he has, our boy is almost completely certain that the guy is not human anymore. Deeble looks like a mindless killer at this point, and it's starting to look like our boy will break any time now. Just when it looks like the psycho is finally about to overpower Gray, he reminds himself that he's got something special within him as well. Deeble might not be human anymore, but then again, it's not like Gray is completely normal either. With this thought, he decides to shake off all the fear inside him and takes advantage of the mysterious power he possesses. The psycho attempts to force him down, but in the blink of an eye, he shoots into the air like a rocket and lands safely behind his opponent. At this point, Gray's entire body is brimming with that mysterious energy and his confidence is clearly back. Once he's created some space for himself, he tightens the grip on his sword, assesses his opponent's current position, and prepares to go back in with a more powerful strike. Looking at the madman closely, Gray is stunned to see that the guy doesn't have a single scratch on him, despite the fact that they've been going at it relentlessly for a while now. Even after all this, Deeble remains unscathed, so now, the MC is determined to take things up a notch. Deeble goes back in with a powerful attack, but Gray sees it coming a mile away, and casually blocks the strike with ease. His senses are a lot sharper now, so Deeble's attempt is just way too slow in his eyes now. Or so he thinks. Just when our boy thinks that he's gotten a hang of things, he receives a big shock. All of a sudden, he's hit with a nasty blow from Deeble, and it's so bad that it sends blood spewing out of his mouth and eyes. As you can imagine, Professor Ariel is absolutely horrified when she sees Gray take such a lethal hit. She screams in fear, not knowing what to do, and while she's busy panicking, our boy begins to think of a plan. Right now, he's afraid that he'll be done for if he does hit back, but he's just taken a really bad hit, and so he's losing a lot of blood. In his current condition, the only way he'll be able to do anything is if he has more power at his disposal. Right now, it's a life or death situation, so he finally decides to take a drastic decision. Gray activates the mysterious energy inside him, and it gives him such a massive boost that he's suddenly able to slash Deeble's arms right off in the blink of an eye. The poor kid screams in agony as both his arms fall to the floor in a bloody mess, but the look on Gray's face is so cold that it's kinda scary. As his arms get sliced off, the guy falls on his knees like a corpse and dark clouds of smoke shoot out of his body in the place of blood. And while all of this is happening, the professors just look on, absolutely mortified. Their jaws are dropped to the floor after seeing what just happened, and as the dust settles, we finally get to see what the arena looks like. It's totally wrecked, with rubble scattered all over the place. It looks like a war happened, and it's safe to say that it was won, because those two fighters definitely threw everything they had at each other. A few seconds later, we see that the barrier has been disengaged, and by this time, the professors are finally able to go into the arena to check on the injured student. They fly down here and immediately wrap the armless boy with several magic ropes and lift him up out of there. While they're at it, Gray finally gets back on his feet, gasping for air as he tries to catch his breath. He's still huffing and puffing when all of a sudden, he suffers another lethal hit. It's just as bad as the first one when he was coughing out blood. Professor Ariel sees him in that state again, so she immediately rushes over to him to help him. The lady uses her healing magic to try and help him out, but she quickly realizes that it won't be enough to save him, so she calls on the others to cast their healing magic on him too. Without any hesitation, they all combine their magic in order to heal him, and after only a few seconds, a wide smile appears on Ariel's face because it seems to be working. The red-haired lady is so relieved to see that Gray's wounds are healing, but she's not even able to dwell on the thought for long, because the boy does something that leaves her speechless. All of a sudden, our boy gets back on his feet to thank her, and with the excited look on his face, you'd never imagine that he was just on the brink of death. Just like the other professors, Ariel is absolutely stunned because she can't even understand how the kid is able to stand already. They're all flabbergasted by how uppity Gray is all of a sudden, so they're pretty concerned. As for our boy, he feels completely fine, so he simply asks the lady to take a good look at him and check if everything is alright. As such, the red-haired lady doesn't hesitate to check him out with her divine eye, and she's even more taken aback by what she discovers. Her eyes widen in disbelief by the time she's done inspecting Gray's body. Apparently, the kid's soul doesn't even have so much as a scratch on it despite using that much power just now. It's truly amazing as far as she's concerned, and there's no doubt that it's good news. Hearing this, our boy just gets even more curious, so he asks her to tell him what she saw concerning his body. Well, clearly, since he's standing so casually on both feet, it's pretty obvious that his body is fine, but she still informs him that the healing magic took care of it. As far as she's concerned, nothing should hurt anymore, and this is all really great news. It looks like everything worked out perfectly in the end, but Heathcote isn't looking too excited. In his mind, they just managed to lessen the backlash, which is exactly what he thought would happen. On the other hand, Professor Ariel doesn't appreciate his remark. She clearly expected more from him and the others, so she snaps at him, informing him that the only reason Gray is still alive is because of the healing magic they used. Seeing how pissed she is, the man decides to choose his word wisely and admits that they managed to limit the damage faced to wounds that healing magic could fix. In his mind, that's actually good enough for the meantime regarding how crazy that battle was. In any case, Heathcote proceeds to let Ariel know that he wants Gray to withstand the recoil on his own someday. He wants the kid to get tougher and even more powerful by himself, but he is also aware that it would take some more time before that is possible. At this point, our boy has already heard quite enough of the conversation to know what they're talking about. After hearing what Heathcote just said, he realizes that all that insane training he went through was for this. The scene shifts, and later that day, we catch up with the red-haired lady, who is still busy trying to clean up the mess from the inter-year battle. While she's at it, Ariel admits that a lot of things went off script. She supervises the investigators and cleaners as they go about their business and then suddenly asks Heathcote to help her confirm who exactly won the match between the two fighters. You see, the second-year representative Deeble's protective barrier was activated by Gray's attack towards the end of the battle, and so he's basically the winner of the selection match. The final result is announced at this point as all the freshmen in the stands go absolutely crazy. They're all really excited by the outcome of that insane fight, especially since Gray had to face a literal killing machine. It's pretty shocking to some of them because our boy managed to defeat a second-year student, and so, they start talking about him, which is when they confirm that Gray is from the Divine Eye Special class. It's pretty sick for sure, and while some of them didn't see the upset coming, others feel that it's just the kind of thing they should expect from Lord Gray. As for the professors, many of them didn't expect this to be the final result since they were gunning for the Divine Eye program to be abolished by the end of the day. Unfortunately for them, that's definitely not going to happen now, and on top of that, Professor Heathcote informs his colleagues that Gray winning this selection match means that the Divine Eye student finally helped the freshmen to end their 35-year losing streak in the inter-year battle. Gray was so impressive out there that Heathcote suggests that the win-loss record doesn't even matter anymore. After watching that fight, it's pretty obvious that the kid is talented enough, and he'd be so shocked if anyone still dared to say that Ariel's judgment was wrong. At this point, the chairman happily chimes in, claiming that the board has no choice but to admit that she was right after seeing the incredible show that Gray put on display. That being said, he assures her that no one is going to support the proposal to abolish the Divine Eye special slot anymore. Her student did a wonderful job and proved that they still need the program at the academy. The chairman is so impressed, just like his colleagues who suggest that they should actually be ashamed that they even considered scrapping the Divine Eye program, because if they had, then they would have expelled a student of such mind-blowing talent. At this point, it's pretty clear that our boy saved the day, so Ariel can't even hold back the tears of joy running down her face. While the other professors are busy babbling, she quietly thanks the young hero at the back of her mind, feeling deeply grateful for what he's done. The board members agree to keep the Divine Eye program running and suggest that Budra and his cohorts should reflect on their own responsibility for even pushing for its removal. That's when all eyes turn to the fat man and his fellow conspirators, who are already sweating nervously because they know they're in hot water now. All the other members of the board glare at Budra and his followers, feeling really upset with them for almost making them do something stupid. It's really embarrassing for the fat man, and he can't take it anymore, so he tries to escape when the stairs become too much for him. Budra attempts to run away, claiming that he has other things to take care of, but of course, those who were supporting him all this while refuse to take the heat as well. They call out to him, urging him to wait for them as they run after him to get away from the angry eyes. Once the bad men are out of the picture, the remaining members of the board are free to make their resolutions. Right now, the lesson learned from all this is that you should never pick a fight with the divine eye, because even though it may not look like it, the odds are definitely still holding up. Even though this was a victim for the red-haired lady, the other professors still feel that she's mellowed out a lot compared to the old days when she was in her prime. But then again, they believe that they have to cut her some slack too, since times have changed compared to how they were back then. The members of the board chat about all this, and Ariel isn't exactly happy to hear that they think she's not as powerful anymore. Unfortunately, she can't change this narrative just yet, so she just takes out her frustration on her good friend Heathcote, who quietly stands there to hear her rants. Seeing everything going on and how the others speak of Professor Ariel, even after he just helped protect her pride, our boy can't help but think that something might have happened to her in the past. He feels that she must have gone through something that changed her noticeably in the eyes of her colleagues, but the MC isn't able to sit with this thought because someone suddenly calls out to him. It's none other than the chairman, who would like to have a word with him now that all the distractions have gone. The man wants to discuss a few things that concern him with Gray, and the moment he says this, the expression on his face gets all stern. As you can imagine, this makes our boy pretty nervous, so he curiously asks the man what he'd like to talk about. Hearing this, the chairman bluntly points out how Debel Radarl clearly had some unnatural power forced into his body, because many of them were able to see it during that fight just now. The chairman of the board explains that he and his colleagues are going to investigate it. However, the fact remains that this mock battle that should have been completely safe ended up putting a student's life at risk. That being said, the man admits that the academy is fully responsible for not detecting the anomaly beforehand. And so, he takes a bow before our boy, apologizing firsthand to Gray for letting that happen. Of course, this is an awkward position for the freshman, so he tells the chairman that this gesture isn't necessary at all, especially since nothing horrible happened in the end. In response, the chairman thanks him and proceeds to the next topic he'd like to discuss. You see, after Debel went berserk, Gray also unleashed something, and this didn't go unnoticed. The chairman informs our boy that he saw it and suggests that it wasn't even magic. As far as this man is concerned, what Gray unleashed is something far stranger than magic. He believes that it's a type of power that modern magic theory can't even begin to analyze. With this in mind, he patiently asks Gray to tell him exactly what kind of power it was that he used at that point of the battle. Of course, this is a really tricky situation for our boy, because he knows that he shouldn't disclose such information to anyone from this world. The power is way too overwhelming for any of them to comprehend, and so he doesn't even know what he should say to the chairman right now. Gray feels that he can't bring up anything from before the regression, not when he still doesn't know where the liquidator's mastermind is hiding. And so, he decides not to say anything at all. The MC casually tells the chairman that he has no idea what kind of power he used, but of course, the man is not really buying this. He finds it unbelievable that the boy doesn't know what it is, since he literally took advantage of it. Even though it's a long shot, Gray remains adamant about it, insisting that he knows nothing about the kind of power or its origin. He feigns ignorance, claiming that he didn't even know he had anything like that inside him, and once it's clear that the chairman isn't letting him off, he decides to involve Professor Ariel. Gray cleverly states that the red-haired lady was the one who noticed the power and explained it to him. At first, Ariel is taken aback when she hears her name, but after listening for a while, he concludes that Gray is just lying to get off the hook. She definitely wasn't the one who helped him discover the power, because he was already using it freely by the time he took down the ogre general. She knows he's lying, but what she hasn't figured out is what game he's playing here. Just then, he looks over at her and matches her gaze. From the look on his face, you can tell that he's trying to tell her something, and of course he is. Bro is desperately hoping that the lady plays along with his lie, because in order to stop the liquidator, he needs her to be the only one who knows about this power. If anyone else finds out, it's just a matter of time before the entire academy gets involved, and by then, everything will get out of hand. It's almost like she can read his mind through his eyes, because she immediately understands exactly what he wants from her, and she's amazed that this is the angle he's coming from. The fact that he managed to think that far just now is really impressive, and she starts to think that he's way too clever for his age. I mean, he doesn't even act like someone who's living life for the first time. Anyway, she's more than happy to help him get out of this sticky situation, because if he trusts her this much, then she has no choice but to step up for him. With this in mind, the red-haired lady immediately chimes in to take over the conversation with the headmaster. She assures the man that his guess is correct, claiming that Gray's power truly can't be analyzed through magic theory. That being said, she explains that she's the only one who can see it clearly thanks to her divine eyes. Ariel reveals that she asked Professor Heathcote to hold Gray out after observing his power because the man has a good affinity with such energy. She also claims that the training he got is the reason why he was able to manage that level of control during the fight. She admits that she's still researching how to draw the power out properly, but also asks the headmaster to leave everything regarding Gray's power to her. This is exactly what our boy wants, and right now, this woman is playing all the cards perfectly, making it very hard for the chairman to refuse her request. The headmaster takes a moment to process everything she just said so that he can come up with a response. He starts by admitting that he can't flat out refuse her, especially after seeing that fight. With this in mind, the man finally makes up his mind to let her handle it. He tells Ariel that Gray Lee and the entire Divine Eye Special Group are under her supervision and command. He gives her full control over the situation, but also tells her to say the word if there's anything the Academy can do to assist her. This is exactly what Gray and his professor were gunning for, but they're pretty taken aback by how easy it was. Seeing this, the professor immediately thanks the headmaster for his kindness, and just like that, their secret remains safe. Once that's out of the way, the headmaster decides that he and the others will be heading out. They've already strapped Deeble Redardle on a stretcher to be carried down to the special underground medical ward to examine his condition. That being said, the chairman asks Ariel to come with them because he'll need her eyes down there to see what none of them can. Of course, the red-haired seer is more than happy to go along with them for this investigation. Later that day, we catch up with Gray and his professor in her office. She takes a sip of tea to relax before going ahead to tell him what they discovered in the underground medical ward. According to the analysis results, power that was used on Deeble was nearly identical to the Liquidators. She lets Gray in on this piece of information, knowing how important it would be in their own investigation. As far as she's concerned, there's no doubt that the same crystals from the research facility were used on Deeble, so when she reveals this, our boy just gets even more curious. Right now, he's unsettled and really anxious to find out exactly what happened to the second-year psycho. Seeing the look on his face, the lady breaks the bad news to him immediately, ripping the band-aid right off as she tells him that Deeble didn't make it. As you can imagine, this is not easy for Gray to take, especially when he feels like he is responsible for it. He just stands there, frozen in shock, and tries to ask if it was because of what he did, but Ariel quickly assures him that it wasn't his fault. She tells him that Deeble stopped being himself from the very moment that the dark power inside him got activated. In fact, she has a feeling that the poor kid was already gone when the power was implanted into him for the first time. The lady insists that Gray doesn't have to feel guilty, assuring him that he's not responsible. However, she also has a feeling that this whole saga was aimed at our boy. Without a shadow of doubt, Professor Ariel thinks that the fight against Deeble was nothing more than retaliation for killing Varian Bradley. Our boy tries his best not to get thrown off by all of this, but it's getting really hard not to break down. Despite what the professor says, there's definitely still some guilt tugging at his conscience. What really leaves him feeling sick right now is the thought that some tampered with Deeble even after Varian's death. If someone was able to perform sick experiments even after Varian was gone, it means that there's a third party involved, and so Ariel believes that there's definitely a bigger fish behind all of this. It makes her think that maybe Varian wasn't even the mastermind behind it, so she's determined to keep digging till she can get some answers. The lady decides to keep looking into the connections but admits that it's going to take some time before they actually find something. Still, her intuition tells her that the deeper parts of the Academy are involved in this. She has a very strong feeling that these operations have already eaten deep into the institution, which basically means that getting intel or taking them down will be extremely difficult. Our boy understands this as well, but he's ready to do whatever it takes to bring the inhuman activities to an end for good. So, he asks the professor to let him know if there's anything he can do to help. Hearing this, the lady just puts up a hand to thank him. Apparently, she'd like to handle this part of the investigation by herself, so for the meantime, she doesn't have any instructions for him. What she does have to say to him is that she's noticed how good he's become with that power of his. It looks like he's finally learned how to use it without damaging his own soul, and she's really impressed by that. Hearing this, our boy gets all flustered. He acts modest about it while admitting that he's gotten a lot better with the power. Sure, he didn't damage his soul, but he also reminds her that the recoil on his body this time was worse than before. Well, Ariel doesn't really think he needs to worry too much about this, and when she says this, he just gets confused. He doesn't get why she just said that, but that's when she reveals that Heathcote wants to move his training to the next level. Gray's face lights up the moment he hears this. He can't even hide the excitement and wonders if she's actually serious about it. Well, she is, because she feels that it's time for him to learn how to control that power way better than he can right now. The story continues with a scene of the hero standing in the middle of the training ground outside, but clearly, this isn't any regular training session. For some reason, the arena is filled with armored dummies on poles arranged in a circular motion, and Gray Lee is right in the center of it. He stands in the middle of the training ground with his sword in hand, and while he's still taking it all in, the professor calls out to him from afar. Heathcote points out how obviously dangerous and painful this training method will be, and then informs the young swordsman that there are safer options to consider if he is willing to take some more time to achieve his goal. That being said, the white-haired professor asks our boy once again if he is sure about going with this approach. But without any hesitation or doubt in his voice, Gray Lee looks back at his teacher and states that he is certain that this is what he wants to do. Upon hearing this, and after seeing how resolute the young swordsman is, Heathcote has no choice but to let Gray proceed. He tells our guy to get started with his training session, and so just like that, the hero braces himself for what's to come. Gray closes his eyes and takes a deep breath as he prepares to start, reminding himself that he is a single blade. He needs to do this to tap into that power, and so he reminds himself of that sensation from back then. As soon as he does this, the dark energy starts to swirl all over the blade of the sword. It starts to gradually form tiny little bolts until the entire blade is covered by the ominous red flame. Of course, this dark magic doesn't just cover the sword, but extends Gray's entire body from his arm, and so, in the blink of an eye, our boy is completely covered in it. And once he realizes that he's finally tapped into it, he decides that it's time to start this training session properly. His eyes start glowing with that ominous glint, confirming that he's entered beast mode, which is why he's able to absolutely destroy all the dummies surrounding him with ease. He shatters all the armors as if they're crackers and not steel, and he does this with a mind-blowingly rapid attack. Gray runs through the training ground, leaving a smoky trail of rubble in his wake as he wipes out every obstacle in his way, and as you'd expect, such a ferocious display leaves the onlookers pretty stunned. They're astounded by the mind-blowing speed Gray uses to do this, and all they can think about is how incredible it is. While most of them are flabbergasted, only one of them is more intrigued than amazed. It's the professor, Heathcote, who's watching intently as Gray does his thing, like he's trying to study the dark swordsman's technique. Meanwhile, our guy continues to slash and smash all the dummies on metal dummies gathered on the training ground with him, but then something truly unexpected happens all of a sudden. Just as our boy is about to deliver yet another devastating strike, he starts to bleed from all over his body. Blood gushes out all of a sudden as if he just got slashed with knives all over, and the pain that follows is so excruciating that he can't even stay on his feet. Despite this shocking event, Gary somehow manages to stick a superhero landing, but as you can imagine, this doesn't last for long because of how much blood he's already lost. For a second, it looks like he might actually be okay, but then our guy starts to feel really dizzy and immediately collapses on the floor, flat on his face, where he continues to bleed out. The guys in white who were standing on the sidelines appear to have been aware that something like this could happen, so as soon as Gray falls down, they light up and begin to activate recovery magic to help him. These healers use their magical abilities as a team to seal all of Gray's wounds and stop the bleeding in a flash. Right after they do this, the dark swordsman regains consciousness and is finally able to sit up. He's still pretty exhausted, so he just stays in that spot for a while and thanks them for helping him. After confirming that Gray Lee is fine, Professor Heathcote walks up to the young swordsman with a big smile on his face. He commends Gray on his display. As far as he's concerned, the guy is really looking good now. Feeling that our boy managed to even hold the power a bit longer than last time. That's definitely progress, so the professor is confident that Gray's body should gradually learn how to endure the backlash as they continue to practice. Meanwhile, as soon as our boy gets back on his feet, he notices something off with his right wrist. He didn't notice it back then, because he was so focused on completing his assignment, but now, he can feel the pain a lot more, which makes him realize just how much it hurts when he actually uses this dark power. He informs Professor Heathcote of this, expressing his concerns, but the man simply tells him that the pain and suffering he's feeling just means that he's now pushing past his limits. The white-haired man is very much convinced that they're making progress even though it's taking a toll on Gray's body. And on this note, he admits that he also understands that this training model is a bit excessive, so he reminds the dark swordsman that it's entirely up to him to decide whether or not he wants to continue with it. Heathcote gives Gray the chance to stop this insane training before it gets even more difficult than it already is, but as you can imagine, this swordsman is not a quitter, so without any hesitation, he informs the professor that he's going to give it another try, one more time before they close for the day. He says this with a determined look in his eyes, and Heathcote is probably about to send him in for another deadly round, but before that can happen, Professor Ariel enters the scene and stops them. The red-haired lady marches onto the training ground with a pretty disappointed look on her face. Heathcote and his apprentice are surprised to see her, and before they can even say anything, the lady bluntly reminds them that this particular training is limited to once a day. As much as she'd like to see Gray Lee fully master using this dark magic, she also doesn't want to see him get killed by it, so she refuses to let them continue. Of course, the excited swordsman feels that he can go one more round, so he protests, trying to convince the red-haired lady that his body is already completely healed. Besides, with the new method he's been using, his soul isn't even supposed to get damaged, so he doesn't understand why she won't just let him keep training. Seeing how eager he is to continue, Professor Ariel decides to explain the situation better to him. She confirms that physical injuries can indeed be healed with recovery magic, but also explains that there's more to it. Apparently, if Gray takes any severe damage again before his nerves stabilize, then it could throw off his senses when swinging a sword. She explains this to him, feeling that he should understand what she's trying to say better than anyone since he has actually experienced it in the past. Remember the scar that Gray got as a child from being bullied by Belder and the others? Well, the damage from that injury was the same reason why he was told that his swordsmanship would never improve, and this is exactly what Professor Ariel is trying to avoid. By letting him go back in with newly healed wounds and unstable nerves, she could be putting him in serious danger, and that's not a risk she's willing to take. Upon hearing this, Professor Heathcote immediately sided with Ariel. The white-haired man is pretty relieved that she won't let Gray continue, because even he isn't sure that he'd want to repeat this kind of training multiple times a day. At this point, our guy realizes that it's 2 versus 1 in this debate, and so he just stops protesting. While they're still talking, one of the healers who was watching the whole thing falls out to them. The guy seems pretty puzzled because he doesn't get why Gray is in such a hurry to get stronger all of a sudden. As far as this guy is concerned, the Dark Swordsman is extremely powerful already. Heck, he's stronger than almost everyone at the academy, so this guy is really curious as to why Gray would want to keep training like his life depends on it. Hearing this, Professor Ariel decides to be the one who responds. She answers the student, telling him that she's the one who caused all of this. Ariel claims that it's her fault, revealing how she dragged Gray into the fight with Bradley Varian, and how the people working for the mad scientist now see Gray as an enemy because of that. The red-haired lady admits all of this, and then goes on to reveal that the incident with Deeble was only just the beginning. Apparently, there are people operating in the Academy's shadows, and as a result, she fears that the criminal group, Blood Drinker, that stole magic catalysts for Bradley might also come after Gray Lee. In other words, this young swordsman is already in a lot of danger, because he practically has a bounty on his head now. And so, the professor knows that it won't be enough even if they isolate him somewhere heavily guarded. It would just be a matter of time before the enemies find a way to get to him in order to enact their revenge, and so she's not even sure that they can fully protect the young swordsman. That being said, she concludes that the only way to guarantee his survival is for him to get stronger. It's a really tough one, but it's also the only thing that can be done to keep Gray alive. This is all pretty scary to hear, and knowing that your life is in danger, and that all kinds of powerful enemies are coming for you. But this doesn't really faze Gray. He simply tells the professor not to worry about it, reminding her that he was the one who chose to help stop the liquidator experiment. He believes that he knew what he was getting into back then, and he still believes that he is up to the task, so even though Professor Ariel just talked about how his life is in danger, he remains determined to stop the liquidator no matter what happens to him. The red-haired lady just smiles at him when he says this because of how impressed she is. She's really intrigued by him, claiming that he's just too exceptional of a student. Ariel is glad to know that he's determined to stop the bad people, but at the same time, she tells him that all she can really do for him is help him make the most of the power he's been given. Hearing this, Heathcote teases Ariel because the way she just said that makes her sound like she's got something in mind for Gray. Apparently, the lady has an idea for our boy to master his power without risking his life, and she's actually mentioned it before. Right now, Gray has no idea what she's talking about, so he just stands there, staring at her and her colleague. Even Heathcote isn't sure what she's trying to say until she reminds him that it's the quickest and safest way for a swordsman to get stronger. At this point, the white-haired professor finally gets the hint. A small smile creeps up on his face when he realizes that Ariel is suggesting that Gray changes his sword. Apparently, this is the fastest way for him to improve, but this comes as a shock to our guy. Upon hearing this, he lets go of the sword he was holding even though he's still very confused. As far as he knows, the Academy-issued sword is supposed to be a top-tier custom weapon, so he can't really imagine that there are much better swords for him at this level. Sure enough, Professor Ariel agrees that the sword he's using right now is more than good enough for a first-year student like him. However, Gray isn't any ordinary freshman at the Academy, and so this sword can't withstand the power within him. Ariel explains this to him, and when he takes another look at the blade, it's very easy to see her point. The blade is ridden with cracks and chips at so many points, and it's pretty clear that it can't stay in one piece much longer in his hands. So, he agrees with the professor, knowing that no ordinary weapon could handle the kind of force he uses when he fights. That being said, Ariel offers to take the young swordsman to her vault, flashing the shiny key at him to get him all excited. Well, it works because Gray can't believe that he'll get access to her treasury. He's not the only one who is shocked though, because even Heathcote is shocked that the red-haired lady actually wants to give the boy one of the weapons in there. Even though the man sees it as a really big deal, Ariel really doesn't see anything wrong with it since Gray is still her student after all. With this in mind, she proceeds to turn the key, and this instantly unlocks her vault. The hidden safe sudden begins to appear out of thin air, which leaves our boy in awe. Ariel believes that Gray has earned the right to have access to her vault, and so, just as the gates of this hidden storage open up, she encourages the young swordsman to follow her. Gray Lee makes his way into the professor's private vault, and the moment he enters the place, he is absolutely blown away by what he sees. His eyes widen in shock and his face literally lights up from all the gold scattered in Professor Ariel's secret vault. The place is flooded with more treasure than Gray has ever seen in his life, and on top of that, it's also very massive, which just goes to show how much gold this red-haired lady has in her possession. As you can imagine, it takes him a while to process what he's looking at, but the professors seem to be familiar with stuff like this. Apparently, it's one of the perks of being a professor at this academy. Anyway, our boy quietly follows the teachers as the secret entrance suddenly disappears, and after walking down the massive hall for a while, the red-haired lady starts trying to remember where the sword section of her vault is. She recalls almost immediately, but you can't even fault her for not remembering because this place is just so massive. Once she's able to remember where it is, she tells the others to follow her, and while Heathcote marches quietly behind her, Gray keeps staring all over the place in disbelief. Soon enough, they arrive at the destination, and once they're there, she shows our boy all the swords in her collection and informs him that the idea here is for him to find a sword that would suit him. Once again, even the sword section of Professor Ariel's vault is mind-blowing. It's literally a long hallway with shelves on each side, filled with all kinds of swords. It's definitely the biggest sword showroom that this freshman has ever seen in any of the lives he's lived, and so, he's pretty overwhelmed at first. Besides the fact that this place is just too big, Gray also notices that there are so many dangerous-looking swords. It's a lot for him to take in, and so he doesn't even know where to start from. Professor Heathcote immediately agrees with him on this, sounding pretty confident that there is not a single collection of swords as extensive as this one anywhere in the world. That's a pretty bold statement, and for good reason, because this place is pretty much knife heaven. The red-haired lady listens to everything they have to say and admits that it must be really hard for Gray to decide on a single sword with this many to choose from. Ideally, she would like him to test each one of these swords with his full strength to see which one is the best fit. But this can't happen for some pretty obvious reasons. For starters, due to the nature of his power, he can only do that with one sword per day. And even though he wouldn't literally die of exhaustion and injuries after a few tries, they also don't have all the time in the world to test thousands of swords. With this in mind, Professor Ariel decides that they'll just test his power with a few of them one by one. That being said, she proceeds to select a few of her personal favorites. The first one she has in mind is the sharpest sword in her collection. It's a miracle she was able to even figure out which one was the sharpest with how many she has hanging on the walls. Anyway, she hands the first sword over to Gray Lee, who is pretty overwhelmed by just how heavy it is. He almost starts staggering when he carries it for the first time, and when he informs the professor of his challenge, she simply assures him that the blade makes up for it by cutting extremely well. She's confident about this, and also very eager to see how he handles it, so she conjures up a pillar of stone for him to give it a try. As soon as Gray sets his eyes on the target, his focus shoots up in a flash. He locks in on it and assumes a battle stance to allow him to take a big swing. With laser focus, Gray Lee delivers a powerful strike that splits the stone pillar in two instantly. The sword goes through the hard rock like butter, and as soon as Gray realizes what just happened, he is so blown away. His eyes light up with amazement laced all over his face, and the red-haired lady can definitely see this. At this point, she chimes in, stating that the sword is certainly powerful but admits that it is probably a little too heavy for him to use in actual combat. Professor Heathcote feels the same way, so he doesn't hesitate to air his opinion. As far as he's concerned, no matter how sharp a sword is, it's pointless if the user can't use it to hit anything. This definitely makes sense since the best swordsmen are quick with light swords to aid agility. But then again, Heathcote also feels that it wouldn't hurt for Gray to have a sword like this regardless. After all, against sturdy, large, lumbering opponents like divine beasts or structures, such a sharp and heavy sword might be useful. Professor Ariel doesn't have any problems with this idea, so she agrees to let Gray keep the heavy sword. and then also promises to give him a magic storage pouch so he wouldn't have to carry it around. That way, it won't get in the way as long as he puts it inside the magic storage pouch. After the professors are done saying all of this, our boy just goes ahead to express his confusion. He's surprised by everything they just said about him keeping the sword because he knows for a fact that this isn't a blade that you can just lend to someone just like that. It's so massive and incredibly sharp, so he knows that it's definitely a treasure that wouldn't be given to any other student. Well, he's right, and Ariel confirms this, but she doesn't mind letting him keep it because it's way better than allowing the sword to keep collecting dust on the wall like all the others. To her, it's better for it to be in the hands of someone who can actually use it. Besides, she believes that it will definitely come in handy when he's finally facing the villain behind everything that Varian did. This is the same enemy who is behind the summoning of the Liquidator, so she's pretty sure that he won't regret having the sword when fighting a force that powerful. As soon as she says this, our boy begins to have flashbacks from his past life. The terrifying memories of scenes from the battlefield where they lost to the Liquidator run through his mind in a flash, making him remember just how hopeless they were against the Liquidator. The heroes of the world did everything they could, but they were no match for the World Ender, and it really didn't make a difference at all if they were there or not. Thinking back to how helpless he was on that day, Gray becomes a lot more grateful for the sword he's just been given. He thanks the Divine Eye for lending him the sword, proving that he's now ready to take on the responsibilities that come with the blade. Seeing that they're now on the same page, Heathcote tells Gray to avoid showing the sword to other people unless he intends to use it. However, the young swordsman doesn't understand why he needs to hide the blade. He asks the white-haired man why he needs to keep it a secret, and that's when Heathcote reveals that a sword like this is actually worth about 10 billion at least if put up for sale. In other words, this sword costs nothing less than 10,000 gold coins, and that's a pretty mind-boggling figure. Our guy has a hard time processing this information because he probably never imagined that a single object could cost that much. It's a lot to take in, and it immediately makes him reconsider his earlier decision to keep the sword. Gray is pretty overwhelmed by the price tag on the blade and claims that he can't keep something that expensive. It's just way too much for him, but all his protests fall on deaf ears because Professor Ariel sternly informs him that she will not accept returns. After making this very clear to him, she goes on to explain that she's giving him the sword and not lending it to him. He keeps saying that he's being lended the blade, so the lady wants to clear the air on that. She knows that he'd probably hold back from using the sword if it were borrowed, and that would defeat the whole point of letting him have it, so she wants him to know that it now belongs to him. Gray just starts smiling nervously when she says this because he still thinks that she is joking with him. However, she's not even trying to pull his legs, so she bluntly tells him that she's dead serious about it. Professor Ariel doesn't mind letting him keep it, because if she could protect the Divine Eye's admission with just 10 billion, she would gladly do so. It's a price she's willing to pay, and so she goes on to say that the sword is a late reward for what he's already achieved so far. The lady is trying so hard to make him accept the gift, but it's just so overwhelming for him. Gray keeps trying to protest, feeling that it's too much for him, so Ariel decides to use force. Since he doesn't want to take the hint, she snaps at him. Since he's refusing to play along, she decides to take it as him trying to say that her Divine Eye's admission isn't even worth spending a mere 10 billion. At this point, our boy is forced to agree with her, because anything otherwise would just be looking for trouble. He's already scared of her, and since he doesn't want to piss her off any further, he stops protesting and thanks her once again for the sword. This time around, he accepts it as the new owner and promises to take good care of the blade. Seeing that he's now on board, Professor Ariel drops the ferocious act. The sinister look is instantly replaced with a bright and gentle smile. That sudden switch alone is enough to make any man terrified. Anyway, now that she's successfully gotten him to do her bidding, she resumes the sword search in her collection. They've already gotten Gray a sharp and mighty sword to be used for overpowered opponents, so now the professor feels that they need to look for something more basic. She feels that he also needs an ordinary sword that he can use in regular battle, and then starts looking around again. While Professor Ariel leads the way in search of a second blade, Gray and Heathcote have a small chat at the back. The Dark Swordsman never expected Professor Ariel's treasury to be this impressive, and he's still very blown away by the whole thing. It's almost too good to be true, but Heathcote is already used to it. He agrees that the lady has an incredible treasury, adding that no one in the world possesses a keen eye on par with Ariel the Divine Eye. At the moment, it's pretty clear that they don't call her that name for nothing. That title is truly deserved because one must have a very keen eye to be able to pick out such an incredible collection. Professor Heathcote goes on to say that the red-haired lady can literally make as much money as she wants with her eye. It's an edge that she has above everyone else, and the white-haired man knows this very well. His little chat with Gray is cut short when the lady in question calls out to him. She stops in her tracks like she's stuck with a thought, and then asks the man which one he thinks is the best sword as an instructor. She already picked the first sword, so she would like to hear what her colleague has in mind this time around, especially since he is the one who has been mentoring the young swordsman. Heathcote is initially taken aback when she asks for his input, but then he quickly suggests that they take a look at one of the swords next to them. It's got a long, slender gold handle with a thick blade, and Heathcote feels that it would be a good fit for the young swordsman. Without giving it much thought, our boy picks up the sword and then asks if he can give it a try. Of course, Professor Ariel doesn't have any issues with letting him test it out, since that's the whole point of them coming down here. With this in mind, she tells Gray to go ahead and give it a swing, so he does just that. Our boy swishes the sword around, producing very powerful slashes with minimal effort. With how easy it is for him to swing this sword around, it's immediately obvious that it's a lot lighter than the first one. He doesn't need to take a battle stance before being able to generate power, and this second sword allows him to be a lot more fluid with his movements. The kind of agility that Heathcote has been looking for is what Gray finally has on display, hopping from one point to the next like a ninja on steroids. While the professors watch with delight, our boy also seems to be enjoying himself. The sword isn't stiff at all, so he's able to be as limber as he wants, and it's a really good feeling. So far, it looks as though he doesn't have any complaints about the sword, but at the same time, he can't help but feel that there's something missing. After testing it out a little, Gray suddenly starts staring at it with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. There's no doubt in his mind that this is a well-made sword, but something about it still feels off. At first, he assumes that he might be having this idea because he's not yet used to the sword, and just as this idea runs through his mind, Professor Heathcote interrupts his thoughts. The white-haired man can see the uncertainty on Gray's face, so he can immediately tell that this sword doesn't seem to suit him properly. The man was really hoping that this would be the sword for his student, since it checked all the boxes for him. But now that it's looking like it's not the right one, he comes up with another idea. While Gray is still trying to figure out why the long-handle sword doesn't feel right, the white-haired man goes to bring out another sword. Heathcote claims that this very sword was made for experimentation, and he's of the opinion that this might just be the one that finally suits his student. By this time, our boy gets to see the sword that his master is referring to. It's some kind of futuristic sword glowing with a bright blue aura and shiny gems beaming from the extremely long blade. At first glance, you can already tell that this is a special blade, which explains why Gray Lee is left speechless the moment he sets his eyes on it. That's it for this episode. Until next time.